The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. After a 5-year hiatus, the world's elite return to the legendary Gold Coast, a spiritual home of surfing's most high-performance waves. The festival energy will ignite the beach, and in the water, history will be written. At the 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It is a wet Friday morning here on the Gold Coast of Australia, but the waves are pumping. Big sections, a lot of sets, a lot of activity here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone as everyone's arriving to complete the round of 32 and the round of 16 for the men. Jordy Smith having a wonderful morning. Loves the Gold Coast. Baron Mamiya looking sharp yesterday. And Julian Wilson getting up early for the Hydrolite heat to watch against Italo Ferreira, world number 1. What a story that's been, the comeback run of Julian Wilson coming out of the trials, which was really stacked. And he's still looking forward to competing against the best in the world, taking it one heat at a time, because he knows what's at stake here when he has world number 1 next to him here at Burleigh Heads. Thanks for being with us. What a morning. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovin. We don't mind a little bit of weather if it comes with waves, huh, Flick?
Oh, not at all. Obviously, that little front's moved in. We've had the swell pick up overnight. We sort of started to see it late last night fill in, but you know what? The rain's actually keeping the ocean quite calm and clean. The face of the waves is clean. There's plenty of opportunity out there.
Yeah, it looks really fun, Rich. Like big sections, and especially for Julian and Italo, they're going to use all their tools today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tricky lineup too, because as you said, we've got this new weather system, but this is the first day where we've seen the Gold Coast point sweep start to come into effect. So, you know, there's a lot of water moving out there. Positioning is going to be key.
Well, Laura Eniver's hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone this morning, and she has Alejo Moniz. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, Alejo, it's bucketing down, but you're going to get wet anyway, hey? Hey, tell us what this storm's brought in. How was it out there this morning? You've already been out and come in. You'll be surfing later today. We're going to finish off the men's round of 32, then go into the men's round of 16.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's raining a lot today, but the waves is still pumping. A bit bigger than yesterday, a lot of opportunities, and I guess nothing better than start with Julian against Italo this morning, huh?
Absolutely, and you'll be coming up later today. Anything that Adriano and your team has sort of identified shifting around in the lineup today?
Yeah, I think we still have like 2 different peaks, one like at the point and one like right in front of the judges. So we've been looking for those 2 peaks. I'll be riding the same board. That was something that worried us about if it was going to get too big for my board. But yeah, it's just a bit bigger and the waves are pumping today, yeah.
All right, well, stay dry. Let's get into this one.
Thank you so much, Laura. Yeah, Alejo Moniz excited. You could feel the surf fan in him coming out there as he was hyping up this first heat of the morning. How good is that? Italo versus Julian. The Hydrolite heat to watch. Just, by the way, Alejo will have Baron Mamiya later on today in the round of 16. Another great one to watch, but this has been the run of Italo. Felt like a runaway type world title campaign. in the first few stops of the season. And after getting knocked out early at Bells, we're thinking, hey, maybe Julian can play more spoiler in this world title race, Flick.
Or, as we say, Italo just in and out. But yeah, honestly, he just had an amazing start to the season. And then, you know, the early exit down at Bells, but he's looking super fired up here. I mean, the opening round heat, just what he was being able to, you know, put down, the scores he was putting down. I guess we say it all the time, but the speed that he surfs with is one of the fastest on tour. And I just looked at this heat this morning. I mean, even like yesterday when we thought, okay, maybe we would run, I was like, oh, bring it on. I just can't wait. I feel Julian is just, you know, the other day in his elimination round heat he just kind of said, hey, no, I'm back, I'm here, I'm as good as ever. You know, look at these variations that I've got when it comes to being in the air. I'm progressive as ever. I just can't wait to watch this unfold.
Yeah, no, Jules is definitely on fire at the moment and just easing into the event. And with each wave, with each heat, seems to be sort of reigniting that confidence that we saw many years ago. And I think he's up for the challenge with Italo. He seemed very excited about it. I was listening to the Hello Sport podcast the other day, and Jules actually revealed a lot. It's go and check it out, because he really opens up. I think it's one of the best interviews I've ever seen of Jules. Just talking really candidly about his feelings about coming back, how he's surfing, his chances up against the tour competitors. I think we're going to see Jules really take it to Italo, but like you said, Flick, mate, this guy, you know, he's in the yellow jersey for a reason. He has been dominant all year. His surfing is, you know, just totally on point and so fast. Let's see how he goes out of Burleigh this morning.
Looks like we might get a start here. Italo, world number 1. Finding a lot of speed, big section, disconnected, and a tough landing right on top of his surfboard.
That board cannot be okay.
Wow, he landed right on top of it.
It's buckled, for sure.
Quick check there. Italo's
yeah, it is.
spinning it around. He's going to have to make a board change after that first attempt. That was wild. So disconnected. Whole body just flexing. That Timmy Patterson. Going for broke at the start, and now he'll have to make a switch. Obviously, a lot of time to do that since it's really early in this matchup. But the intentions were clear there. Start with a big punt, put some pressure on Julian Wilson.
Oh, well, you go up on the rocks now, don't you? That thing's absolutely well and truly buckled.
Yeah, that thing's cooked. And I saw Italo getting ready just a couple of minutes ago as we watch him just streak down the line on a heavy section here. Just unfortunately was never really in control, and right there, just square. Lands right in the middle of the board. You can see the buckle just straight through the middle.
That board get away from it.
That board had no chance, all tangled up.
Did not stand a chance. That thing was.
Now Julian's got the lineup to himself, and he is just flowing. What an opportunity just to feel out this point. Nice clean decisions just with his pace and carves. One of the best bottom turns in pro surfing. Is just tagging a couple sections and feeling it out on his opener this morning. Italo on the board change. And this guy will just dance on the rocks. It's really slippery at the moment. Interesting decision running around here, Rick, instead of opting for a Red Bull ski to take him around the buoys.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to get up on the path there and go up and over the headland. Looks like he's going to go round, which is, that's a lot of rock hopping. There is a path that hugs the point here. You can literally just walk on a cement path all the way down right to the cove, and then it's just a quick scurry across the rocks here, but Italo taking his own pathway here.
Unless he's going to try and dart out from there, there kind of is this kind of tiny little channel that sort of presents itself. It's not really that clear. It looks like he kind of is going to go for, he's a bit concerned about his choice
This is taking
here.
some time, Flick. So changing his mind now. As we know, the rock jump at Burleigh is one of the most challenging ones if you're not a local. And Italo's now climbing back up the hill. Reynos looks confused on where to go as well. Wow, what a wild start to this morning. Italo just flexing his board on the incomplete punt. His whole body just demoed it. And in the frantic fashion, Italo's trying to find where to get back out to the water. He's still on the sidewalk.
Yeah, so here's this path that I was talking about. All the way down to the cove and a quick scurry across the rocks. So full reset moment here, but let's have a look what Jules got done on his first wave, streaking down the line. Nice smooth check turn, a lot of spray. Just a series of projection maneuvers down the line. Now he starts to open up as the wave slows down. Nice carve, again, just staying with this power source. The wave a little broken up, Jules reading it well. And then this final turn, just a real thud to finish off. Nice direction change, very smooth. Important for Jules to just get that first wave. He's back out there again.
Julian Wilson, solo session at Burleigh Heads here as he's flowing off his first turn. Big section off the roof, stomps it perfect into the barrel. Julian Wilson just getting clipped on the exit. Holy smokes. There are some gems out there. That thing just started guttering out, and Julian, one of the best barrel riders in the world, just had the flow state activated, 2 beautiful turns, and thought he was going to make that thing, all while Italo still trying to paddle back out. Flick, what'd you see here?
Oh, man, this was crazy. Goes this turn here straight up into the lip, so critical, and then up underneath the hood, just the transition between those. I mean, if he's coming out of that, he's on his way to a really healthy score. Look at how throaty that thing is. It is absolutely getting coned there on that inside section.
Yeah, that was sick. You could see he was trying to just hit that doggy door, just find that little exit. He started pointing towards the beach, try and just beat the lip as it was coming down. Unfortunately, couldn't get out, but that would have been a nugget of a score if he made that.
Good morning, Burleigh Heads. Wow, we've had some drama already this morning. Italo versus Jules is always a classic on paper since Julian hasn't been on tour for a few years now. Italo's become a world champ, just owning the start of the season, knows Julian's reputation, went for something big, broke his board, and wow, Italo finally back at the top of the point.
I mean, it chose the time, right? I mean, he also was kind of in 2 minds about where to do the rock hop. And even yesterday, who was it? We saw someone had to come in to get a board change. It took about 3 minutes, right? And they used the ski that time. And I mean, this is probably just over 3 minutes. So it's just good to sort of lock it in and be like, okay, well, if that was to happen, you know, he also, it's just an interesting choice for today to choose to run around, but he's obviously got his plan and wanted to execute it.
What an exciting start to the morning. Let's now check in with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, here with Jason Patchell, who is in Camp Wilson, helping out with the mental prep, the strategy prep. Mate, what a wild start to this heat. How do you prepare for something like that?
Oh, you stay present, you stay open, you roll with your emotions. Yeah, absolutely. And Jules is good at that.
He is good at it, mate. He looks like he's in spectacular form, particularly attitude-wise. He said in a recent podcast that Richie was just telling us about that he never really slept well before heats, which is sort of a bit of a revelation for all of us considering his success. How's he been sleeping this week? What's his prep been like?
Sleep-wise, no athlete really sleeps very well prior to their big heats. So, yeah, he's probably sleeping about the same. Yeah, but he's hungry. He's really hungry, particularly for this one. And he, as you said, he's in a great place attitude-wise. He's feeling it. He's feeling it all, but he's doing it well, and it's not affecting his surfing. Here we go.
Here we go. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vano. As we see Italo into his second wave after the big board break, and he's still launching, still similar type of angle on his board. That time he did land on it, but completely disconnected on both of those ramps. Julian's scores are in now, 4.67, 4.63 for the wave that he didn't make that crazy barrel at the end section. So he's got a couple of, nice, clean little starters. And with Italo in the water going for just giant airs, it's still wide open, and that's the magic of Italo. He's done a run around, a board change, almost got lost up the point. He's definitely got a big chance to turn this around on one major section flick.
For sure. I think, we saw him go to the air, that opening day, and I mean, he was successful. He's one of the best in the world, especially on the back end, one of the best, right? He's had these couple of attempts now. Kind of, you know, the wind is a bit variable today and sort of, I guess, maybe blowing that board away from him as well. So it kind of feels like it's hard for that board to stick to the feet. But he's so capable. I mean, with 20 minutes on the clock, I mean, there's no way in hell that Jules is going to be feeling comfortable right now. You know, he's world number 1 for a reason, and on the back end out here, just so deadly.
19:30 on the clock. Julian Wilson, a Pipe Masters champ, winning in Portugal. Had so many great highlights in the European beach breaks. A hero, Jay Bay, in the heat with Mick Fanning years ago in the middle of a title race, as we've got Julian up now. Nice flow to start. He'll have to kick out. So a short wave there and a throwaway. And what a statement to put himself out there. You know, months ago now, Rick, when you think about saying, hey, I'm coming back, for someone who's accomplished so much, he doesn't really have to do this at this point of his career, but the hunger is different. His headspace is different. He's looking at the tour with fresh eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when Jules jumped off the tour or left the tour, it wasn't like an easy exit. It was almost like a forced decision due to circumstances rather than, okay, I'm right at the end of my career. He's always said, no, I've got more there. And I guess, you know, now he's in a position in his life. He's had his family. He's got 3 kids, you know, and now that hunger's starting to burn again for competition. And you can't just push that down. You can't get rid of that. A competitor's a competitor, and that hunger burns really, really brightly. And you know, great to see that he has the courage to actually come out and do it, because you open yourself up for scrutiny and criticism, and, you know, hats off to Jules for having a crack.
Yeah, even in that talk you were talking about with the Hello Sport crew, either like, hey, so is it a world title campaign? He's like, I'm not even there yet.
Yeah.
You know, it just like, it's a different headspace for Julian. He's seen a lot. He's finished runner-up in the world, and he's just creating a really solid program on that return. As we know, he's got the wild card for the Challenger Series, and what a great confidence builder for him to jump back in this arena after those years off and compare surfing to the current crop on the top 34.
Yeah, I think, you know, you touched on it, Rich, but it's one thing to say you're going to do it, and then it's another thing to follow through really confidently and come out with that statement, yep, I want to be back on the Challenger Series, and, you know, you get the wild card, you get these opportunities, but he is completely following through. And of course, we always thought he would, but those things, sometimes when you come out and make a statement like that, it can be come with a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure, be it from outside and also from yourself as well, because, you know, obviously he left the tour because of what you said, you know, the circumstances and wanting to be with family and, you know, the timing of the era we were in. But as surf fans, we're all thinking, wow, this feels premature, because he's just so good, right? Like, so talented. You know, the list goes on. You know, Joey, you were just, you know, rattling off all the accolades. And I feel, you know, seeing him now in a CT jersey again and competing here on the Gold Coast, where he's had success before, and just what we were able to witness in that opening round, the elimination round, not just even performance on the wave, but performance in structuring a heat and just veteran status, just so smart, switched on.
You could see him overcoming insecurities with each turn and with each heat win.
Fully.
He was actually going, yep, okay, that's validated. And there were little steps along the way, and it's growing.
Great to see, and also getting emotional with the trials win. You want to know, what does it mean to a guy who's accomplished so much? He's a pipe master. To get teary on a trials win, that just shows what it means to Wilson at the moment. Italo throwing down a turn, sticking to the face on this one. Now getting a nice paced and beautiful rhythm through this inside track. Julian's taken off up the point, and Italo sinks in transition. Wilson lays that rail down. Beautiful power carve on that JS. Puts it in the pocket again, the wind up. Fin throw, reverse, and gets it. Wilson, so solid this morning. I saw him walking up the stairs of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. His wife Ash behind him, 3 kids right behind her. And he's like, I didn't realize you could start at 7 in the morning. And I was like, oh yeah, you're out there. And just got right into gear. So didn't have too much time to really even look at the ocean this morning. And he's feeling it. First with Italo, Flick.
Yeah, so Italo obviously just, registering, let's just go to turns here. Let's keep it a bit more safe, right? Let's stick to the face of the wave. And he banks off a couple of nice manoeuvres. You can sort of see with the angle of this wave, it's forcing him out onto the face a bit. So wasn't really able to find that full vertical moment. He does here on the inside, but nose picks, but behind him, Jules.
Yeah, Jules streaking down the line here. These waves just running beautifully down the bank. A big carve. Jules sending plumes of spray to the heavens. Another nice clean snap. And then this final finishing maneuver, gets a little air rev. Not a lot of height, but still a very tidy finish. Got to the completion where Italo had the fall. Jules, 6 foot, 84 kilos, which I think is about 185 pounds. On the Monster 10 JS, obviously, program. That's part of their performance series, the Monster 10, and a model that Jules has worked on for a long time. 6.0, 18 and 7/8, 2 and 3/8, about 28.5 litres. But Jules has bulked up over the last couple of years. Really strong. Here we go.
Italo just chattering that Timmy Patterson into that full helicopter that hasn't been working for him now on 3 tries. Broken board on the first attempt, big flyaway disconnected on the second. That was his closest to pulling off his signature move. 13:40 to go in the Hydrolite heat to watch. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. What a year it's been. 2025, Bear Mamiya going back-to-back at Pipeline. He is owning his local break. Kicked off with #1 in the world, and then Italo Ferreira went crazy in Abu Dhabi. Had a final with Rio Waida. Iago Dora finaled with Italo, but it was Dora's second CT win of his career. First out of Brazil. And Jordy Smith. That was an emotional one for everybody as I've been following Jordy for 18 years. Picks up that 7th victory at Punta Roca, and then the bell belongs to Jack Robinson. And then he got knocked out in the elimination round at this contest. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, so things are mixing up. And that final 5 picture getting close to the cut mark at stop 7 in Margaret River as we'll get caught up with this heat. Julian Wilson, Flick.
Yeah, so one big snap for Jules. Floats down this section. Looks like he's trying to find this inside track. Will the wave give it to him? A nice redirect there, just staying with the power source. And wow, okay, gets a nice progressive finish too. So, hello. And behind him, Italo.
So Italo, this is the first look for us as well. Nice big carve off the top. One of the bigger waves we've seen this morning. Italo connects with it, and again, he was pretty stoked. So that's his best wave to date for sure, and he's starting to build. It feels like Italo's just been kind of running uphill at the moment, just trying to get some momentum going, and it's been a marathon for him so far.
Time's just a different thing for Italo Ferreira. He can just create moments for himself. In a minute, he can take off on waves that weren't really breaking before and just surf his way into rhythm. So it makes him so hard to watch him when you have priority. Almost impossible, I'd say. Julian building on his numbers. Threw down a 6.5 on his 5th wave in this matchup. So got out of that 4 range. And now he'll be scored on that last wave we just watched. Italo turning in what will be his best number when it's factored in. 9:45 on the clock. Italo knocked out early at Bells as a past champ. He's a past champ of the Gold Coast as well. And his goal is to stay in bright yellow all season. Scores in now for Italo Ferreira, 4.23. So still with some small numbers. Wilson does improve on his last at a 4.83. Julian with the lead and priority, 9:15 to go.
Yeah, wow, okay, so, I mean, Italo's, it's going to feel good, right? He's connected on a wave, he's connected the dots and finished. I think, you know, I'm just trying to break down that last score of Jules, the 4.83. I guess, you know, you think, I guess the most progressive part and most exciting came at the end of the wave. And, you know, the start was just sort of connecting the dots to find that inside track. But, I mean, Jules is in a good position, but you're not going to be feeling comfortable. You got the world #1 in your heat. You mentioned it, Joey. He's so active. He's going to be trying things. It kind of feels like things aren't flowing Italo's way, though. I will say that. I mean, look, let's be honest. You just look at the scoreline, what he's had to deal with in this heat. The board break, the run around, the not quite sure where to go on the rock break. But you can't count him out, even though he's, you know, there sort of seems like the chips are stacked against him. Looks like he's going to have another go here.
Here he goes. Italo Ferreira thrives off energy, goes on a lot of feel, as Reynos always tells us, quick up and out for both competitors. Italo, a little bit deeper. Julian starting to push down the line. He'll grab this wave. Big section falls right in front of him, and he's going to kick out as well. Both these guys fired up, looking at every little section on this point break.
Yeah, Jules had priority then. That was a tactical move, just holding Italo off that wave. Just resetting the lineup. But it's an interesting position here with just under 8 minutes to go. You don't often get Italo Ferreira at this stage of a heat with a combination score of 8 points. That generally doesn't happen. That's normally one wave.
Yeah, totally. I think, I just feel things haven't been working for him. It looks like Jules maybe having a look at this one.
Such a big playing field. Julian looking at all of his options, deep off the bottom. Tweaks out that first carve, and now Julian's getting inside the pit for a quick vision and hops out. It's just that smooth style that we miss seeing at every event on tour for all those years. Dominant on the Goldie. In fact, both these guys owned what was the season opener before the Goldie turned into the CS event. Italo winning in 2019, Julian won in 2018. That's what goes into this Hydrolite heat to watch. Julian's was nothing short of heroic. Separating his shoulder in a mountain biking accident. Had to order his boards from JS super late because they were all going, okay, you're missing a lot of events this year. They got his quiver done in like record-breaking time, and he got his final at Kira with Ace Buckin. As we look at this one, Rick.
Yeah, fun snap to start off, just right in the pocket, now tucks in. It's a little bit of vision, but this thing just starts to crush down on him. And I think at this point, Jules is just going, okay, let's reset. Let's get back on the ski. Let's go back around. That wave's not going to go into the top two. What are we going to say, Flick?
Oh, you could just see Italo turning around and looking. And I think it's not often that you see him on a swivel concerned. He's always commanding. But in the background there, that shot, you know, you saw Jules wrap that top turn, and you could just see Italo's head on a swivel, like, hang on, what's he doing here? Do I need to be concerned?
Exciting morning, already underway. 5:50 on the clock. Time to froth out with Kaipo.
Yeah, we're frothing out here because the mongrels out here at Burleigh, it's Burleigh out here, just getting the ski right out here, got dozed inside there. Mongrel, frothy out here. Everything's kind of broken up. It's like twice the size of yesterday. There's some rogue sets coming through, cleaning us out. And you can see how difficult it is with these conditions, but a lot of opportunity, a lot more power in the water. And like I said, the mongrel's out.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah, Kaipo, always frothing. All-weather Kipes out there enjoying the intensity of the day. And rolling into this one is world number 1, Italo, up and out. Still chasing a 7.10. Oh, the boys are going to enjoy this wet day out there. Kaipo on the ski with Sam Smith, one of the great water cinematographers in the world. And the pilot on that Red Bull ski, Michael Channy, long-time water patrol. As we look at Italo starting to pace again and up and out. Julian's got a big wedge heading his direction. That JS kind of fluttered under his feet, and he'll let that one go. So Julian's now had 4 tries without improvement. Italo 3 looks without improvement on his top 2.
It's kind of one of those days where you're doing a lot of swinging and having a look because you don't kind of know. It might start off like a wave that doesn't look that great, and it hits that inside track and it just grows and it ends up being like a full sidewinder. It's kind of, you just got to roll the dice and have a look. So I think we're going to see a lot of this today just because of what Kaipo was talking about. It is broken up. You can see it here. There's lump, there's bump, there's different sections. I think we're going to see a lot of that. Just the swing and have a look.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just come off a high tide too. I think it's low tide around midday or close to midday. So, you know, we're really getting our first look at this bank with some real power on it and a little bit more size. We've already seen some barrel opportunities that Jules has been hunting. We perhaps might see a little bit more of that as the morning rolls out.
What a heat. So much fun watching these two guys head-to-head. It's been too long as we focus in on the GWM recap. What a wild start to the morning. Upside down, completely smashes that Timmy, and then had to figure out where to get back out in the water.
Oh, that was just radical. And then Jules, I mean, Jules has been active in this heat, but just beautiful rail work. I mean, he's locked in the 6.5. Feeling good. He's kind of been having his way in this heat. It's been basically Italo playing catch up. I feel Jules has kind of sort of had a good read on what ones he wants here, like really finding ways that are allowing him to sort of grow down the point and really find that finish, which has been cool. We've seen a bit more progression from Jules as well, which I've also enjoyed. But you know what? I mean, that was pretty radical, that finish for the 4.83. Like, when I reflect on that score for that, I'm thinking, hang on a second. And then, I mean, Italo, this is his real wave, right? His only wave where he's really managed to link a few turns together. Very difficult wave to surf. He does so well to get that last finishing manoeuvre. But he's been playing catch-up this whole time. Things just have not been flowing his way.
Just 2 quick up and downs during that GWM recap. Nothing changing with scores. Wilson and Ferreira just with a couple of minutes left. Italo's able to regain first priority. And he's trying to avoid a loss in the round of 32, one of the toughest rounds of the contest. A chance to move on into the round of 16. Wilson, by the way, undefeated against Italo Ferreira in his career. Not just once, but actually 4 times, 4-0. That was a while back, though. Italo wasn't a world champion yet. So they were due to go head-to-head together, Rick.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun little battle, this one. And just under 2 minutes to go. You know, Italo will want to really just dig in here and look for that wave that's going to give him that 7.10. And yeah, interesting matchup between these two. You know, they've both got crazy weapons in the air. Looks like Italo's starting to line up for something here.
Oh, you'd be nervous watching Italo scrap into this with 1:15, only chasing a 7.10. World number 1 connects out the back, then throws a little fading cutback. He wants to be able to use that big punt if he can. Nice easy pace carve. He's running out of wave though. And that one's dropping him off on the end section. 55 seconds. Wilson, aware of the situation, is going to head down to Italo with priority.
Wow, you know, Italo was on his way to something good. That wave just tapered off, didn't really give him the opportunity at the end. With the fall, you can't see it. You know, you compare it to Jules' 6.5, it has to be the best wave of the heat. And Jules right now, I mean, he does not want to give this man space because, I mean, Italo's capable, still with 30 seconds on the clock, and it looks like he's going to get another opportunity.
Well, look at this. There's a little bump down the line here. Italo, is he going to have a look at it? No, there wasn't enough wall for him to really get what he needs here. This 7.10, I mean, our feeling is that perhaps it was not the score. It would have had to be, as you said, Flick, the best wave of the heat. I just don't think it was there.
And Julian's tracked him down. He's already feeling the moment after a few years off from tour. We're into the countdown. He's just eliminated world number 1.
Come on!
Jimmy Lee's longtime friend of Julian, longtime filmer. We're seeing all these familiar faces back at the CT event. His support crew is elated. He goes to 5-0 over Italo Ferreira and moves on into the round of 16. Coming from the trials, so grateful. And Italo's year has been unbelievable. That was a huge win for Julian today.
This is massive, super massive. I just feel, what is this going to do for his confidence, you know, moving through the draw? He's just taken out the world number 1.
Marco taking on George, coming up next. Checking out the Surfline forecast. Thanks for hooking us up, knowing that we'd have an increase in size this morning with a bit of weather, but man, there's been some good sections so far.
Oh, there's been so much. It's been really contestable. Obviously, you can see that swell pushing up to the Goldie, and it's picked up overnight.
Sure has. This new energy from the southeast is, it'll hold for the next 24, 48 hours. You can see today we've got 5 to 8 foot faces. Clearly, you know, bigger than yesterday. We've got slightly offshore conditions, kind of offside shore, and it'll remain like that all day long. And we've got a bit of rain with it, but we can deal with that. And then looking ahead, we've got this new pulse of east swell that's going to jump up, and we're going to get some bigger conditions again. The wind might track around to the east as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. But the good news is we've got plenty of swell, and you know, in terms of the competitors, they just go, yep, that's all we want. We don't care about the rain. Just give us the waves and we'll do our thing.
Oh, what a great looking forecast for the weekend and for the end of this waiting period. A lot of great surfing ahead of us. Marco Mignot, George Pitar, 2 surfers that are part of the rookie class this year, going head to head here at Burleigh Heads. They're going to be compared throughout their career, qualifying at the same time. Marco looked calm this morning, so I'm getting a cup of coffee, real relaxed. Just enjoying the morning, and looks like we already got a start for these guys, starting with George Pitar.
Yeah, so George just, wow, okay, one big major out the back. Followed with a little bit of variation there. This wave is shaping up to be a nice one. Gets the finish, and he's got more left in the tank here, so he's going to bring this one through, but that's going to be a nice score to start it off the heat for George.
And then Marco as well here, Rick.
Yeah, Marco just easing his way into this wave. A clean snap to start off. How are these waves funneling down the sandbar? And Marco just forcing the little air rev. He gets to the finish. Comes through to this inside. Does he get this final finishing turn? Yes, he does. He throws it again. Another spin. So 2 critical, innovative maneuvers on the one wave. Degree of difficulty. Judges paying attention, but that big opening turn from George, really solid, lots of power.
Yeah, great to see the contrast of these two. I think Marco's been really leaning into the big punts this year on tour. He's had moments where he could release them on big, chunky closeout sections in Portugal. He could do it in transition on a point break. We saw him surf so clutch in El Salvador. He's had some moments where he's brought that real spring-loaded approach to the tour, already creating a reputation as one of the best aerialists on the top 34. Marco under priority, 4.83 start. There's that flow into the pocket, also on a JS surfboard, and you see him just grease that finish. Super polished, nice control on that combination of turns.
Yeah, love that. And then George, just the quick in and out from him, but only the 2 turns from Marco, but I personally love that, you know, up into the lip for the first one, and just all that speed that he carried through that last turn. It was just wicked to watch. I loved, yeah, just the momentum carried through that. I can't wait to digest this one. What'd you see, Rick?
I saw some really good surfing, actually. Nice sweeping carve to start off. Now he just eyes off this final section and really carves through it. Difficult to do this maneuver where you're actually doing a rail turn on such a frothy closeout section. And that was silky smooth. Loved it.
Well done for Marco Mignot. You can see that surfboard there. He's 5'11", 161 pounds in kgs, Rick. That would be
70-odd, 6 maybe,
73-ish.
73-ish.
After his warm-ups on the Gold Coast, Marco settled on several different Monster models. His favorite, a 5'10", 5'11" round tail in the Performer Series. So for a guy like Marco, if you're 5'11", 161 pounds or 7'3" kilograms, he's got a 5'10", 18 3/4, 2 3/8, 27.2 liters in one of his 5'10s. Then the 5'11 goes up to 27.5 liters. And these guys at this level, they can feel that difference of just 0.1 liters higher, 0.2. I was even talking to the Sharp Eye crew, and Felipe did experiment with going a liter more than usual, and he actually went, nah, I'm going back down to, 26 liters. Everyone's got different needs, right? Even pro surfers, of what they like and they feel. So if you're buying a surfboard at your local surf shop or at the Empire, make sure that you think about what you need. Paddling, chest, a lot of foam under the chest if you need it. Everyone's a little bit different. It's hard to sometimes even have the same height and weight as like a Mick Fanning. You'd ride his board and it feels like a water ski.
Oh, I need volume. Give it to me. Foam is friend for me.
Yeah, so Marco on the same model that Julian just rode in his heat to victory.
And what about this resurgence, Richie, from kind of JS? I mean, he's always been there, but it was really heavily weighed in on Parco, on Jeremy Flores, and now it's just he's coming through with the numbers in 2025. He's got so many, and then including Julian coming out of the trials. It's like, wow, he's a force at this event.
Well, I mean, he was so dominant, for a while there, back on the tour, and then had a little hiatus, but yeah, definitely coming back. Kanoa Igarashi is another one who recently joined the team. Obviously, Ryan Callanan, Sammy Pupo, Miggy Pupo, Marco Mignot, Ramsey Bookham, and now Jules is starting to slide back into the conversation as well. So yeah, very strong team.
Such a great team as we see the numbers now and see the reaction from Julian. And then back to business. How about that punt?
What?
Right into George Pitar, screaming down the line and drilling his final section. Marco is just using everything he's got. Not every wave is a punt section. He's shown his rail work on his 643, but maybe his best air just went down to the matchup. And these rookies are pushing each other, Flick.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just going blow for blow. I love seeing, Marco in the foreground, then George take off behind him. Marco, that last air, that was crazy. The section he hit it on too, so late and just inverted. It was really cool to watch. Let's have a look. So I just don't know how he has the time to find to do this. It's just so quick. And then George down the line. And just the contrast, right? Goes to the wrap, to the rail, and then up into the lip, gets that bit of progression there. Just the 1-2 combo. Really pushes hard there. And he sticks it. But just great contrast between the two.
Wow, it looked like Marco just falling out of the sky with a lot of options. It's going to be hard for these rookies to settle down. Surfing Burleigh together, just going back and forth. Marco representing France, and also Sayulita in Mexico, and George representing Manly Beach. What a great place in Australia.
Absolutely. 2095. Yeah, the boys, they'll all be watching. And, well, this heat's really interesting. It's like Marco's brought a beach break style approach to a point break, and George is sitting on a more traditional style of attack, you know, those big power hooks. So, as you said, it feels like they're just swinging haymakers at the moment, and they're going to settle into this. The judges owe us a couple of scores here, and this will really just set the tone for what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes.
2095, the postal code for Manly, so that's why George picked 95 for his jersey numbers, the closest he could get. I mean, I'm sure he asked for 4 numbers on his back, but they said, hey, trim it down to 95. Growing up in Vanuatu, that's been the great story. His dad building a great surf resort, and he started a great career. Moved to Manly, got to be around some big events and the crazy board riders culture. It's intense on Manly Beach. It's split by that pipe on the sand. North Stain and Queenscliff. The rivalry, one of the great stories in the board riders culture in Australia.
It is. It sure is.
Elaborate.
Yeah, no, we don't shy away from the discussion. We love it. It's a healthy rivalry. You know, truth be told, you know, there's a lot of friendly friendship and friendly rivalry. You know, we respect each other, and we respect each other's sort of area as well. So maybe we'll just leave it there.
Didn't mean to make you go there, Rick. First thing in the morning.
I did.
It's all right.
Well, we love it. It's brought out some great surfers, including Richie Lovett, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley, George Pitar representing, as we've got 18:25 on the clock. Checking out the live rankings here, top 6 of the season. You can see Marco Mignot in that scary position at number 20 in the world. The cut's at the 22 mark, so he's already known he's in that must-win situation. Second page, we're flipping it, and you're looking at George Pitar at 21.
Yeah.
This is so consequential, this heat right now. We've only got this event, then we move to Margie's. It's the cut event. And whoever progresses through out of this, I feel that's why it is blow for blow out there. They understand, you know, the weight of this heat, what it carries, what it means to get the win above each other. They're not silly, you know, they know this. And I think there's going to be there already has been fireworks. I just think, you know, as we come down to crunch time in this heat, we're not going to see anyone give anyone an inch.
Exciting one for the rookie class. Stressful for sure. Whoever loses this heat heading into Margaret River, we need a giant result to stay on tour for the rest of the year. We take the top 22 to move on through the rest of the season. Lower Trestles now move to a regular season event. That's a huge one. It's one of the most high performance venues on the planet. All of these guys want to be a part of that one and beyond, like Jay Bay, Brazil, Chopes. Oh my goodness, you don't want to miss out on anything. And then the whole goal is to compete for a world title at Cloudbreak in Fiji for the first time in surfing history. So a lot out there for Marco. You know, he's been just so ready for this moment, kind of like George, but I guess a little bit earlier. He had wild cards on the CT in France. He was able to compete out there, and he's always just been in love with pro surfing. Even had a little Chihuahua that he named Kelly Slater when he was a kid. Then he got to meet Kelly in real life. He's just so proud of himself for making it onto the Dream Tour. Even in the off season, he's like, hey, if it starts tomorrow, I'm ready. He's that fit, that focused, and still such a big fan of the sport. As we watch George Pitar under priority. Yeah, he gets stuck there. He does have a 6.8 that's keeping him out in front. Bottom drops out for Marco, up and out.
Wow, there's going to be a lot of waves like this, you know, some that really cup out. You know, there's a good contrast of waves out here, or the ones that just completely miss it, like George's, and they don't have that flow, that speed, that energy that moves great down the bank. So just a couple of quick in and outs, but just trying to find that perfect one that really has that sidewinder effect.
No, look, as you say it, look at this thing doubling up.
Little wedge setting up for Marco. Just couldn't get around to find a decent section, so he steps off again. Priority goes right back to George.
They're very similar with their scores at the moment. Only 0.4 of a point separating their best wave. And then very similar backups as well. George just has the edge at the moment, but will not feel safe. Only a 6.05 is the requirement for Marco. We know he's more than capable of that. So George just needs to settle in here. Very, critical moment in the heat, really, where a decision either way is going to perhaps, really just define the result.
If George would be under pressure at Margaret River, he'd probably be trying to reflect on the magic run he had last year in West Oz as a wild card. Went all the way to a semi-final finish. His whole profile blew up. He had Griffin Colapinto comboed in the quarters last year. He ended up losing to John Florence, which you can't feel bad about at main break. But every post-heat interview, he was just electric, realizing that his surfing belongs on tour. He doesn't want to be under pressure at that event, though. As we see, George setting this one up, trying to keep his lead out front. Oh, beautiful, silky carve through the open face, and he'll attack that end section. Two-turn combination, trying to improve on a 5, 6, 7 there.
Wow, I mean, it was a couple tiny baubles. Even when he was coming out of that one big carve, which was incredible, right? I love watching that. It sort of was shades of what we saw at Margaret River last year of him, because when he gets that opportunity to really carve on a clean face wave, wow, I mean, it is some of the best in the world. I'd say up there with probably, the top 10 guys that have a wrap on them. Let's have a look. Just the length. Look how high he, pivoted there in the face of the wave. He could not get any more critical. And then even this, really frothy, really hard to ride out of, but shades of Margaret River I'm seeing there. Anytime he gets that clean face, I mean, look out.
You can even see his fins out on that carve. He was able to adapt to that release really well. Almost thought that could have been a disaster. He's just going 100% through that rail hook, and that fin just slid out. He caught it, and then right into his finish. Brilliant control there from that release from George Pitar. We'll wait for that last score to factor in as we see the Brazilian vet preparing. Miguel Pupo takes on Ian Gentile right after this. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland. Fun heat continues. All rookie class matchup here. George Pitar throwing down a big arc. Deep off the bottom, nice. Snap off the lip line. Surfing a lot of different parts of this wave in the wave profile, changing on every single maneuver. Now he's got a little 1-foot wedge to blow the tail out. He'll get dropped off there and complete. But his wave before we went to break, that huge open face hook, threw down the best number of the heat so far. George with a 7.43. This is what Marco just did.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Oh,
my goodness. Boy, how's that for a first turn? Putting it all on the line. That's what you need to do if you're going to match it with George right now, who's just dropped that 7.43. Does he finish? He does. You're going to ride out. Yep. Wow.
Come on! Let's go! One more!
Jason Aparicio is just frothing like he should be. How about that move, Richie?
Oh, wow. Just a big tail high air rev on a big section outside. So, you know, degree of difficulty and risk at the start of the wave, it was all there. And then he tidied it up with a beautiful finishing turn. So a great combination there and a decent score drop. That's 7.9.
That was massive from Marco Mignot, giving us a lot of different waves. Changing his approach, his 6.43 he's still keeping from those beautiful rail hooks. Now building to a 7.9, getting progressive on that opening turn. Kaipo Guerrero, how'd that one look for you?
Explosive, Joe. I love the fact that Double M, Marco Mignot, he can put it down every single time. He's handy with those full rotations, and having that obviously is the comeback in this heat. I've been loving the surfing of George Pitar. It's been smooth, it's been really tight radius, acute angles in his turns, but the explosiveness of Marco Mignot cannot be denied.
100% Kaipo, what a view you have there. That explosive effort like Kaipo's talking about is being really rewarded now. A couple judges went excellent. I should say a few judges threw 8s on that last ride for Marco Mignot.
So deserved, so deserved. It was just so radical, so risky. Just risked the whole wave, basically, on the first turn. It was so crazy. So really deserving score there for Marco. It's just super interesting. It's so close still, right? And you already spoke to it at the beginning of the heat, Rich, but it is just two ways to do it, right? I mean, George has really stuck to the face of the wave, and he's jumped up that 7.43 for that. Kind of crazy, right? Like, George got the 7.43 for just those 2 turns, and, you know, that majority of the score coming from that one big arc, which was so crazy. You know, George now chasing the 6.91. He's got a bit of time on the clock, but yeah, you know, it'll be interesting if he just sticks to what he knows, or if he's going to be thinking, hang on a second, like, did he see Marco's wave progression, pushing that way? Do I need to go there? I mean, you know, he's clearly getting scores for what he's already doing. Kind of just needs a bit more longevity in the wave.
Yeah, it's a really good example of these surfers just leaning into their weapons really well. You know, George's, that big trademark carving hack has become, you know, his real showcase maneuver. And then, you know, Marco is just so unpredictable. Like, he always keeps guessing, you know, and he just constantly baffles me. He just sticks these airs all the time. Really cool.
Yeah, and he's got that energy, too, where he's about to do something just huge. You know, if he gets a closeout section, he could surf it up. If he gets a long, dreamy one here at Burleigh, he can really mix it up with some aggressive combinations. Always love these rookies going head-to-head, and update on the rookie class at this event. Remember, Joel Vaughn kind of setting the pace this year. He went out in the elimination round, up and out for George. Marco with first priority. We did lose Jackson Bunch. Goofy foot from Maui went down to Seth Moniz. Edgard Grangia still looking for a heat win as he heads to the west. He lost to Yago Dora yesterday in the round of 32. Saw Al Cleland Jr. looking sharp, though. He's in the round of 16. He'll take on Yago. We'll see who gets out of this one. So far, Marco out in front. 6:10 on the clock. He wants his wave. Nice easy pace. Oh my goodness. It's bowling up for Mignot. Perfect snap. Hollow section. Throw tail in the flats. What a smooth transition.
What else you want? Fuck, man, come on!
Jason Aparicio is asking the world, are you not entertained? What else do you want to see from this man? I love the passion and fire from the support crew for Marco Mignot.
Fire it up, Jason, fire it up. That was so epic. It was so sick. How sucky, how crucial, how, you know, there was so much risk on that last turn. Landed in the flats. It was so cupped out. The degree of difficulty was radical.
So much to love about that last wave, Richie.
Yeah, that was really well put together. George forcing the issue at the start, making him really have a look at it. He committed and he converted is what he did. Let's have a look. So it was a small little wave at the start. At this point I was going, oh, what's this thing going to do down the line? And then it cupped out. He just connects with that first turn beautifully, straight up to the closeout section, gets the air rev again. Mate, this guy is so consistent at landing this turn.
Oh.
Beautiful maneuver, just projects off the lip, total control the whole way through it. And even that first snap down the line, not losing any speed, just that transition between those two turns, super fast. Staying nice and low, you can see the front foot right up towards the nose.
It's the claim for me.
Bit of blue steel there. These two handsome roosters in this heat, I tell you.
Yeah.
And there it is. Look at this score.
It's coming through at an 8.33. 7.9 was his low score. Marco Mignot taking over in this rookie matchup. 16.23 combined total. George now needs an 8.8. But that's what you want to see. These guys thriving off the energy, thriving off this crowd that are hanging on even in the rain to watch this matchup. And now George will be inspired to try to fight back, knowing that he's in a really tough spot on the rankings. With the midseason cut approaching, George is going to go all out to try to get that 8.8 if he gets the shot.
Oh, he will, for sure. I mean, it's within the wheelhouse, right? I mean, he got a 7.43 for just 2 turns before, basically off the strength of that really crazy rail carve that he has. So 3:30 on the clock, you've got priority. If an opportunity comes, I know he's going to go hard. But, I mean, it just feels like the energy at the moment is with this man.
He's still rolling. Marco Mignot just up and out. Catching now 10 waves. Remember, Marco Mignot averages more waves caught per heat than even Italo Ferreira. So this is pretty common. And with a nice short period swell like this, he's just going to keep checking out sections. See if he can improve his 7.9 as we dive into the GWM recap, Richie.
Yeah, I love these big carving arcs, these powerful hacks that GP's been laying down. He started really strong, started really building, but then Marco just came firing back. This first committed turn, just throwing the tail, hucking stuff everywhere. And it's paying off. He started to drop some excellent scores. Just a little slip up there, but nothing really too much to worry about because he keeps getting to the finish and bookending these maneuvers, these waves, excuse me, and then this one flicked.
Oh, man, I can't, I'm blown away by this. The timing of this turn to maintain speed into this, it was perfect in my books. I loved it. I just love that timing, the speed he carries through it, and the confidence that he goes into those maneuvers with. You know, he doesn't for 1 second look like he's going to bauble, he's not going to make it. There's real conviction when he goes into those progressive maneuvers, and here he goes again.
Now rolling in, Marco Mignot having a wonderful heat, lays down that first carve off the top. Quick chip there in the pocket. Nice bowly section, he'll fly away. Passing the IC 2-minute warning. George still holding priority. Nothing will be changing in the top 2 for Marco Mignot. No,
that's not going to replace anything. And for George, with priority, it's a special sort of wave that he's going to be waiting for now. He knows that, you know, it's going to have to just offer him up these big sections where he can lay down that carve. He's riding that CI 2 Pro 6.1, and it's looking good under his feet. So if he can get the chance, he'll lay that rail. And come on, give him a wave. Let's see this go down to the wire.
What a heat. Both these guys got to be proud of this performance, especially Marco turning in his best performance in this rookie season. 16.23 is his high mark now moving forward. Keeping an 8.33. There's so much to love about that 8. Just the timing, how smooth the transition was. Getting there so quick in a closeout, landing hard in the flats. Like nothing easy about that combination, but did it so smooth. And the best do that, don't they? They make the hard look easy. Marco's doing that right now.
Oh, completely. I just, there was nothing wrong with that wave. It was just perfect. He just has so much confidence. I was kind of touching on it before, but he goes into that maneuver and not for 1 second do you think he's not going to make it. It's just conviction is the word that comes to mind. He's so confident with that and so confident in the air as we see George.
George now leaving it to this wave. Not much face yet. Needs an 8.8. He's hanging in there hoping for something big. He's starting to really jam down the line now. George having to still skate around this section. The wave's just not letting him go at it. And George Pitar will be knocked out by another rookie on tour. Marco Mignot moving on to the round of 16, and all the pressure will be on George to turn in another performance like he did last year to save himself on the championship tour.
Wow, I mean, look, big heat win for Marco right now. So deserving, but yep, George is going to have to put in a big performance. Margaret, good news, he's done it before, so he's got positive feelings there. His surfing suits that wave. He'll have to regroup and reset for Margies.
How good is that? George moving on to a place where he's done well. Marco turning in his best heat to date on the championship tour. Action continues in the round of 32. Miguel Pupo takes on Ian Gentile. We'll bring in Ronnie and Rabbit for the call.
Happy Friday, folks. Coming to you live from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Big heat out there in the lineup. Miguel Pupo up against Ian Gentile. Miguel riding high on the rankings at the moment, and with some space above him on the live ladder can really improve his position. Ian Gentile coming into this event below the cut line, has some work to do. Ronnie Blakey sitting along the side. The great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks for having me, mate. Appreciate it.
Good to have you here, Ronnie, and what a day, the penultimate day. The round of 32, all men's today, followed by the round of 16 men's. Wow, it's on at Burleigh.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Big heats too to kick off the day. Julian Wilson getting the jump on Italo. unbelievable performance there. Italo, you know, just always looks so amped up. Julian got the job done, and then Marco just blew our minds, didn't he?
Well, that was a great match with Marco and George, because George got that lead, and then Marco, wow, he put through caution to the wind on the outside. We haven't seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of big air revs and full rotations on the closeout section, but not to start the ride.
We had a quick start here for Miguel. That unbelievable style on show. Been surfing really well in the free surfs. Seen him really tap into some great rides out here. So he's in fine form, and this is a great way to start. Bit of a fall on the end, unfortunately. And then right behind him, Ian Gentile looking to get in on the mix.
Yeah, well, Ian, it's taken him a little while to get his foot in the wax of this tour, but he's getting going now.
Oh, big old flare on the tail there on the Bonsoy replay, Kipes. All fins set free by Ian.
Yeah, that was nice. I just want to touch on the start of this heat. Watching Miguel Pupo with a veteran-like move. Those guys are up on top of the point, playing priority, playing the inside. Miguel caught for his first one just a 1.93, but it was a repositioning maneuver that Miguel used to get away, to break away from Ian Gentile to get that 5.33 that Miguel just got. So I like the way that Miguel plays the game.
He's sharp. He's done a lot of reps on the CT. Came on the tour back in 2011. And who can forget that amazing victory in Tahiti back in 2022?
Well, you know, he came on tour, but then I think the second coming of Miguel, he's just feeling, you know, so much more at ease. He's got so much more confidence. The way he came back, you know, he had to come back through the Challenger Series, dominated that.
Yeah, it was awesome to see. And he finds himself pretty well positioned at the moment. Actually dropped a couple of places after Bells, where he had a 17th. So on the rankings, prior to a bit of shuffling happening on the live ladder, he was sitting 9th. He doesn't want to lose touch with the rest of the pack. He's had a few quarterfinal finishes this year. And he can climb a few spots with another big finish here. Stop number 6.
Well, Miguel would see a big opportunity here. He's had 3 fifths, but his opponent also, you've got to remember, Ian Gentile in the first round of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro was the 3rd highest scoring surfer. He got 14.14, only behind Italo and Sammy Pupo, who are both now out of the event. So, you know, he's got form here at Burleigh.
He does, and he showed some real promise down there at Bells Beach as well. Nice big rail turns. And he's such a quiet customer, the 28-year-old from Maui. But he does unload. He really throws a lot of the lip. We saw that on his first ride, 5.5. That's the high mark in this heat so far, Bugs.
Well, that's right. He just slightly shaded Miguel on that opening exchange, and we know they've both got so much more to offer. But I'm just really interested to see Ian here, because he's found a bit of form. As you said, you know, he got a 9th down at Bells. That was a breakthrough result for him this year. He's come into this. It looked so good at Burleigh in that first round. Now we've got a bit more punch in the swell. It's going to suit him.
Most definitely. So just on 23 minutes to go. A veteran up against a newcomer to the tour. Ian joined the tour in 2023. Got Rookie of the Year honours, finishing 14th. Pretty impressive stuff. He's had some solid finishes. Semi-finaled a couple of times now in this year's Pipe Pro, and also back in El Salvador in 2023. Sorry, last year's Pipe Pro.
Yeah.
He made the semis. But yeah, Miguel's been around for some time now. From good stock. His dad was a competitive surfer as well, surfboard shaper. And here he is, looking to increase his lead here, dropping a 1.93. This way he's not going to do it. Talk to me about the conditions out there today, Bugs.
Well, you know, we arrived here this morning, and you know, a bit of weather overnight. Now, the weather brings surf, but it also, we had a lot of squally conditions throughout the night. It kind of broke up the swell a bit. We don't have that ruler edge line that we had yesterday morning. So it's a little trickier, but made up for it with a lot more punch in the swirl.
A lot more punch, and we're seeing some steeper ramps. We've seen competitors take to the sky, but also lay down some great power turns as well. Just under 22 minutes remaining here. Miguel making his way back out. Let's hear from Julian Wilson with Laura Anova.
Jules, well, you and I both late to work this morning. How about that 7 a.m. start, hey?
Yeah, I was loading up the kids in the car, and yes, 30 minutes vanished right before my eyes. I was planning on a 7:30 start. 3 kids to get to the beach, my wife. It was a bit, kind of got the heart rate going very quickly. It kind of worked in my favour though, because I didn't really get to watch the conditions. I planned to have another 30 minutes extra to get in the water and ride some waves, and it kind of worked in my favour because the lineup's super tricky this morning, and I think I felt like I adapted pretty well. I think if I had expectation of better waves, it would have been harder to tune in to actually what was going on, because there was pretty marginal, just the opportunity. I kind of probably read a little bit too much into the swell forecasting with a southeast swell direction today instead of the east yesterday. I, in my mind, was thinking like 7s and 8s for 5, 6 turns down the point, and it definitely wasn't there this morning. It was, a couple of turns. I almost got a sneaky little barrel that I think if I was able to punch through the lip, would have been another score for me, but it was really tricky out there. And right till the end of the heat, the last 8 minutes, I just wanted a steep wave that I could really do an air on. I was feeling good. I felt like I had the 6. I had 2 points better than Italo, and if I could get something, 6 or better, it really was going to box him out of the heat at the end there. And even trying to find a closeout air section, I couldn't do it. I stood up 4 times in that last 8 minutes, and none of them converted into air sections, and I couldn't better my score, so I got lucky. It would have been tricky for Italo because he had a bit of a rough start, lost priority at the start, broke a board, did a lap over the slippery rocks. He would have had it all, would have been a bit frazzled. And then to regroup and need a 7 in that last bit of the heat where it wasn't really easy to identify a wave, and felt like we were probably looking at the same strategy that last 8 minutes. Like if he got a steep one section, there was easily going to be a 7. He's not, his Velcro feet Italo. He was going to find the score, and I felt like I wanted to match that at the end of the heat, and neither of us could find that air section, and there was no really identifiable proper waves to sit and wait for. So yeah, I'm really happy.
So good, Jules. And you just took down world #1 as a spoiler, a wild card in the event. Is it feeling like it did years ago when you were on tour full time, or is it feeling like a new version of you out there?
I definitely have a ton more energy. Really excited for the opportunity. I think I don't know. I haven't surfed that many heats against Italo, and when I was on tour, it's a matchup that I wanted. That top 10 bracket, you always want those guys, and I feel like it's an incredible opportunity. World #1, he's had an incredible sort of first half of the year. He was the guy to beat, and I just felt like it's kind of home turf. The event hasn't been here on the Gold Coast for a long time, and it feels really special to be a part of it. Coming back to the Gold Coast at a CT level. I've just sort of scrapped my way through the trials. I got, the opportunity to do that, and I found myself in the event now. To surf against Jack and Italo. I've been watching so many heats of those guys over the last 4 years, sitting on the couch. So it just, I think all that energy is just bottled up and ready to be, delivered on the big stage again, I guess.
Into the round of 16. All right, guys, what do you guys want to say? Go, Dad. Go, Dad. Say go, Dad.
Hey.
Don't be shy. Say go, Dad. Too early. Good luck in the next round, Jules. Thanks. So cool to have you back.
Good on you, Laura. And congratulations to Julian Wilson. Great interview. Giving us a great idea of where his head is at. Obviously relishing this opportunity. It was a heat where, Italo's game plan was probably thrown out the window, buckling his board on just his second ride. He seemed a little frazzled after that, but he'll rebound, you know he will. Just over 17 minutes remaining here. Miguel Pupo dropped the 3.5. Ian Gentile still with the best number of the heat so far, and doesn't need a whole lot to jump up into the lead here, Bucks.
No, this heat's on a knife's edge. Miguel Pupo he's backing up with that 3.5, so you would think that that will be thrown away, if not the 5.33 as well. And here we see Ian Gentile trying to take the lead. Just kind of a weird wave. There's a little wave in front of it, not offering him a lot here, but he's going to work on it. Just finishes up there trying to get that air rev, but not quite surfing out of it. The wave completely fizzles out.
Yeah, at that point in time when you've committed to a wave like that, you're just basically looking to convert and get the requirement at least to turn the heat in your favour. But Miguel on the outside, he gets one, doesn't opt to hit that final section. Such a fun location to return to, Bugs, Burleigh Heads. I mean, this is the birthplace of head-to-head surfing, and you were in it. You're also there for the announcement, the winter of '76, over there on the North Shore of Oahu. And how was that?
Well, it was an exciting finish to the season. We were all gathered in the Kuilima Hotel, which is now the Turtle Bay Hilton. And it was a big gathering. You know, peace had broken out and everyone was looking forward to. There was just an air of excitement about the year 1977 coming. Now, Peter Druin, who had kind of bailed from the North Shore about 6 weeks earlier, just returned this night unannounced, and he strode through the crowd like Marlon Brando. He took to the stage, and his first words were a shock. He said, "There'll be blood on the rocks at Burleigh," and I went, "Oh my God, no." But he went on to talk about man-on-man surfing. You got to remember, we came from 6-man heats. I'd surfed 8-man heats, and this was one-on-one surfing, man-on-man at Burleigh, with a whole new judging criteria based on nearly like theatrical performance. You know, it was such an exciting thing, and we went, wow, there's going to be a world tour in our time.
Love it. And we'll talk more about the event and the history there in just a moment. Just under 15 minutes remaining. Ian Gentile has taken the lead. His last ride, a 4.5. Time for a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back, Heat 11. We're round of 32 out there in the lineup at the moment. Miguel Pupo, Ian Gentile are at it, but don't forget to get your Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM merch. You can shop now at worldsurfleague.com. And we're expecting this one to be a very exciting finish, so get that merch and mark the occasion. 12.5 minutes remaining here. Miguel Pupo's after a 4.68. Plenty of experience and a great backhand approach. When you think about these two competitors, Bugs, you know, it's so impressive to see the evolution in both their performances. Ian Gentile, he's one of the tallest surfers on tour, 6'1", so explosive and kind of elastic with that big frame.
He sure is, and I'm expecting that score to go into his top two, still waiting for that one to come through. But Ian, yeah, so elastic, so flexible in his surfing. He's got a lot to draw upon. What was interesting about that wave, and this, you know, Julian Wilson alluded to how tricky the lineup is, as we see Ian and the jet ski assist negotiating this tricky lineup. And the reason, the insight there was that it's because the bigger waves are breaking off the bank, and a lot of the sections are dropping, whereas the medium waves, of which Ian just got one, are wrapping onto the bank a little better. We even saw Julian pull into a barrel. He got a deep barrel, but got slammed on the doggy door exit. And that's an interesting one for the coaches to look at, because the ones that hit the bank properly and do have that line with perhaps a bit of a taper are going to provide section after section.
Well, let's get more insight on the conditions with Kaipo.
Yeah, Oakberry surf condition update. I agree with Bugs. There's ones that go wide and don't hit the bank, and we got caught inside by one of them. Had to duck dive through that thing. It was pretty nuts. It's about 5 to 8 foot out here. The wind, it's coming. There's periods of glassiness, actually, but then the squalls come through. Really unpredictable, the lineup, so that's a challenge for the surfers. Like Bug said, the wide ones coming through every once in a while, catching us on the inside. I feel maybe the surf's getting a little bit bigger right now, so that's good news. And yeah, we're loving it out here.
Kaipo,
Purple power with Oakberry. What do you got for me?
I just was wanting to talk to you about the wind. That variable wind sort of seems to change the game plan of some of the aerialists out there. We saw Julian and Italo, both unbelievable aerialists, sort of struggle to take flight and keep their board under their feet. And then Marco just went to town.
I think Marco was in that period when we talk about the variable wind. He was in that period where it went smooth for a while. I think the surfers have to pay attention to that, Ron, and I'm going to agree with you in that there's going to be a time to do airs, but also there's going to be a time to switch your game plan, stick to the face, and get the scores when you need to do it.
Thank you, brother, for the updates. And Bugs, it's interesting, isn't it? And Julian said it, he felt like he adapted well, and the competitors often talk about that in a heat, even just based on what your rival throws at you, what the conditions throw at you. And yeah, at the moment we're not seeing the surfers. I did see Ian Gentile attempt an air earlier on. His board flicked away under his feet straight away.
Yeah, well, we saw in the last heat, Marco, we saw some great surfing. You know, the surfers, George and Marco, both scoring in the 7s and into the 8s. This heat, a totally different story. Like, Miguel Pupo needs a 4.98, a 5-point ride to take the lead. No one has cracked the 6-point mark. Ian incrementally improved that 4.8 over dropping the 4.5.
Well, we had a really high-scoring heat in the last exchange. Both surfers putting together a couple of great rides. George Pittar was in second position. Marco Mignot won the heat. He's with Laura Enova.
Marco, that was such a critical heat for you and your campaign this year. Both you and George right next to each other in the ratings, but you absolutely centered it out there. That was an amazing heat to watch.
Yeah, no, it was super. I knew it from the start. You know, George is a really good competitor, and more in these kind of point breaks. And to be honest, I don't really check my heats before. You know, like I don't really. It doesn't really matter to me, but. Yesterday we were out in the water, and I was like, hey, what heat are you? And he's like, I'm with you, bro. So it was pretty funny. I was like, oh, that's going to be a good heat. And I knew it because we were like you say, we're like same points and stuff. So yeah, no, it was a heat to win. So yeah, a great heat with George, and I'm stoked I made it through.
And you got down here bright and early, got in a free surf before your heat, but tell us about the conditions out there and how you had to adapt. You know, you guys waited around all day yesterday and got called off at the last minute down here early this morning.
Yeah, no, to be honest, it is like when you're waiting all day and you have like 8 hours ahead of you, you're like, okay, what do we do now? I just surfed at 5:30 in the morning. I gotta wait until 4:30 in the afternoon. So calling it off in the last second, I was like, oh my God. But I guess that's how the CT is, you know, you gotta wait and be patient. And Jeremy Flores told me that there's gonna be a lot of lay days and you gotta get used to it, and I'm just getting used to it.
Amazing. And talk us through the conditions out there, because you found some absolute gems. What was your approach?
I mean, I was just going to go out there and trying to find those waves with potential. Yeah, I was... I'm really happy to have those waves where I could express my surfing. And yeah, I think you kind of have to go with the flow, I guess. Whenever you find a wave with opportunity, you go.
Well, you're in form into the round of 16. Congratulations.
Thank you, Laura.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, it was a really solid effort there from Marco. It's going to be fun to watch his charge through this contest. It'll be hard to stop if he can keep planting those big airs. And it looks like Ian Gentile's found one with a couple of good sections on it here, Bugs. 6.5 minutes to go, trying to improve on a 4.8 to just up this requirement for Miguel.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy requirement for Miguel, and Ian, he only got the 2 manoeuvres in on that wave. It was a smaller wave, hit the bank well, but still a section dropped in front of him. He was able to do the layback. Going back to that last heat, they both went into that heat, Marco and George, on exactly the same points. And they got there through a different sequence of results, but they ended up in the same place. So a critical go forward, and then, of course, George now on the cut. And we see Ian here, he starts out with that nice slashing cutback. This layback here, woo, that's a pretty nifty manoeuvre.
Yeah, he does that. He compresses really well at times. Obviously, he can get well and truly extended with that big frame through his carving turns, but even earlier on an incomplete rotation, you know, he can really coil up. 15.5 minutes to go, waiting on those numbers to come through for Ian Gentile. And, you know, the surfers, they just have so much information coming at them in the lineup these days, Bugs. The Apple Watches with the updates. So even when the on-site announcer is trying to project the audio out there into the lineup to give it an update on the situation and how much time is left, who's got priority, you know, they can quickly look at their wrist. A little different when the stubbies and head-to-head competition was introduced here in '77. Like you said earlier, the format and even the scoring was wildly different.
Well, it was revolutionary in many ways. There was no scoring. Well, obviously there was no updates, because what would happen is you'd have a 30-minute heat, which was special. There'd been no such thing as a 30-minute heat. And you came in and basically a score was given, one score. The judge, 5 judges would just go, they'd hold the card up, and each competitor would just get 1 score for the overall performance. You could catch 10 waves, you could catch 3 waves.
Sounds pretty cool. 4 minutes to go, and Ian Gentile finds some room to throw the rotation, sticks it. His previous ride came through at a 4.3, didn't help him lift the requirement, so he's been busy now. He's had, well, probably 4 similar rides, and he's just trying to force it, show us something different. But that is amazing. You know, I think the introduction of the scoring system, Mano Zul, the late great Mano Zul, introduced that so surfers could get the updates. That's been around for a long time now. But it just really adds to the narrative of the heat. And also with only 2 surfers in the water, obviously, personal storyline. Ian Gentile, we mentioned that he's got work to do here. Desperate heat for him. And Miguel is a heat win or 2 away from solidifying his place on the CT, and he hasn't had that opportunity at this stage of the CT for a couple of years.
Oh, well, I would say this is the heat. You know, to me, I know not mathematically, but if he gets through this heat, I'd say he's in safe ground. But you know, you mentioned Mano Zul, who I worked with for many years. He was a revolutionary. You know, we would not have what we've got today without Mano Zul. And his great offsider, Robson Machado, is here. He's still part of the whole thing, carrying on Mano Zul's legacy.
We love it. We saw the world champ 2015, Adriano de Souza, on screen, coaching Miguel, and his brother Sammy sitting there watching on nervously. Such an unbelievable tactician himself, and really kind of just gave all the Brazilians a completely new mindset to take on in the way they attack this tour, and the big names on the CT. Really pushed them, didn't he?
Really pushed them. and they break through to that next level. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you know, Fabio Gavea, Flavio Paderazzi's brother Nico Paderazzi, led the charge, into the winning events. But suddenly there was a new push coming. You could see the leading edge of that with Adriano de Souza coming through, and with a huge backing.
And still trying to keep that push coming here, and his charge needs a number here, 5.41, and Ian has managed to up that requirement on that previous ride, 5.23. So it's a 5.41. It's going to try and Miguel's going to try and chase down here in the last minute and a half.
And while this heat looks like it's gone sleepy, we've noticed that Ian has actually been targeting these small and medium-sized waves that have hit the bank well.
Here he is. This might be his shot at it. Gather some speed. He's got a little cupped-out face to work with here. As always, the style's on point, but he really needs some big hits as he hammers down the line. He's got some speed. Has some airs he can call on, but sticks to power instead and blasts through the lip, sets the fins free and rides on out. You've got to consider what's gone down in this heat so far. There hasn't been a lot of standout manoeuvres, and that was a great finish. High impact section. Does it have the 5.41 in it?
Well, we saw from the drone angle that wave as he paddled into it. It had the line, it had the taper, and it was going to hit the bank properly. As we see him coming down the line here, he sets it up nicely with a couple of, kind of conservative backhand turns. Now he gets the speed up down the line, takes the high line right here, keeps the speed going, and then a powerful backhand attack on that last closeout section. And this is the money section that you're speaking of, Ronnie.
Yeah, all three fins hung out. Probably the most crisp, high-speed hit that got laid down in the heat. But there'll be some comparisons made to those earlier mid 5-point scores for both competitors, because it doesn't have to be the best number of the heat, but it's got to be close.
Yeah, well, the first two turns kind of didn't get there, but that last turn puts him right on the cusp.
And Gentile also got in on that final exchange, so while Miguel was finishing his ride off, being tapped into this one.
Okay, so it's a small wave on the inside bank. He's going to have to finish with a flurry here, and you can see he's going to go to the air big time. Does he pull out of it? No. He didn't quite pull through on that one. The wave didn't have the power in it.
Well, this is, a game of comparisons. And the judges have the benefit of their own replay camera. It's all from the same angle that they rely on, the panel. So they'd go back and have a look at those earlier 5-point rides, mid-range fives. And you often see there's some of the closest heats we have are compressed in that 5-point range, and there just wasn't a lot of high-quality set waves that rolled in during that exchange.
Well, and that was the story of the heat, Ronnie, because Ian with that 5.5 and the 5.23, Miguel and the 5.33, it really wrapped into that mid-5 range score.
It felt like the best turn of the heat for me, what Miguel laid down, but like you said, he didn't have a whole lot at the start. It felt like he was flowing, maybe thinking that right was going to give him a few more hits down the line. So it's all really hanging on that big final turn. There'll be some small points there. And the number has dropped. It's a 5.43. We knew it was going to be close. And he survives, and with that, he may have just survived the cut as well.
Stand by for countdown.
Adriano de Souza and Sammy, they're hugging it out. An unbelievably close heat, a grindy one, but you've got to give props to Miguel, really hammering that final section to make it count.
Yeah, well, a few of the judges there didn't give it to him, so that was right on the cusp.
Yeah, he surprised himself. Relief might be a better word. As he rolls on through to the round of 16. An extremely close one. 0.03 separating these two competitors.
0.03 of a point. One judge gave him a 6, one judge gave him a 5. Both those scores were eliminated. It's that middle little pack of scores that gave him 0.03 of a point.
He got the average he needed. We're going to take a quick break. Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy goes up against Brazil's David Silva next.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
Miguel Pupo just arriving to the beach to some excited fans because he was well situated on the rankings, up in 9th position. There's some space above him, and he has just survived a close one. Expecting another good heat here. Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti comes into this one as the 8th seed on the championship tour, and he's up against David Silva, who's fighting for his championship tour life. The Brazilian Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew sitting alongside me. Hasn't Leo been in just the best form of his life this year, Bugs?
Couldn't agree more. By far the best form of his life. You know, my son and I sit there and watch it, and we're very quite discerning it. Both going, wow, Leo has gone to the next level. He has improved his surfing.
Yeah, got his second runner-up finish at the Pipe Pro, which is remarkable in itself. But aside from that, the results haven't been fantastic. This guy, David Silva's had a very tricky start to the year, and he needs to go bonkers through these next two comps to save himself on the CT.
He does, and his surfing has at times looked awesome on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he's got a mean backhand. And as we watch this Bonsoy replay of his opening ride, 5.67, just think back to that last heat and the numbers that we saw drop, and you've got to start thinking to yourself, wow, 5.67. That's a pretty positive start. It's better than what the other two dished up in the previous heat.
It was a solid start, and I remember when David first came on the scene at Snapper many years ago. I was so impressed with his surfing. I thought, wow, this guy's going to be on tour for a long time.
He had some amazing backhand performances at some of the right-hand point breaks on the CT. You know, throughout 2019. 2021, he had his best ever finish. He got to 14th on the rankings and had a runner-up finish over there in Mexico to Jack Robinson. But even Kelly Slater started identifying just how strong his backhand was and was giving it a lot of praise, and as a result ended up getting Silva onto the Slater Designs equipment. But he's a real stocky, powerful backhand surfer when he gets going. But Leo's form's been undeniable. Even though he's had a string of 9ths through the past 3 events, every time you see him on a wave, you can see that, you know, he might be about to break into the final series again.
Yeah, but even the 9th, so to me, that just shows that he's expanded his comfort zone. He's now comfortable in this round of 32 on a consistent basis.
The hammers on the 2025 Championship Tour have been established. And people like David are kind of the top of the nail that they've been hammering below the cut line. And Leo has been doing that to the lower seeds throughout the first half of the season, you know, keeping them at the bottom end of the rankings by getting past them, continuing to survive these early rounds.
And yeah, well, and he's been smashing the early rounds. You know, maybe as he comes up against the higher seeds in the quarterfinal area and even the round of 16, things have gone a bit differently. But these early rounds, and that is a progression.
Yeah, it's true. So it's when he's coming up against those top seeds that, you know, maybe that discomfort, but also losing some close heats, it's got to be said. Put some good performances together where it just hasn't paid off. Working with Richard Dogmarsh, riding the Sharp Eye surfboards, had a chat to him about the equipment that's under his feet, and he said that, you know, his boards have never felt better. He's got a reliable and complete quiver of backups too that he can call on.
Well, you know, in the University of Dog, this young man here has graduated to the tertiary level.
Yeah, he got through puppy school, puppy training, and yeah, he's ready to have a go. Just a fiery competitor too, which I love. And he's got a big year ahead of him. He's getting married in the off season at home in Rome, Italy, which will be a great celebration. But right now, heavily focused on chasing down a big result here on the Gold Coast. We've seen Leo coming since he was single figures. Signed his first sponsorship contract at 9 years of age and started travelling the tour because he's a stepson of Stephen Bell, of Euroglass fame, and also worked as a coach with Kelly Slater, travelled with him for years. So Leo kind of got this decade of work experience on the CT. It was a massive internship.
Well, he's had such a crew behind him over there. I mean, Belly is, you know, gosh, you don't see Belly too far away from Kelly Slater when they're at events. You know, Belly is an amazing guy, and when he first went to France, you know, he was Maurice Cole's right-hand man, and, you know, we'd be often surfing at La Gravière, you know, big barrels and that. And I always thought his nickname was Belly because that's how he used to come out of the barrel.
Big shout out to Belly.
Yeah, but he's such a character, and such a, you know, he's played the long game. You know, he's nurtured this new generation. And he's become such a masterful tactician.
Yeah, he really has. He's part of a little rat pack of just prodigies that used to get around the events. Jack Robinson and Kanoa Igarashi, they were his sparring partners. You know, they were all just like mozzies buzzing around you in the lineup.
And of course, Belly, you know, ended up becoming a great tube rider in his own right, as well as a master board builder, glasser, coach, mentor.
Thinking about the head-to-head history between these two, and on right-hand point breaks, David Silva has the edge over Leo. Got him in the semi-finals in Mexico in 2021 on his road to his only ever CT final.
Ooh,
and here we go. Look at the conditions changing with that tide dropping. A really bowly little wave, and there's some of that form and touch. Leo, even with this tricky cupped out section, lets go of a couple of rapid-fired hits here and gets a clean finish.
Whew. That was a small runner on the Burleigh bank.
He was just twitching through that ride. Pretty impressive, really. There's been a couple of low tide sessions on the off days, and it's so hard to surf the wave when it's drawing that quickly off the bank, and you know, keep a clean connection as you ride out at each of these turns.
Look at this wave. It's like it's 2 foot high, and it's absolutely top to bottom, hitting the bank perfectly, and he's going through this section with speed, big turns, huge sprays, and finishes with a flare. The top to bottom here, this is a difficult wave to ride, Ronnie. snaps it back there, comes clean off the bottom again. A series of snaps. He has to release the board and then get back onto the down the line transition. Keeps the speed up. And again, small wave, but scoring potential all the way. Finishes with a flurry.
Yeah, incredible. The small wave surfing display there. Wonder how it'll match up with Silver's 5.67. Falls just under. It's a 5. But he really did juice every point out of that ride.
Well, that really goes to show that the size of the wave counted on that one, because he couldn't have done much more. That it was pretty much a 2-foot wave.
On the outside now, Silver on a much bigger wave, has some room to move. Searching for his best finish this season to start his climb up the rankings, and he gets a solid hit on the closeout there.
You know, what you'll really see today is on the outgoing tide, you will see it drawing off the bank more and more. The swell's bigger, the outside waves breaking off the bank, the smaller ones winding onto the bank with draw off the bottom, like serious draw. This wave on the outside, as you said, Ronnie, a bigger wave, open face. That painted backhand attack goes a little bit soft there. He looks down the line, sees it. He's going to have one big finishing move. Goes vertical.
Yeah, probably didn't get on top of that final section the way he would have liked. Kaipo, a goofy footer of note out there in the lineup, Kaipo. It's been interesting watching the regulars take on the backhand surfing today.
I like the goofy foots. Obviously, I'm a goofy foot. Miguel Pupo looked great in that last heat. David Silva just took the lead, checking my Apple Watch, with a 3.83 for Silva. And so, yeah, I like the vertical approach of goofy foots. And that's kind of my union. Also, I want to mention we're at Burleigh Heads, one goofy foot who's been an inspiration, Guy Amarad, with the fierce backhand guy, still out here surfing on the daily. Go goofy.
Love it, mate. Representing the squad well, and there's been plenty of goofy-footed champs on the Gold Coast here in recent years, but the regulars with these major events, Bugs, still have it 32-9.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Guy and Tony Ellerington, Doris, who are the two young goofy footers coming through at Burleigh, and Guy was outstanding, you know, from the age of 12. He was pretty much my right-hand man for many years. I mean, we'd surf Burleigh, hitchhike down and surf D-Bar and Kira, and just a fantastic surfer, and most of all, just an awesome human being.
Got to catch up with Doris last time I was up in the Mentawais, which was fantastic.
Doris, the classic, the captain.
Still charging. Well, 16 minutes remaining in this heat. David Silva is out in front. The backhand approach working nicely. Leo, though, hasn't connected with one of those set waves, and he showed unbelievable form on a really small wave to turn in a 5. So excited to see what he brings here.
Yeah, we've really yet to see Leo open up on this. We saw him get that small runner, surfed it brilliantly for every decimal point of that 5-point ride out of that wave. But the size of the wave might have made him hesitate on that one.
Yeah, he's just being patient with that priority now. Still a couple of big heats to look forward to round out the round of 32. We're going to see Jordy Smith, Imai Kalani DeVault, just a clash of two style masters. And then Cole Hauschman, Joao Chianca in heat 14. What about this one? Heat 15, Griffin Colapinto, Liam O'Brien.
Well, that one is going to get a crowd on the beach, because Liam O'Brien is the local great hope, the local champion and hero. And wow, and Griffin is just on fire and, you know, absolutely in the top tier of world surfing.
And then to round out the round, we're going to have Kanoa Igarashi up against Ian Gavea. The round of 16 also taking shape beautifully. Already that top side of the draw established with some fantastic matchups. Some real form surfers meeting. Felipe Toledo, Jake Marshall in the second heat of the round of 16. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, well, they were both on fire yesterday. And Felipe Toledo really feeling his mojo for the first time this year after taking that year off. And Jake Marshall, he again, another surfer who has stepped up to a new level.
Bugs, we were touching on formats earlier and talking about the stubbies and the introduction and just the way the event was scored. All very interesting to me. And having a chat on off camera about Peter Druin and just his influence on you. But, you know, the sport was so young that yourself as a young competitor started to have some theories on what could work well format-wise. But you mentioned that kind of getting away from the CT and running those specialty events, the Billabong Challenge events, is really where you started to piece together the first architectural plans of the Dream Tour.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were living in the desert in different places with, you know, with Kelly Slater and Rob Machado, and we're sitting around the fireside, and Sonny Garcia. It was an amazing crew to be traveling with Occy, and it was, you know, we're talking, you know, and I'm listening to Kelly, I'm listening to Rob, and about what they think is important, and just gleaned so much from it. And, you know, Jack McCoy and I had a fun time putting those together.
Unbelievable. Just on 12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here. Silva has the lead. Fioravanti chasing a 4.51. We're going to check in with the winner of the last heat, just scraping through.
Yes, guys, well, 12 minutes left in this heat. Last heat, Miggy, at the 12-minute mark, you had priority. You held it for 11 minutes. And in that last minute, you got a score and a buzzer beater, mate. Does it still feel as good as ever?
It does, you know, it's been like that this year. You know, El Salvador had a few buzzer beaters, and yeah, it's tough. I think the waves changed right in my heat. You know, the tide's going low, so there's a bit of current going up the point, and kind of got lost out there, but kind of find myself in the last one, yeah.
And we were talking about the roller coaster that is, you know, the World Tour, 15 years, and, you know, and we were also talking about holidays, but I've got some pretty good news, because at the end of this year, you're going to get a great holiday because you've officially made the cut.
That's good, you know. I'll be home with the family, but yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to JS guys. JS shaped this board on Saturday morning and just gave it to me on Monday, and it's working really well, so thank you guys.
And, you know, thinking back to last year, you obviously had that heat with your brother Sammy, you know, to make the cut in Mugger River. You know, what a full circle moment now to be able to be here.
Yeah, it's hard, you know. I had an injury in 23, and then last year I was kind of coming back still, and now I feel like myself. So finally climbing back up the top of the rating. So really happy with that. You know, a bunch of the guys on top lost, and I have to make some ground, and a lot of guys behind me made some heats too, like Felipe and those guys. So yeah, let's go.
Amazing. Congratulations. Well deserved, and we'll see you into the round of 16.
Well, an absolutely buzzing Miggy Pupo there. He's been forced to spend a lot of time away from home, just missing the cut and then campaigning on the Challenger Series to get back to the CT. He'll enjoy an extended break in the off-season. 10.5 minutes remaining here. Silva still holding on to the lead. Fioravanti chasing a 4.51. We've got 8.5 minutes remaining here in Heat 12, and David Silva's been hanging on to the lead for some time. Leonardo Fioravanti out the back with his priority, has elected to go, just getting a little lost on this one. He's going to kick out. That one's unlikely to factor in and turn this heat for him.
Yeah, one of the factors going on there, we saw it from the drone angle before. These guys, there's a bit of current and it's moving them off the bank a bit, and they've had to keep paddling back onto the bank. They're looking for those runners. They're not looking for the bigger ones that are breaking on the outside that are, shutting down. And I noticed that they're both having to try to paddle back onto the bank to stay on the bank. It's an interesting thing to note on the outgoing tide.
Bugs, talk to me about the psychological blow you hit yourself with when you wait so long with priority and don't convert.
Yeah, no, it really is, because then you start to not so much hit the panic button, but you might start that your judgment is in question, and then you start going, well, I've let a few go now. Should I just get one and try to get another, like a 4 or a 5?
And this is the fear that your opponent takes off and improves their situation. He's only looking to improve on a 3.83 here, Silva, and he's going to do it. Strong finish, clubs the final section. There's a lot of competitors that are just so hungry below that cut line that they're really tuned in. They're desperate for that big result, and they're determined to get it.
Yeah, because, I mean, where there's nothing to lose in these early rounds, if they lose, then okay, it's much the same. But if they break through, they might be able to go deep into the event. And as we see David here, he starts out with that big slashing backhand turn, brings it around here, maintains the speed, and it's a finish here, Ronnie. Gets it right up above 12 o'clock, and that was much stronger than his finish on the previous wave.
Yeah, he is a block of a human. He's so stocky, powerful, push through all those bumps with ease. Expecting he's going to turn in a good number here. The job's going to get much tougher for the Italian, as we said the replay of his last ride.
Yeah, well, Leo needs to get something happening on this wave. Beautiful slash there, and finishes it, but doesn't ride out of it. This wave will not factor. It's a 3-point ride. Leo seems at odds with it out there today.
Yeah, awkward fall too at the end of that ride. I mean, he looks so sharp on his opening ride, and it was, barely chest high. But he just hasn't been able to make it happen on one of the bigger sets.
Now we're seeing Leo paddling with intent, and this is he's got the hunger. This is the hunger that he's hit the button now. See, we're coming down to that 5-minute mark. He's trying to get back out there to reclaim first priority. It's going to be critical at these last 5 minutes, because David Silva's going to put down a score that's going to be better than his 3.83, we feel.
Yeah, it might be the best wave of the heat.
And it was.
Yeah, 5.93 for Silva, and the requirement growing now for Fioravanti with just under 5 minutes to go.
Wow, what a tactical move there. David Silva going for the jet ski assist, getting around the buoy and claiming first priority. We saw Leo paddling with such intent to make that claim, because now with a pretty solid advantage, when you consider that we haven't seen a wave in the last 2 heats over 6 points. Leo needs a 6.6.
Jet skis, there's another jet ski assist is another big one, Bugs, that you helped introduce to Championship Tour competition, and it's just worked in David Silva's favour there, powering in from the back of the break, but with the assistance of that swell direction, reached that takeoff zone as deemed by the priority judge to get control of this lineup back.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it. It's a handy tool to have. We don't want to see the competitors 200 metres down the beach duck diving. We want to see them in the rotation.
I want to see them surfing.
Entertaining us.
But yeah, there has been some massive, obviously, format changes over the years. I'm constantly reminding people that, surfing's a relatively young sport. Like, we've just seen that we're going to have a new, unique sort of year next year, a return to sort of an accumulative point system, but the introduction of the 3 tiers, Regional QS, Challenger Series, CT, still remains.
Well, and that served its purpose well. You know, to establish the 3-tier system. That's what we come out of this era with, this 5-year, not experimentation, but you needed to create that 3-tier system. We needed to go through this evolution of the sport, and now we're back to more of a Grand Prix style with the 2 tiers, the 2 lower tiers in place.
Yeah, and I just love talking about the origins of some of, you know, the big changes to the tour. And you were talking earlier about those challenger events where you went to, you know, isolated destinations with quality conditions and had some of the world's best surfers almost sitting around the round table at night, or maybe at the bar, and just figuring it all out.
No, figuring it all out, just talking, and I mean, and it was minimalist. You know, we're running it with basically nearly no scorecards or no flags or anything. It was all about quality surf. It was all about chasing the day, and then it was like, you know, well, gosh, when you got Kelly Slater, Rob Machado, Sonny Ockey, and Luke Egan, and you know, Potts, just add water.
Love it. Movement out the back here. Leonardo Fioravanti just looking a little desperate out there now. We mentioned that he was super patient after dropping the 5. He wanted to get a quality wave. He finds some space here. That's dangerous for David Silva. This guy's got some big airs he can go to. And he throws a beauty. And he loves it. Throws the Matt Hoy claim up. Gets the horns up in the sky. That's the danger when someone's in such good form. You give them some space and they'll throw something big at you.
Well, he had command of the lineup, David Silva there, and Leo snuck one in underneath the... Yeah, he let it go. This wave here, look at the pier line on it, and he goes to the air and he pulls it off. Was it clean enough, Ronnie?
Well, there's going to be a few factors here. Great air. Yeah. Unbelievable. The control, it was a clutch performance. But we know that they look at those turns, you know, and really put them under the microscope. Was there the height? And meanwhile, Silva out the back. Maybe his patience is going to pay off here because he's connected with another decent wall. Hammers the pocket. That last little section, checks the watch, looks out to sea. He's wondering what Leo's number is going to come through at and if he needed to score himself. I think when you look at the scores that were already logged prior to that exchange, David Silva almost had a point on Leo with their previous ride, so there is a chance here that he edges ahead again.
Yeah, well, you can see Leo, he is desperately searching for perhaps another way that he can punt on.
Yeah, he did really well. I don't know if that wave is going to be the one that gets him ahead of David Silva prior to Silva's last wave coming through, but it would have chipped away at the requirement.
Well, it sure was. Well, as you said, the air section of that manoeuvre was incredible. It just was the...
Here we go.
Here he is.
So he's up before his feet, rips through the carve, has a little pocket here, drives up into it, but the body language suggesting that, you know, he senses that it's not going to be enough. He's not in celebration mode here. He's still waiting to learn what his previous ride came through at.
Well, you know, the judges certainly deliberating over this because both surfers here, and it was such a contrast. The backhand attack of Silva going down the line with a series of backhand snaps, whereas the one big, you know, Hail Mary, basically, of Leonardo.
Yeah, there's... It's going to be interesting where they go with that score, because, you know, we've seen such exceptional airs laid down in this event from the opening round of competition that had a little bit more rotation, taking nothing away from the brilliance and the clutch performance there from the Italian. But it just felt to me like there wasn't enough rotation in the sky. It got so close, 6.27, but ultimately it wasn't enough. David Silva's last ride didn't factor in. And yeah, the Brazilian's going to hang on for an important heat win for him.
Oh, wow. And, you know, the blue singlet doing some damage.
Yeah, been some upset results for the top seeds today, but we expect that when you get to this point in the season. You can see what it means to the 30-year-old. Absolutely pumped to be progressing through to the round of 16. Impressive stuff. Well, we have a huge heat just around the corner. Jordy Smith of South Africa taking on Hawaii's Imai Kalani DeVault. We're going to bring in Joe and Laura for the call.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
We are loving our time on the Gold Coast of Australia for stop 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We've got Jordy Smith taking on Imai Kalani DeVault here in the round of 32, heat 13. A lot of wave activity, a lot of chunky sections. We've seen a mix of power surfing, big airs, and that's what both these guys are made of. Two of the bigger guys on tour going head-to-head, and two different stories as far as the rankings are concerned. A tough season for Imai, as he's been trying to break through some key heats in the early rounds, and Jordy Smith is in just vintage form. That emotional win at Punta Roca was huge. He's moving up the live rankings, just past Jack Robinson in that final 5 picture. And all the talk is, can this be the year for Jordy Smith to go all the way? Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, Laura Enever here for the call this morning. Laura, what a career it's been for Jordy Smith. Seeing him get that victory a couple of stops ago as we see Imai paddling through the inside. But what was your reaction to Jordy's major win this year?
Yeah, I just, first thought was so overdue. I think he's had so many moments of brilliance that you've seen in events, like big moments, getting big heat totals, but then, bowing out the next heat, and, kind of like Italo. Oh, as we see Jordy having a look. Oh, sorry, that's Imai on the inside.
Imai Kalani just up and out, trying to just find a piece of the bank to work with, knowing he's got a giant name sitting next to him in the water. Jordy did, in fact, eliminate Imai at Bells Beach in this same round of 32. So he knows he's got his hands full. But Richie, yeah, the story of Jordy, one of the all-time greats. I guess you go to that list of surfers that were always supposed to win a world title. Jordy doesn't want to leave his career on that list. He's hoping to leave as a world champion.
Yeah, definitely. And he deserves a world title, in my opinion. Definitely top 5 favourites for millions of surf fans around the world, through that era when he was dropping movie parts. They were just, on repeat constantly because he's just so good. Here he goes now.
Bottom drops out on the sandbank, up and down. So both these guys fishing through this churning lineup. 2.5 opener for Smith. A couple of incomplete up and down so far as the stage is set. Jordy signing some of the biggest contracts in pro surfing history. The famous bidding wars that were going on back in the day. Lawyers got involved. It was heavy, Laura.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff going down. But yeah, Jordy is just one of the greats of the sports. You know, he's done so much for surfing. You know, not only in South Africa but globally. And it's yeah, just amazing to see him come out this year, get that overdue win. And looking at the rankings, they'd be rubbing, you know, Yago and Jordy be rubbing their hands together right now. They have an opportunity to pounce right now with Italo going down, Julian playing spoiler in that last heat a few heats ago with Italo, and you know, they'd be looking to sort of try and make their claw up the ladder now.
It's such a big point you're making, Laura. Yeah, Italo going down to Julian. That was wild. Julian's 5-0 against Italo. You know, Jordy's been on a lot of surf trips with Julian. He's probably thanking his old rival for helping him out in the title race. Chipping it off the top is Imai Kalani. Nice easy pace for the natural footer. He's got a lot of power, a lot of progression, slams it right there. Nice transition through the lip again. Frames that fading cut back, and he will step off there. Imai's one of those athletes that could have a crazy free surf career and make crazy signature movies. Loves competition, wants to push himself at this level. Had 3 quarterfinals last year. One at Cloudbreak, one at Pipeline. He's got all the skill sets to succeed. Just a struggle this year, especially a few elimination round losses. Richie, here we go.
Yeah, smooth wave here for Imai Kalani, DeVault, and just a nice carving turn off the top. Really, he sees the opportunity down the line here. The wave starts to cup out, and you can see the maneuvers start to get a little bit more angular. Big swooping carve to finish off. So just really stitching this wave together with a few nice turns. And this is going to be the first semi-decent score on the board. As you can see, just comes off the ski there. That was a little bit of a sticky situation there, and I actually feel like he just let go. You know, always tricky getting out on these lower tides for the Red Bull jet skis, but these jet ski drivers are so capable.
And Imai catching up to the sled now. But yeah, you have that fine line when you're on a shallow sandbank of knowing when to let go and when to put your head down and hang on, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to hang on. You got to use fingernails, toes, anything to really, yeah, grab on and stay on that ski. But also, just another interesting note that these two matched up in the round of 32 in Bells as well. Jordy getting the jump on Imai. So, you know, there would be, I think, for Imai coming out here, he just want to just show his surfing off to, you know, being so far down the rankings, just get some scores.
Kaipo, we just saw Imai kind of get smoked there through that inside section. I know you guys have been dealing with it as well.
Yeah, it happens, Joe. Today's happened a lot, actually. I've come off like 4 times. But yeah, it's just one of the challenges. I mean, you got to go around. You got to zig and zag through there. So yeah, but we got the best ski drivers out here. So you know, I'm just really confident with the whole water crew out here. I also want to comment on Jordy. I've been living pretty much here at Burleigh every single day, and watching him, he's been the most outstanding surfer, I think, in the free surfs. Let's see if he can translate that right now in this heat, and here he goes.
Thank you, Kaipo. In motion, Jordy Smith, snap to slide. 6'3", 196 pounds. The South African digs in another nice slice there. Throws it off the lip. Nice combos, changing directions with variety. Belts it through the lip line. And now just tidying up the end section. Couple more blows there, using a lot of the wave. Jordy steps off, and now it's Imai's turn. DeVault throwing that first wrap and steps off, so Imai's wave previous, 4.67. And now Jordy kicking out of his best so far. 2015 on the clock. Fun for Jordy coming to Oz, or a lot of locations. As we saw in El Salvador and Bells, he's mixing up with his dad's boards and Mayhem's. Now here in Australia, calling up JS and relying on some files that gave him a lot of goodness in the past.
Oh, big hook off the top to start this wave for Jordy. Swooping cutback, just stays in the pocket so well. And the timing of these maneuvers, really well done from Jordy, connects there. And then this wave just kept giving all these little mini sections down the line as it doubled up on the sandbar. Jordy did well to just keep that board moving under his feet, keep all that momentum, giving himself enough speed to really wrap that board around on a basically a knee-high wave at the end.
Yeah, he's looking so energetic. He's light on his feet. That was so I'm going to be excited to see where this score comes in.
Great heat just starting to build. Heat 13, Jordy versus Imai. Last heat was won by David Silva. He's on the glass with Vaughn.
David, congratulations. That was a massive win in the context of your year, and also a tricky heat. Surfing with so much pressure. How do you hold on to your strategy out there?
Yeah, I'm very happy to make for this heat because to the event is super important to a lot of points. And yeah, I'm very happy. The waves is really fun, but it's hard to decision to go to the good waves. But God is helping me in the waves. But yeah, I'm very happy to make for this heat because Leo is danger guy. The danger competitor is, I think so far me, for the best guy for the competitor in the tour. And yeah, I'm very happy to make for this heat.
Mate, how difficult is it when you watch a lot of heats this morning? We saw lots of opportunity, lots of big scores. You get out there, you've got so much to surf for, but you're just not getting the chance. When do you flick the switch and go into grind mode?
Yeah, I'm looking for the heat 11. I think so. The Miguel, I think so. The guys surf a little bit more inside, but in my heat, I think so. The waves I push a little bit more to the point. And yeah, I'm very happy to take for the first waves. I think so is more relaxed in the hits because I think so is more to chance to. I take a lot of waves is really good, but yeah, I'm very happy.
When you're standing on the rocks and you're waiting to hear whether he gets the score or not, take us through that feeling when you hear it come through.
Yeah, his decision is so hard to go for the waves because the waves is super fast and they go to come. And then go to Leo is going, I go to, oh my God, I go to the air, I go to the looking for the back, and then, oh my God, I don't know to go to the score, but yeah, I'm very happy to make for the hit.
Mate, it's so cool to watch your reaction down there. Congratulations, that's a big result. We look forward to seeing you in the next round as well.
Thanks so much, let's go.
Oh, that was beautiful, Vano. So much excitement from David Silva breaking down these challenging conditions. A lot of credit given to Leo Fioravanti. So much respect from the Brazilian goofy footer as he's moving on, knowing that the cut's approaching, and we catch up to a little back and forth exchange here in Heat 13 from Imai to Jordy. Remember, Imai had the 4.67 before. Jordy got the best wave of the heat on the wave previous 6.33. And now two more numbers to lock in, Richie.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That, like, these matches, they're like a chess match, really. You know, someone makes a move, then someone makes another move. So we see Imai just blasting that first turn. That wave just completely cupped out. It is getting super dredgy on that inside sandbar. Jordy just a quick in and out, just opting to maintain priority. But yeah, it's, you know, the move that Jordy made 2 points or just under 2 points better, so he made a better move at the very start. Some good surfing from Jordy, and with conditions the way they are at the moment, it's getting really tricky. It's not as straightforward finding one of these waves that runs down the line and offers those little sections, that open opportunity to really attack the wave.
Always check out the live rankings. David Silva moving up 5 spots, up to 26th in the world. The cut's at 22. So always check that out on worldsurfleague.com to follow your favorite surfers on the journey to make it past the cut, or if you're a Jordy fan on his road to try to make it into the Lexus WSL finals at Cloudbreak this year. Seeing these sand bottom points, you know, it's setting up Jordy Smith to do something big. We're going to take a quick break. So far, Jordy's out in front. It's Cole Hauschman is preparing with Luke Egan for Joao Chianca. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Time to crack open the pulse. All the biggest action of the day here. A rainy day, but it's pumping. First thing in the morning, Julian Wilson was able to stay undefeated over the current world #1, Italo Ferreira, going down.
Massive morning for Julian Wilson. Italo had it all happening. Broke a board on the first wave, had to do the run around, and Julian stayed steady and stayed strong. Found some really nice waves, reeling down the point, and well, he's upset the #1 rated surfer in the world. Julian's back in great form and loving the opportunity here to compete at the World Championship Tour level.
6'5", 4'8", was the difference. Julian Wilson happy to be moving on to surf again. Now in the round of 16, Italo packing up for Margaret River. And we'll see what happens with that yellow jersey. Then how about this rookie clash, Laura? Marco and George Pitar went off.
Yeah, this was an absolute heat. Marco, this was an 8.33, just absolutely sending it. Doing critical surfing, huge into the flats, and this heat was back and forth. George Pitar, Marco Mignot, both next to each other on the ladder, so a really crucial heat, and both of them just bringing it, really.
Yeah, Marco's coach lost his voice in celebration. And then we saw Miguel Pupo survive an incredibly close one with Ian Gentile.
Yeah, just a super tight affair, this one. And both surfers just really trying so hard to get these scores down the line. And it was Miguel Pupo who found that big backhand hook, that vertical approach there, and just edged out Ian Gentile for the win.
Then we saw David Silva taking on Leo Fioravanti. Fioravanti's been in world title form. Silva trying to keep his spot on tour and was successful today.
Yeah, he was, and he's jumped up 5 spots on the rankings. A super important heat here. I feel like so many heats are important today, just with the cut looming. But Leo, he gave it his all at the end, but it wasn't enough. He went to the air and very stoked and relieved, David Silva.
As we dive into the top 10 situation at the moment, Shada's names are out of the contest. Italo, Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson starting to slide. Yago's jumped up 2 spots to #2. Jordy in the water now is up 1 spot into world #4. Barron was successful yesterday in a heat win. He's moved up a spot to 6th. And how about Toledo getting on page 1 after the fireworks he threw down yesterday?
Yeah, amazing surfing from Toledo on page 1, and you feel like he's just going to keep marching up that ladder. There's so much opportunity in front of us here.
Top 10 have made the cut. So these guys can now just open up and really focus in on now the final 5 picture moving forward. It is a big relief for these surfers to know they're surfing a complete season and also kicking off the year next year in 2026. Imai Kalani Duvall punching out a couple little sections. Driving into the pocket on that wrapping cutback, and Imai will prepare for the next exchange, chasing down a 5.6 to catch up to Jordy Smith. He had his dad come down to Bells with him. It was the first time we got to see his dad at a CT event in his career. So he loved that experience. As we see the last of Jordy, Laura.
Yeah, George's nice float down the line, then getting a bit stuck. So this wave not really giving him too much to work with, but he's just going to work it through anyway and finish it off. And fortunately can't finish that one. But Imai, this was a really nice wave, but it was quite down the line. He does a sort of down the line snap there, and here you're hoping you could kick the tail a bit and just sort of working down to try get a big critical end turn, and finishes up here with a nice wrap, so gets that direction change. He's so smooth to watch, and just incredible style there by Imai, so we'll see where that one comes in.
Yeah, he absolutely rips. Huge airs, big blowtails, big barrels. That's what Imai is made of. Such a popular human too. He's just so kind, super mellow, likes to let his surfing do the talking. But yeah, that trip he had with his dad never been to a CT event to watch him compete. Patrick's really cool. He makes his own hunting knives. He's a boat captain in Maui. Just one of those guys that can do it all, you know, really handy. People are always ordering the knives that he makes over in the Hawaiian Islands because they're made to like get through the brush, but also be effective in the hunting process as well. Great surfer too. And they had a blast down at Bell, so Imai got a lot of good home type energy to kick off the Australian leg. And it seems like he's handling the pressures of the tough results better. He's identifying the goodness about being on this tour, being in Australia. He loves these types of waves. And the way he's surfing, he definitely looks freed up. His last score that's going to come in will be his best and really make this a heat, Rich.
Yeah, he's really closed the gap here. So 5.5 has just dropped in that last wave of Imai. Really well surfed. As you guys were saying, the style, it's sublime, really. It's silky smooth. He did well on that last wave. There wasn't, you know, he was so down the line, as you said, Laura. He had to keep kind of racing down to find these little moments. So surfed it well.
We bring up this topic every once in a while. Laura, I want to get your opinion on it. You know, when you're on tour at this level, you know what it's like to work with one shaper from start to finish and building that special relationship that you have with your boards and making those adjustments. And then some surfers like to mix it up quite a bit, where they're calling up some of the world's best shapers just according to the regions that they're surfing on. What's your take on a preference on which road you take on? I mean, at this point of your career, looking back.
Yeah, totally. I mean, everyone's so different, and you know, you have the likes of some surfers that will just stay with the one shaper, you know, till the death. You know, look at Carissa Moore, she's been with Biolis, and so many of the crew on Mayhem have been with them forever. But then you look at Jordy, and he's always been changing up and moving between his dad's boards. And I kind of did a bit of both. I went, you know, Chile, DHD, and then, you know, it's just kind of what you're feeling. Sometimes you just want to get to an end of a season and change things up and kind of go in with a fresh perspective and a fresh feel. And as we say, Jordy on an important wave.
Flowing down the line, nice connection there. Jordy Smith finds a nice one to drift the fins out the back and frames up that cool little slash back well. Throwing down the fins and an easy slide back into connection with this inside little dribbling section. But gosh, look how connected he is, how fired up he is, knowing that he's ditching a 393 there.
I feel like you won't really see Jordy claim much, but you can tell how important this is for him. You know,
And now it's going to continue here, Laura. Wow, Imai Kalani Duval timing that wedge. He got just in front of it. Can he fit in the finish? And he gets there in time.
Wow.
So an interesting read when you've got kind of that wedge in front of you. Can be hard to really just sink your rail into it, but Imai did well to get right out in front and then able to fit in a finishing move to keep this heat very interesting, Rich.
Yeah, two really impactful turns there from Imai. And Jordy just youthful in his approach. Let's have a look here on Jordy's ride. So he did plenty of work down the line here, tags that first section, comes around this one beautifully, actually kind of releases the tail off the second turn and the third, gets a nice little pivot off the top, and he gouges into the face of that one. Pops the little air rev and doesn't quite do the full rotation, so recorrects. And then, yeah, just working hard all the way to the end of these waves and showing some emotion here. Yeah. And then Imai just full tail release slide straight into a closeout blowtail.
Wow, two super different types of waves there, but both of the guys not missing a beat. You know, Jordy just feels like he is ready for whatever comes towards him. He's feeling so connected with his boards. There's so much variety in his surfing and his turns and what he's choosing to do on each section. And Imai just bringing that spark there. I love that first sort of kick tail. And then to be able to bring it around and you know, throw the tail again into that closeout section was so nice.
Jordy Smith calling up JS, got a monster 10, a few of them actually. 6'2½", 19 1/4, 2 5/8, 33.9 liters of volume in that surfboard. Has some bigger ones as well, 6'3". Jordy 6'3", 194 pounds or 88 kilos. And when Jordy calls, shapers are usually happy to make you boards, except for one crazy story, well, a fun one. After the whole ghost thing with Paisel and John Florence, Jordy laughed saying, I wanted to order some ghosts. And John Paisel's going, hang on. Because John, I think his perspective is like, I'm in this world title campaign with John Florence. He's not having a huge team. His roster is always really small. And so ultimately he said no.
Wow.
So Jordy's best friend, Damien Farrenfort, was like, I'll order him for you. So Duma got the Paisel Ghost for him, and then Jordy was able to try them that way. Ultimately, Jordy didn't really take them into competition. but I always thought that perspective was always unique for Jordy, going, hey, I want to try everything out that's out there to make sure I'm not missing anything from the world's best shapers, as we've got Imai snapping, punting. Wow, going for the big full road in the flats. That would have been a gigantic combination. His last wave was his best, a 5.73. Last of Jordy was his best, and the best number of the heat, a 6.83.
Yeah, well, Imai is just a point behind on both his waves, and that's going to be a fairly difficult thing to track down and to rein back in with 3 minutes to go, and just ridden a wave there, unsuccessful on the helicopter road. So yeah, he's going to be really up against it right now to try and take this one away from Jordy.
Let's check out the GWM recap. Now world number 4 in the live rankings going to town, Laura.
Yeah, this first wave was a 6.33 and a really nice way to kick off this heat. He's just finding those nice waves that are giving that pocket and variety, and a lot of turns, a lot of different types of surfing in turns, whereas Imai's waves have all been quite short. So Jordy just finding these long walls and just really going to town on them.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes those long waves that end in a 1 foot section don't score well, but he's been pushing so hard, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. And just a steady pace to all these waves. A really good rhythm to the maneuvers. He's connecting them really well. Plenty of speed through those transitions and just doing sensible surfing. He's not overcooking it. He knows that if he just gets to the finish on these waves, he's going to keep amassing points and building a steady scoreline.
And then Imai Kalani Duval finding some major sections, shorter rides, but just demoing those big sections. 5.5 and a 5.73. He's hoping for more of a link up as we pass the IC 2-minute warning. Imai under pressure, lost to Jordy at Bells. He's had a hard time with, well, both brothers in the Pupo family this year as well, with some of those elimination round losses. And now we're down to 90 seconds. Imai has been just scouring this lineup, catching a lot of waves.
Yeah, you'd have to think that last wave that Imai went incomplete on could have been up there in an 8-point ride. The combo like that, to be thinking like that at this point is good from Imai, to bring out that progression and, go into the flats and do something exciting and gnarly like that.
So true. I thought that would have been enough for sure. The impact of landing so hard. It was a big section. We saw what Marco Mignot did in that short space with a 2-turn combo that did go into the excellent range. But now 44 seconds on the clock. Imai under pressure with the cut looming. Far down on the rankings in the 30 zone, and he might be coming down to one big performance at Margaret River to surf a complete season. We keep talking complete season, but it's also for qualification for 2026 as well, with that really exciting announcement of things ending at the Pipe Masters next year. Even more incentive for Imai, knowing how great he is at Pipeline. 10 seconds to go, and Jordy Smith is just looking so solid this year. 18-year veteran of the championship tour, putting himself in a great position to climb up even further in the final 5. He goes back-to-back with wins over Imai from Bells to Burleigh, and will be surfing again into the round of 16. Wishing Imai best of luck, best of waves in West Oz, which will be the final stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. And Jords just showing off that veteran knowledge and skill set. And the sand bottom right-hander here at Burleigh. Great surfing from the South African. Things continue in Heat 14. We'll see Cole Hausman take on Brazil's João Chianca right after this. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, your ambition belongs here. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Round of 32 continues here with Cole Hausman taking on Joao Chianca. Haushi from San Clemente, California, who has lower trestles in his backyard. Joao Chianca from Saquarema. Both these guys get to go home on the championship tour. Not everybody has a home break that's a CT level wave, but it makes a lot of sense when they've got a wave as good as theirs at their home break to build their skill sets to qualify for the tour. So Haushi's seen so many big events in his backyard growing up in San Clemente. He's got a beach break he can walk to that can get really fun, can have some tubes on its day, and then it's a short ride on like a Fat Boy e-bike down to Lowers to go surf a world-class wave, as we've already got started. Here's Joao Chianca, Richie.
Yeah, Joao, just this fast energy style of approach that we're used to seeing from Joao. Starts to wrap a couple of nice turns. Just small scores though, just a 3.5 to kick things off. But I like the intent here. Just keep things moving, keep riding waves, because you never know if it's going to open up down the line.
The story of Joao Chianca is a big one in a short period of time, isn't it, Laura? Just for everything he's been through in the last few years.
Oh, yeah, and I can't wait to watch that doco that he's brought out or bringing out. And he's just had a huge, huge last 3 to 5 years, honestly, from getting on the tour and well, having those massive heats against John, those highlight heats, and falling off the world tour, and then, you know, qualifying and getting back here and just going from strength to strength, winning events, and, you know, being up in that top 5 to now being to getting that massive injury. Sorry, that was a huge part of his career.
And there's not many people that are effective in becoming a hero when they fall off tour, like Joao was in that rookie start. You know, from those insane battles he had with John, not just at Pipe, which was just amazing, but also at Bell's Beach in a superheat, where he became everyone's favorite surfer as he got sent back to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it was tough to watch, actually, and I'm sure it was tough for him to deal with, as we see the man up and riding quick in and out. You know, you put in these amazing performances, you push the best in the world at the time, you know, to the absolute limit, and you're getting 18 points in your scoreline, but you're not getting through heats.
Yeah.
And that's really frustrating. But, you know, he got pushed back onto the Challenger Series, did the work, came back, and right back where he belongs.
Yeah, and I remember that was when, you know, him and Sammy, they're best mates, and they both fell off together. But then, you know, that first Challenger Series event on the Gold Coast, Sammy won, and I think Joao went out first heat, you know, and it took him a while in the Challenger Series to kind of sort of let go of that frustration, as you were saying, Richie, and just go, I need to surf, I need to get this done. I can't hang on to what, you know, why I'm not there anymore. And yeah, so he's had a massive few transformational years.
Well, he knows he's emotional. He shares a lot of his story with us. You know, even in big wins, he'll shed some tears. You know, he's all heart. Yeah. Everything's going into becoming a world champion. And that's why that comeback was so celebrated. Falling off with some 18-plus totals, re-qualifying again, and then to finish number 4 in the world, straight into the WSL Final 5, where it was such a crazy turnaround, where all of that amazing surfing ended up on the right end of heats. A lot of heat wins. He even picked up his first major win in Portugal over Jack Robinson.
Yeah, that was an incredible event. Some big tube rides, gnarly beach rate conditions over there, and you know, Joao, he's a fierce competitor. You know, he's got some big moves on him, and to me, just probably the most expressive surfer we have on tour.
You're part of that big wave family, Laura, and you know, how would you sum up what Joao's big brother's done in the big wave scene over the last decade?
Yeah, Lucas has just been an absolute hero of the sport, honestly. And I think, you know, even when Joao had fallen off tour and he, you know, things weren't really going his way on the challenges, I think that's when Lucas took Joao and was like, let's go to Tahiti. Let's just bring this all back. Let's get absolutely pitted. And I remember he went to Tahiti, got some absolute crazy barrels, and, you know, I think, yeah, when you think of their family, you just think of, yeah, their names, that family is going down in sport history, and they're just so intensely amazing at what they do and can take surfing and big wave surfing to the next level over and over again.
Here comes Joao Chianca now, setting up his really lively forehand whip. He'll lay into that first turn, but he's got to get out of there. Cole Hausman looks at him, takes off because he's got priority. Throws a turn off the lip. Nice transition for Hauschie. And he'll lay down. So a little defensive play. But since Hauschie had right away, he'll put up a couple of backside turns. That'll be his best so far. He's got more volume in his surfboards than Jordy Smith because he's got about 30 more pounds on Jords, both about 6'3", as Joao's taken off up and out. Chianca on the CI program. Cole with Mayhem, so all California shapers going head-to-head once again. That's a great rivalry in the shaper stables. But yeah, for Cole too, man, what a rise to the podium that he had, already picking up a win as a rookie. As we look at Joao's form, Richie.
Yeah, just look at this hack, just digs into the face, but he was actually just putting the brakes on because Cole Hausman took off on this one. The big goofy footer from San Clemente connects with that first turn straight back up into the closeout section. And then did we actually see a bit of an appeal there from Cole? I think he wasn't overly happy with potentially how close that Joao came to him.
You definitely have to be careful when you don't have priority. And just a little messy sections for Joao to go up and down. Priority right back to Cole Hausman. So you can see how tough it is to really break down wave selection. You know, in these conditions, I think the last 4 heats or so, even actually the starting heat with Julian and Italo, you're just going to try to catch a lot of waves and see which ones hit the bank properly.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this, you know, for Joao, just kind of heading up the inside of Cole over and over and just trying to see if he can get something from deep and just obviously go for 2 big turns. And kind of felt like that last one, he forced the issue. It wasn't really space for those 2 turns there, but I think his plan is obviously to just keep rolling the dice and keep trying and just look how many waves he's caught. 7 waves already.
So quick, but 20 and a half to go. Very important heat once again for the mid-season cut, which is at the next stop of the season in Western Australia. Cole Hausman had his breakthrough performance this year in El Salvador. Ended up making it to the semifinals, went down to Jordy Smith. Since then, he's dropped a little bit. He's down to 16 in the world. Right behind his good friend, Griffin Colapinto. Marco's coming for him as he had a big heat win today over George Pitar. As we flip it, we see Joao Chianca behind the cut line as this year's wild card call-up to the tour due to that scary injury he had at Pipeline. Still looking to have that breakaway result this season.
Yeah, totally. I mean, he came back from the tour and then, you know, with an amazing result at El Salvador. And then this year, he just hasn't been able to break through this round or into the quarterfinals. So, you know, he's looking for a big result. This is just so close down here. It's splitting heats and hairs, and it's going to shift so much within the next event.
Gosh, some big names on the wrong side of the cut and even out of the event already. As we look at Cole Hausman, connects well. Second turn, he's got to recover the rail line and then cleans it up again with a nice clean snap off the lip. Will finish in the foam. And Joao holds back on the wave behind him. And Cole might be doing a lap on the Red Bull ski here with 19 on the clock. So Joao's just been fishing, gave Cole priority, and Cole swung into a nice little flow on a series of backside turns. Hauschie got a 4-point on his way before, Richie.
Yeah, it's not a bad score given the conditions and what we've seen in the last few heats. This next one will be better again because he did 3 turns. Let's break it down here. So just straight away punches the lip, comes around again with a carve this time, and then the third one, there was a bit more in that. He got that tail release. Little mini slide, but kept it, you know, right in control. So 4.93.
Slowly building is Cole Hausman. Joao Chianca now with priority, needing a 5.43. So yeah, Cole's had a tough time with the round of 32 this year. He's got a few 17ths. Got one at Bells as a defending champ. Had 17th points in the pool in Abu Dhabi and also a 17th at Pipe. But he's got a lot of power on that backhand attack, and he's very agile for his size. He can really make it smooth and then really just drill the lip to pieces when he lines it up. One of the best rookie starts we've seen in a while. And now we'll see Joao Chianca dig in. Nice speed turn. It's already guttering out, messy section. He's still trying to get the credit for it. And that one making him hard to prove that he had control. It's like the lip falls out, the wave almost disappears for any sort of landing gear on this shallow bank, Laura.
Yeah, this low tide is looking really tricky. You can see just the waves churning and just dropping out, and you've just got to be on, I think. And I feel like Joao there, you know, he put all of his energy into that first turn. It almost feels like he just tried to safety turn and just finish that second one. And so, yeah, big hit there, and then just kind of went to float here, but kind of hit it a bit awkwardly and couldn't really project out of that turn. So that'll be a no-make there for Joao. So just unfortunately not being able to find and connect with these sections the way I'm sure he'd want to right now.
Scrappy heat continues. You know, at the CT level, when you're comparing 3s and 4s, you know how difficult it is to move up into the X-zone range. Last score in for Joao, 3-1-0, chasing a 5.43, and he rolls in again. And not interested. So he's taking a look at everything, looking for a way to take the lead off Cole Hauschman as he's hunting out there at Burleigh Heads. We've got Vaughn Blanky hanging out with one of our favorite partners over with BioGlen.
Well, we're down here at the BioGlen activation. BioGlen, of course, the official vitamin partner of the WSL and the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. I'm here with Abby. And Abby, mate, help me out, BioGlen, right? Sometimes when I watch surfing, I just fizz out so badly that I can't even sleep at night. Does BioGlen have something that can help me ease into a good night's sleep?
Absolutely. We have something for everyone. So for sleep specifically, we have our magnesium deep sleep powder. You might have seen it on the WSL ads. Helps you get to sleep and stay asleep. So 2 in 1.
That sounds great. Okay, what about if I'm watching so many close heats in the row but I just feel sick in the guts?
Sick in the Guts Probiotics. We're Australia's highest ranked probiotic brand. Range of probiotics from everyday, antibiotics, women specific. We've got it all. So, yeah.
That's great. But overall, what you're looking for from BioGlen is just a daily routine that makes you feel really good no matter what's going on. One last question. Tom Carroll is an ambassador for you guys. Have you got anything for hair loss? Because we've got the same barber at the moment.
Nothing for hair loss.
Damn it!
I'd have to go somewhere else for that one.
Okay. But overall, all you need to do is get on the program and you've got a really good sense of how you're going each day.
Yes, absolutely. We have something for everyone, any health need, from digestive, muscles, bones, heart. So come and say hi.
Fantastic. And don't forget, folks, you can check out the BioGlen top 5 from the best of the action today in the post-show.
Well done, Vaughn. Oh my gosh, that was just the best thing I've ever seen in my life. You want to hang out with Vaughn if you get the chance. If you've never met him before, follow him, Vaughn Deadly on Instagram. If you want to see him perform as a rock star, Goons of Doom, you should listen to his podcast as well, Ain't That Swell, and giving us a lot of tips there.
Honestly, the Academy Award goes. That was great.
Gosh, well, everyone has had sleepless nights. We were talking about that with Julian this morning, how he always has a tough time when he's got a big heat. But sometimes that goes with us, too, as commentators. You can get so fired up. All of a sudden, you're just flipping upside down in your bed. Can't wait for the day to start. So we're going to go check out the BioGlen crew.
So good. I know I tried out the magnesium and creatine, which is really good. So I'm trying to run randomly.
Yeah, you're starting to run. That is awesome,
Running
Laura.
up the hill, late to work.
Of course. It's a great idea. Big wave training. I want to get Laura back on tour next year. So join the movement, the hashtag, Let's Go Laura, and let's see her make a good run through the QS and Challengers. You deserve some wild cards too. So let's just keep putting that out there in the universe.
Thanks, Joey. No, it's been so cool seeing Julian do what he's doing. You know, even just seeing his energy, it's just a different version of who he once was, rolling down with his 3 little grommies. You know, they're they're just so excited to watch him surf, and he's just looking so refreshed and just having a blast, you know.
I totally agree. Inspiring comeback from Julian Wilson. A really tough trials run, still running, taking out world number 1. At the moment, it's Cole Hausman leading a scrappy one with Joao Cianca, just looking at 3s and 4s. Let's see if that changes in the back end of Heat 14. What a great view this is. Gold Coast, Queensland flight cam showing this entire setup of the iconic Burleigh Heads, where we've seen some huge clashes in professional surfing and even the first events they had back here in 1965. That's back when the Board Riders Club kicked off. They started surfing through the inside originally back in the late 20s and 30s. Started surfing up the point, out the back at the Cove and Sharkies. That's where Lobby likes to hang out. Local boy Liam O'Brien has a huge clash coming up next. But they came out to back that wonderful head and that great haircut. It looks so similar to the great MR. He's coming up next. He's going to have the fans behind him on this wet Friday. Couple of big connections from Joao Cianca. He has been working so hard to find some moments like that. He will celebrate the feeling of just being able to light up a couple of big turns and get right into this heat with Cole Hausman.
Yeah, that was the first wave where Joao just really connected, got some power into the turn, sunk the rail, and this will be, without a doubt, his best score. Let's check the replay. So scrapping into it, had to paddle hard, drops straight down, and gets into this first turn. Bit of a two-stage wrap, and this final moment here, just blasting through the lip, projects out.
Just had to hang on here, pushing through.
And then ends up finding his feet there. So Joao Cianca working hard for those big hangers there. Cole Hausman right behind him, really stuck in those 4 Rangers. Another 4.2 for Cole. And expecting the best score to come for Joao Cianca. Put so much into every single turn. Jumped on Channel Island surfboards immediately when he was really making a run on the Challenger Series. Was really grateful for that partnership that's grown in such a positive way. Really understands his equipment really well. And Britt's always impressed with how much surfboard knowledge that Joao has. Waiting for that number to come through with 8:50 on the clock now, Laura.
Yeah, well, you could just tell when Joao took off in that wave that he was like, this is, you know, the most clean, big wall that I've actually had this whole entire heat. You know, that was his 11th shot at catching a wave. And so, I mean, the last 20 minutes, he's just been rolling the dice, hasn't, you know, clocked in more than a 3.5. So he's been giving it his all, but that's going to be a turning point, and it was a much-needed wave by Joao.
The judge is still thinking about that one as Cole's sitting with priority. We mentioned Joao Cianca being so close to Sammy Pupo Also, Mateus Herdy. That's a little 3-pack coming out of Brazil. Mateus has come so close to qualifying. We've seen him with some wild card opportunities, even recently in Abu Dhabi this year. They all have the same Drake tattoo to just seal the deal as one of the most aggressive packs in pro surfing. Last of Joao again, Laura.
Oh, wow, no, this is another wave. So this is, he must have picked this up on the way back out.
No.
Oh, unfortunately. Oh, so that was second to last wave. So he's rolled the dice on that before, so that was a missed opportunity on that wave. And we're still waiting for that last score to come in as Cole going down there. This is going to be an exciting last 5 minutes. These two are just, you know, it's anyone's game right now, but still waiting for that last score to roll in of Joao's.
Not that real clean type of approach today for waves. It's just dumpy. Waves that staying flat on the bank, some that are cupping out so aggressively it's hard to hold your line. And with all that hard work from Chianca, he turns in a 6.0 to finally turn the heat on Cole. Hausman down to second with 7 minutes on the clock. Let's now catch up with Jordy Smith with Von Blakey.
Jordy, congratulations, mate. Another little session at Burleigh Point. Sort of like high sixes, a little bit frustrating, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I like the waves today. I'll just start there. And then I had a good start to the heat, but I just did it, the bottom fell out on my second turn on the one wave. I thought that would have been in the mid-5, maybe a 6 range. And that would have been like that little confidence ball rolling sort of thing. Yeah, Ima kind of took a few little duds, and then I got my 6.3, 6.17, I think. That kind of played a big part, and then I think he got a 5.5. So we were all kind of within the same kind of striking distance, but it was really this guy, the better backup waves. And yeah, it was just kind of a little bit of a grindy heat, but stoked. I'll take it.
Yeah, man. And we were saying before, you know, like when you're paddling out, you're looking into these little grinders, but knowing whether to take a chance and get in there and have a crack at one is a real tough decision.
Yeah, it is a bit of a mind boggle because your soul and your frothing the surfer and you're telling you, oh, you got to go, you got to try this thing, you know, and then at least don't give it to your competitor. So I had to look at a few of those that were just a little too slurpy and grindy for me. And yeah, I don't know, there's waves, so I'm just stoked.
Mate, it looks to me like you're just cruising at the moment, like you're just surfing at home sort of vibes. Looks like you got plenty in the tank though.
Well, I don't know, I'm trying my best.
I'm not saying not trying, but you know, it seems like you got plenty in the tank. You haven't had a real open face to just let loose on you.
Yeah, that's it. It's been weird because every free surf I've gone out for, I've been finding these good little waves that I'm just able to open up on. So I'm really hoping that when I get my heat next, I can find that wave again and yeah, just open up and get some big points.
We're looking forward to that too, mate.
Thanks, bro.
Good times there with Vaughn and Jordy. Jordy saying, yeah, I'm working hard, I'm pushing, and he certainly was. That was not the easiest read, but I think for Jordy, he's just happy that there's waves where he can keep surfing. He doesn't want to sit quiet. He wants a lot of opportunity. He got it in that last victory over Imai. And Jordy's moved up to number 4 in the world, as everyone's tracking this year for the South African to see if he can get it done. And what a statement that would be. You win a world title in your 18th year on tour.
Oh, that'd be awesome, honestly. So cool. No, it just reminds me as well of, you know, Miggy just going at it for so many years, and he got that amazing win at Chopes after, 10 years on tour, and for Jordy, it's a whole other kettle of fish, 18 years, and here's the heat recap.
That's right, brought to you by GWM. We've got Joao Chianca, who hasn't really even sat on his surfboard at all in this heat. His wave count's off the page, but he finally surfed his way into a 6. Cole, though, led for the majority of the matchup with his 4s.
Yeah, just some solid surfing on the backhand, way more selective with his choice. Perhaps just looking for that space to put that backhand surfing on display. And Joao, this is where he really got back into the heat. This 2-hit combination just really pounding that final section. Dropped the 6, and that is really the difference in this heat at the moment, is this one scoring ride. 3 minutes to go, so these guys are going to really have to dig in deep in these last final minutes. Looks like we've got Joao up again.
Lighting up the first section, picks his rail back up, a lot of foam on the face, but still can just knife it back into the pocket. Nice little slash off the top, punching out the white water. Good pace for Chianca's. Found his rhythm. Throws the fin ditch. Doesn't recover. Incomplete on the final turn. But I think he did enough for me to get rid of that 3.5.
Yeah, that was a wild wave. You know, it kind of just kept growing and growing. It looked like it was done. And then, you know, Joao jumped over onto that next section. It just gave him these bonus sections there. So at the start, I was thinking, hey, Cole might have, you know, sold him into a bit of a dud here, a bit of a lemon, but I think he's definitely up to score.
Joao Chianca representing his country in the Olympic Games last year. After that horrifying injury at Pipeline, Tahiti was just maxed out with a scary west swell and had one of the heats of the event in the Olympics with Ramsey Bukiam. Joao just getting on top of Rams in that one as we look at Chianca's last wave, Richie.
Yeah, straight into the action here. Quick snap to start off, a wrap. Real foamy face to this thing, but Joao just cutting through it nicely. Just pounds that little foamy section and then gets the tail release on that final rebound, but just doesn't quite ride out of it. But still some busy work, and I think you're right. He will replace that 3.5, and I think he has.
4.2 for Joao Chianca, really earning that number. You saw that first part of the wave, and you're kind of going, wow, this wave doesn't have anything on it, and just grew down the line with his intensity.
Totally. Yeah, I think that was like probably the most connected that he's been on a wave. Once it got through that foamy section, he was able to really tee off on those final two. Unfortunately, didn't push through that final section, which would have probably pushed it up and made Cole's requirement a fair bit higher.
A lot of great supporters for Joao Chianca on tour. Cole Hausman with a ton of support from the San Clemente contingent, all the Californians as well backing him in this one. And a guy that came close to Rookie of the Year last year, just fell just short to one of his best friends, Crosby Colapinto. Showed how dangerous he can be in a moment's notice when he went back-to-back on the CS, but now let's see how clutch he can be with a minute to go. Cole surfing for a 5.28 here. Setting up the wall. Great car, but starting to bottom out. Lights up the lip line. The Goofy's going to town there. Another big power hack for Hausman. He's got to pick up the pace to get a finish. It's going to shut him down.
Oh, wow.
But he's shown the judges that he is feeling it. He hasn't broke away into the fives yet all heat. Was that the one that'll make the difference?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's right there. Some great surfing from Cole Hausman on the backhand. Just through that middle section, really got to wind up. But here we go, Joao. This is going to count.
Joao with 15 on the clock. Doesn't want to have any question marks. Wondering what Cole did. He surfed his way into a big bowling section. Rock and roll floats. Joao lays down the rail. Nice pace. Timing, end section. Crushes in. Joao Chianca has found the pace and rhythm here at Burleigh Heads, and he certainly had to earn it. Catching so many waves. He found his keepers once he got into the 13 wave, 14 wave mark, and then he finishes on his feet. Wow. Let's go to Cole's wave first, Laura.
Yeah, wow, this one just, it wasn't looking like much at the start, but then it bowled up, and Cole had been sleepy the last little bit. He's not been getting too much, but this is where it stood up, and he got to tee off and really go to town, do that surfing that we know from Cole. So just the 3 turns there, wasn't able to get that finish that he was obviously looking for, but oh, it's going to be so close. You look back to that 4.93, and you got to say that one felt cleaner. It felt like he got, more connected. So you'd have to say you're thinking it's going up to into the 6-point range. And here we go, reach that last wave, Joao.
Yeah, so Joao was way back up the point here. Just off the skis, just whipped straight into this little nugget, and then down the line. He had to do so much work. Big, long floater there, comes around this section. Carving cutback. And then he just searches for this final moment where he just does this layback hack, navigates through that tricky section. So Joao really only looking to better that 4.2. Hypothetically, he puts a point on that. That makes the requirement for Cole go up to six and a bit. So yeah, the judges have got some work here.
Yeah, this is going to be so close. I would say if Joao didn't get that last wave, then you'd have to say the nod would go to Cole. But like you said, Rich, I feel like that last wave, Joao, if he'd been able to connect to that last section a little bit cleaner, he could have really put.
Okay. So last score in for Cole Hauschman, 5.5, did get the lead, and now it's coming down to the last wave for Cianca, only left chasing a 4.43.
Yeah, look, my feelings are that I think it will be the number, the 4.43. I think he may have done enough just. But man, there's been so many waves ridden, it's hard to actually go back and reflect on the scores and the numbers they were dropping.
Scores coming in for Cianca, and he gets it. 4.93. The man who's behind the cut is always going to be emotional in that celebration. He's fallen off the cut. He survived it and finished 4th in the world. This is still another great comeback for Cianca. Britt Merrick and the CI crew love the energy. Pinga there, the famous manager from Brazil, proud of Joao Cianca for not giving up. And on the other side of that, Cole having a tough loss right on the buzzer.
That was a real scrappy affair, that one. And wow, could have gone either way right to the end.
So Joao Cianca keeps it alive to try to get on the right side of the mid-season cut as he moves on into the round of 16. Up next, Griffin Colapinto takes on local hero Liam O'Brien. Will bring in Ronnie and Flick for the call.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I am a professional surfer. I live here on the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast represents a lifestyle that is very laid back. There's world-class surf. It's home. This is the place I was talking about. There's so much to do with a lot of like-minded people. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, setting out for the rest of the day in the hills or doing some shopping, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Right here on the Gold Coast is definitely much more tropical than people think. It's such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. Wow, this looks so cool. So stunning. Beautiful view, my goodness. Look at the cliffs over there too. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world. Cheers, girls. Amazing day. What a day. To the Gold Coast and to good friends.
Just like Stephanie Gilmore, we love our time here on the coast for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and this is what we've got to look forward to, the Hydrolite heat to watch for this morning. Griffin Colapinto who's just come charging up the Championship Tour ranks, going up against the local boy, Liam O'Brien, and the crowd. They've turned out and forced to get behind Lobby. It should be a fantastic clash here. For the call, Ronnie Blakey alongside Big Wave Charger, podcast superstar.
Stop it.
Felicity Parmentier. Flick, what do you see going down here? Because Griff has tapped back into the form that took him into the finals last year, but Lobby always looks deadly on this point.
Yeah, we were debating this last night on the post show, right? You know, who has the advantage here? I feel like obviously this is a hydrolyte heat to watch. It's incredible, right? The form that Griff's, you know, finally tapping into this year, coming up against Lobby, who obviously the local kid, he's spent undeniable the most time out here than anyone else. So much experience, knows this wave at any different face, and I think today, when it's tricky like this, he's going to have the upper hand, and here he goes.
So this was during the break. Here's the Bonsoy replay of the opening exchange. Liam climbing up over that final section and turning in a 5.67.
Yeah, back to what I was saying, I just feel, you know, it's easy to rock up to a wave when it's pumping and everyone sort of figures it out because it's absolutely epic. When it's got different faces like this, it's changing on the tide. Even last night we were talking about on the post show, you know, Burleigh is forever changing with the rock break, where it moves when it goes low, you know, it shifts out. When it comes high, it moves in on the rock break. It's just got so many different faces. Today it's jumbled, it's messy. Who has experience out here when it's like this? Lobby.
Exactly, you know, and I think for some of the other competitors, you know, investing too much in what those conditions might do after what they've seen through the past few days, and obviously the start of the event, it can kind of be dangerous. Julian Wilson spoke about rocking up late and not having an expectation of the conditions and how that maybe worked in his favour. But Liam O'Brien taking the quick edge. On the outside, though, without priority, we got Griffin Colapinto, who talked up, you know, his form and feeling pretty good going through the opening stages of the season. Although he was just tripping up all over the place, he came to life down at Bells. He looked like an event winner. He got bumped in the semis, but he jumped an incredible 14 places on the rankings.
Yeah, I think, you know, even on the opposite of that, you know, I was talking up Lobby, you can't not talk up Griff. Just, you know, the jump on the seat as we see live, just Lobby going to town.
Yeah, Lobby looking to just take control after the first couple of rides here, bashing this one through to the inside. Couple of really clean hits. You can hear the Burleigh Board Riders clan, his family and friends getting down here to get behind him. And he gets a solid finish there on the end of that one. It's a classic head. And they're loving it. Burleigh Board Riders, one of the longest running clubs in the country. And they've been good to Liam O'Brien, really just solidifying a competitive spirit in him. And you don't often see him bare his teeth. He's a kind of an undercover competitive animal, but he really laid into that last wave. Here's the replay at Griffin. Huge first turn.
Yeah, this is massive. This is going to be a great score. I mean, 2 big belts on 2 big sections. Just tapping into the form that we saw at Bells. So he just felt like he was coming into his own again. He was letting it happen and letting it play out how it was supposed to. And I mean, already great score. The interesting thing to know, you know, I mean, this is just 2 big turns, right? And he's going to fetch a great score for this. On the opposite, up the point, I mean, there was some serious distance between these two. I noticed Griff took off on this one, like, positioned so, you know, wide on the bank, whereas Liam was up in the cove almost when he took off on this one. So different positioning, big jab in the top of the wave there, followed by a second one. This one, you know, it had longevity. It had, you know, just that sort of, he picked off a little sidewinder. He gets this little finish here. I mean, he wasn't done yet too. There's more work to be done for Liam. You can hear everyone on the hill just going crazy for that. I mean, this is already off to a great start, this heat. That first turn, just the carve into the tail release, the slide there. I mean, this is going to be so sick to watch this score unload. I mean, the 1-2 between Griff and Liam, it's already shaping up to be a sick heat, Ronnie.
It is. It sure is. 2 surfers that keep their rails clean. Their timing's always spot on. You know, Liam O'Brien, Richie Lovett's been commenting about Liam this year and sort of said at different stages he felt that Liam's surfing's a little underappreciated by the panel, and it'd be easy for someone to get salty about that, but it looks like Liam's gone, okay, there's something more I've got to give the panel, and he did it on that last ride. 9.1, and he has taken early control here, and he's up again for a second. 5.67, backed it up with a 9.1. And we've got a great heat on our hands, but I just like the venom in the strike from Liam that we're seeing today.
Wow, I just think local knowledge prevailing. Right up in the cove there, picked a gem and then absolutely destroyed it. I think, you know, I saw Griff took off and he got the 7, right? I mean, 6 surfing, 2 turns and it fetched a 7. It's great, right? It's going to be good for his confidence. And I mean, it's just cool because Liam took off straight away behind him up the point. Didn't get a chance to hear that Griff had already dropped the 7 and just went bang straight into it. I think just the way that played out, it played out well for Liam. You know, when you hear your opponent's dropped a really big score and you haven't got one yet, it kind of can play sort of mind games. So the fact that he just got an early start too, we've really got a heat on our hands right now. And, you know, on the opposite, you know, Liam's dropped the 9-1, but Griff's going to be feeling bloody good too because he's dropped the 7 just for 2 hits. So what's going to happen if he gets a sort of a longer wave?
Well, Griff, he's had some big championship tour wins, 5 career wins now, featured in the final 5 a couple of times, finished third both years. Liam O'Brien counts a couple of semi-final finishes as his best results on the CT. The interesting thing, though, about these two is even though 2023 was Liam O'Brien's best year, he finished 17th. He would have gone a lot higher on the rankings if it wasn't for Griff and Colapinto, who beat him 4 times that season. Griff's never lost a heat to Liam O'Brien. And by the looks of it, he doesn't plan on dropping one now. Lays into a couple of big hits of his own.
Hey.
He needs a 7.78, though. And the 9.1, that's the high water mark. That was on another level, that surfing. Griff, a couple of times now, he's found big sections to lay into, but not with the same room to move. As we saw Liam O'Brien using that local knowledge to good effect, as you pointed out. What a heat.
This is such a good heat. I mean, the last wave of Griff, he's just trying to get something on the board. He's chasing a 7.78. You know, do I think he's going to get the score? There were 3 good turns. He had some variety there. And you could see that Liam was looking at that one too. I mean, it was a really nice looking wave when it came in. Liam was sort of asking the question of Griff, like, are you going this or not, you know? Let's break it down. So just nice arcing turn there. It's the next couple that I really liked. Up into the lip. Just that fin release, just so quick and jabby. And then just the awareness to be like, let's mix it up. Let's throw the layback in there. He's obviously feeling it. He's definitely tapped into that. You know what, though? I was going to say he's tapped into that form. All year, he has been surfing good. He's just come up against, you know, opponents that have put together clutch performances. I think I thought that the whole year. It's not to lack of, you look at his heat totals throughout the year, it's not to lack of him not surfing well. It's just unfortunate his opponent has been so good.
Yeah, he got on kind of a more familiar track down at Bells Beach. He looks so strong. Lost out to a really close heat with Jack Robinson, and yeah, he sort of seemed destined for the final again down there, and it really was a clash that could have gone either way. Griff just a little bit cleaner with his hits on the lip even, but a bit more sting in his approach at Bells this year as opposed to last year.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. I think just going up into the lip more, where Bells you can be forced to go out in that open face carve, he just looked so acute, I guess, and tight in the pocket, the way he sort of springs out of the lip. I mean, we saw it on the 7 as well. It was a perfect demonstration of that. But kind of looks like the guys they've still got a bit of space between them. Liam obviously opting to sit more up towards the point.
Liam looks completely unfazed at this point. That's the benefit of the 9.1, but he's gone just back to where he tapped into that ride. So he obviously has a really clear understanding of what waves he's after out here. 16.5 minutes to go. And just breezing past Cole Houshman in that last round, Joel Chianca Vaughan.
Joel, we saw by your reaction on the rocks just how much that heat meant to you, man. That was a huge relief, but also a big celebration.
Yeah, I mean, just small steps, you know. we give ourselves so much. We give so much from ourselves during the week and the lay days and all the hard work that we put in. I mean, it's just, it really comes down to a wire. Like now we are here, it's stop number 6. So like, I mean, like things move so fast. And yeah, I mean, like just baby steps. I woke up this morning, never checked my phone, had a nice read and came here, like stretch and had my warm-up session. Told myself like, oh, don't go on the phone, it's unnecessary. There's nothing there like that you need to see or like need to check that needs more of your attention than the heat coming up. So yeah, just baby steps, baby victories for yourself. And I mean, it feels great when you put it together like this. The heat wasn't going my way. It was just a time in the water that like I was just, it was just, things was just a little bit messed up. I was trying to figure it out, the lineup, the best way I could, and I was just finding like some hard spaces. And well, when I clicked into that 6, that gave me sort of a confidence, and I said like, oh, this heat is still wide open, you know. And I mean, just the most important thing is just the baby steps, the baby victories that you do and commit to yourself when you do like the little actions, the baby actions day by day, and like action by action, like just little by little, you when you see your mental, it's really strong. So that's what I mean.
That's cool, man. And yeah, I love that actually, because, you know, when you win a tricky heat like that, you can actually take so much confidence out of that, because as you were saying, you know, the conditions are tricky. It was a tough heat, but you get it done, and then maybe in the next heat you can really open up, use all those baby steps to put on a really strong performance.
Yeah, and that's what I want. I mean, like we come from a long way, and we come from like definitely some challenges during last year. So yeah, we are ready for this, and just embrace everything that life throws at you, and embrace with a smile, embrace with health, embrace with positivity. So yeah, can't wait for the next heat. So
we look forward to seeing you out there, mate.
Thank you.
Joe Achianka on the live rankings has climbed above the cut line already, 2 places into 21st. As out the back, we've got live action. Liam O'Brien trying to replace a 5.67 to really put some pressure on Griffin. He tucks into the pit, but gets swamped by the lip as that wave clamps up. 13 minutes to go. O'Brien still out in front, and Griffin Colapinto chasing a 7.78 as Liam makes his way into the ski here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll update you on the scores. On the other side, Liam O'Brien leads Griffin Colapinto.
Burleigh Board Riders Club for the 60th year. The main goal is just to foster the next generation.
We run a lot of charity events and the money goes back into the junior development. Really cool to see over the years it kind of developed into one of the strongest clubs in Australia.
I've been in the Burleigh Board Riders since I was a little kid. I was part of that junior development program. Essentially, it's sort of some funds to go toward training, help get to comps, mentorship, some coaching with local coaches.
From grommets to people in their 60s, everyone just gets along. Having consistent coaching is epic, but having all those grommets together, consistently pushing each other day in, day out, that's when the results really come.
Like a group once a week, they all catch up and helps maintain their friendship and involvement in the club, and they get to surf and improve.
Sick to have all your friends around surfing every Thursday morning. It definitely pushes your surfing, especially when doing drills that involve surfing against each other.
Some amazing people in it, people that you can look up to. It's a great wave to be able to surf with no one out.
The World Tour event going to Burleigh, it's been a long time.
It's like a natural amphitheatre. You can sort of post up on the hill and get a good view of it all. It'll be pretty cool watching all the world's best out there.
Definitely a big crowd of the local community and the board riders down here. The surfing level is going to be crazy.
Big thanks to the Burleigh Board Riders Club for hosting us so well. They were the national champions in 2024. Thomas Woods, Jay Thompson, Tom Whitpain, Isla Huppert getting the Burleigh Board Riders Club that national title in front of a huge crowd down here. It was massive, but they are also absolutely loving the opportunity to watch their hometown hero, their representative on the CT, Liam O'Brien, do his thing. And Liam, he started this heat so well, 5.67, and then got this 9.1. How's the crowd reaction, Flick?
I mean, look at those signs. There's so many lobby heads. That's all Burleigh Board Riders, all the groms. Just absolutely stoked to watch Lobby do his thing on his home break. And obviously, you see all those groms in the foreground. They look up to Lobby for, you know, so many years. Look to him on the championship tour, and now they get to watch him do it on their home break here at Burleigh, so that is pretty special.
Oh, it's huge for your local town, your Board Riders Club, when you have a representative on the championship tour. For Vaughan and I, when we were kids, part of New Brighton Board Riders, Jeremy Biles was competing on the championship tour, and we just worshipped him. Used to throw us a few stickers, sell us tail pads to fund his campaigns on the championship tour. But here we go. Liam O'Brien's up again. He's been trying really hard to back up that big 9.1 to really put the heat on one of the title campaigners. And he's loading up for the big finish here. Huge float, climbs the roof, stomps to finish. That should see the 5.67 thrown to the trash bag and replaced with something a little stronger.
Wow. Oh my goodness, it just keeps getting better. He's Reed, obviously.
Can you hear that chant?
Lobby!
He is a very humble, quiet achiever on the championship tour, but his surfing is respected by all the best on the CT. They know that if he comes to life, he's going to be a difficult draw. Griffin would be aware of that. He's going to be pushed now. He's had some great waves himself in this heat, but that one might make things a little more interesting. 7 minutes to go here. You competed amongst the crew in the Burleigh Board Riders for a couple of years there, Flick, and Lobby was just a grom then. How's his evolution been?
Oh, insane, right? I mean, he's always been a talented surfer, but he just comes into his own on a point break, right? I mean, right now, just what we're watching is just a masterclass on how to surf Burleigh, and he is literally putting those nails one by one in the coffin, and it is looking pretty deadly right now. I mean, he's making this job incredibly difficult for Griff right now. Griff would have known this would have been a hard matchup, but look at the pivot. Look at the pivot, look at the read. But that was a very hard section to hit, to get so tight and so whippy in the pocket. Just the redirect, I think, on his bottom turns to really position so that he can get so tight in the pocket. That's where it's at. His read is second to none. Even this, I mean, that is warped out. The timing of this, most crew are getting stuck. He just rides out straight in front, you know. You got to think, though, how many times has he come across that section with that warble, the lump, the bump, and just has full heat control now, improved on that situation.
Yeah, 6.87. And the feeling was that Griffin was going to be chasing an excellent score. He's after an 8.98. He made that monster charge up the rankings after a third-place finish, Griff. He wants to continue that momentum. He's really knocking on the door of the top 10 if he can survive this heat. Up into 14th position, jumped 12 spots. Liam O'Brien, on the other hand, 24th place on the rankings coming into this event. And with a bit of space on the rankings above him, he can also get himself above the cut line heading into stop number 7. The Margaret River Pro is up next. Lob making his way in toward the ski here. He's going to get back out the back. Griffin Colapinto just kicked off a wave, looking to really tap into a quality one on the outside.
Wow.
Liam's positioning's been interesting in this heat, sitting deeper than I think any other competitor in the draw today.
Completely. It was my first takeaway. As soon as we had that long shot, you know, looking up the point, and there was this, you know, you could just see where Griff was positioned. And Liam, he wasn't quite in the cove, but he was right up there. That's where he got that 9.10 from. But you've got to expect that his read is going to be the best. It has been. He's picked the eyes out of it. It's been incredible. It's been incredible to watch. And you know, that next heat, Kanoa and Ian Gavea are taking notes right now.
Griff, he's got some energy rolling his way at the moment. Hasn't picked up on anything just yet. Really needs to make this next wave count. It might be his only shot at it. You know, going into this exchange, I mentioned the head-to-head history, 5 previous matchups, all won by Griffin Colapinto. And this is the replay of Lobby's last ride.
Yeah, just once again, beautiful demonstration here. It's the little redirect for me after each turn, just back into the source, because it just positions him in such a good place to really go straight up into the lip. The pace for me is incredible. The read, he's looking so connected.
Yeah, 6.37 for that one. 3.5 minutes to go, so the requirement's the same, 8.98. Vaughan is in the pack with the Burleigh board riders, and Vaughan, they've been making plenty of noise. The big chant's been going loud.
Yeah, they're starting to dream. They're starting to dare to dream right here. I think Burleigh Heads has just been renamed Lobby League. Hey, Chan.
Yeah, bro.
Mate, years ago, a guy from Burleigh came here in the trial, surfed all the way to the win. Can it happen again? I mean, Lobby's on tour, obviously.
Yeah, he's going. What do you reckon, boy? He's going.
What do you reckon?
That's the most articulate I've ever heard, champ. Didn't even get a word out of him.
So fired up down there, so fired up. Love to see it. I love the passion. I love it. And the effort, the big cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, Vaughan was referring to Peter Harris in 1980. But Lobby, a full-time campaigner on the championship tour, trying to get his first head-to-head clash win over Griffin Colapinto. And just on that flick, I wanted to talk about that kind of history. I think you can lose to someone a couple of times and not pay too much mind to the history. But when someone's got a 5-0 record over you, surely there's some psychological damage.
Without a doubt, everyone keeps score. Everyone knows. Like, it's no secrets, right? It sort of will eat away at you. And I think right now, you know, if Liam maintains on, I mean, there's only less than 2 mins, right? You've got to be thinking he's in a good position. He's got priority now too. But, yeah, oh, actually, here we go. Griff's going to get a roll of the dice here.
Well, let's see what he can do. This guy has had some of the biggest individual turns in competition for massive scores. He's loading up for something huge. There's the ramp. It doesn't click the way he would have liked. And Liam O'Brien well and truly in control now. Likely Liam will move down the line. He just focuses on his own surfing and rips into a nice carve, drawing it right into the bowl. Great combination once again. Not sure it'll better the 6.87. But here's a man just on a mission to get it done for his Board Riders Club, for his local town, and for himself. He wants to stay on this CT. He deserves to be there. 45 seconds to go. What kind of wizardry can Griffin summon here? I mean, in some ways, Liam O'Brien didn't need to catch that wave. He could have controlled the takeoff zone here.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Liam's he's given him a lot of space. Liam had his plan and he knew where he wanted to sit, and he wasn't going to let Griff's idea get into his head. You know, I like it. He's stick to his guns right now, and it's obviously paid off.
Yeah, it's over. Liam O'Brien making his way in. No set waves approaching the lineup at the moment. As he makes his way in, listen to this crowd lift and cheer the local boy. A massive victory, his first head-to-head win over Griffin Colapinto, and a really important win in the context of his season. Wants to relieve some stress on himself heading into that next event, and on the live ladder, he'll be jumping closer and closer to the inside of that cut line if he hasn't already.
Oh, yeah, this is super, super important for him. I mean, it's hard for Griff this moment too. I mean, obviously Griff's jumped up, you know, 12 places after Bells, but Margie's is getting tighter and tighter, you know, this just, oh, wow.
It's intense, yeah, that's his 4th 17th this year. So, you know, just to get to the final 5 now, Griffin Colapinto has to catch fire in the back half of the season. What a performance from the local boy. We're going to take a quick break. One more heat here in the round of 32. Japan's Kanoa Igarashi will take on Brazil's Ian Gouveia.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Polarized, anchored in style under $50. By Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL. And by Coastal Property Agents, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
What a way to finish the round of 32. Heat 15 was an absolute show. Kanoa Igarashi, Ian Gouveia fighting for that last place in the round of 16. Kanoa coming off a 2nd place finish down at Bells Beach. Ian Gouveia wanting to tap into the form that saw him through to the semi-finals at the Pipe Pro in the first event of the year. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Palmatier. Fleck, love to see it. The conditions look like they've really started to turn on. And here we go. The Brazilian's going to get things started here. Nice big float. Wow, almost upside down as he rode out of that turn and connects to a good little inside bowl here, which gives him some freedom to go from one move into the next. Cleans it up nicely at the end. And that is a really positive start for a man who's trying to get back to his best. Just looks so solid in it in the first event of the year, but since then, a couple of 17ths, a couple of 33rds. It's been a nightmare for him.
Yeah, it's been tough for Ian, and I mean, wow, what a way to start this heat. I mean, it's come up against Kanoa. Kanoa obviously jumping up into that top half of those rankings as we see Kanoa just a quick in and out, but yeah, Ian just started off so strong, you know, the third at pipe, and you're thinking, wow, okay, what a start to the season. But unfortunately, the wheels are just sort of falling off, but not here. I mean, off to a flying start, just straight up into the lip. And then once again, the projection he got off that float was incredible to get around that section. I think, you know, what happens, you get someone like a local, like Liam, goes out and drops the 9 and the high 6, and you're thinking, okay, and he shows you where that opportunity is, and it's a sign of good things to come. It almost feels like the surf's improved a bit too. It's looking good. I mean, I love that first wave of Ian.
Yeah, those surfers down the back end of the rankings, and those looking to kind of hold off the attack from the surfers just making that charge from the back end has sort of put a lot of pressure on the top seeds. Kanoa Igarashi has to be on his game here, because Ngave is another one that just looks really fired up. It's a great start to the heat for him, drops a 6. Kanoa almost looked a little frustrated in his body language, kicking out of his first ride. It's sort of time to continue to attack, and Kanoa's got to realise the opportunity in front of him here. A few surfers, a handful of surfers above him on the rankings already out of the mix. He jumped 4 spots in the 6th after Bells, and he can really start to challenge for a final 5 finish with a strong result here. It's an important heat for him.
Yeah, for sure. And then he can capitalise 100%. Even interesting now, you see just the distance between these two guys, right? You got Kanoa right down, you know, almost on the beach break essentially, and then Ian more up towards the, you know, point, kind of. Even he's sitting quite far down the point as we see Kanoa.
Yeah, Kanoa finds some space. Big section standing up, always with that clever drift across the coping there. This wave's slowing up for a minute. He's going to stick with it. Just begging this thing to stand up so he can get a solid finish on it. Just wants to get in a decent score to rival what Gavea served up. Not sure he'll match the 6, but it'll fall just short.
Yeah, I think you hear Ian's drop the 6, you kind of want something. You want to sort of match it, right? And, I mean, it's just interesting, you know. Obviously, they've watched Lobby in that last heat, but it seems like that they've positioned differently, even Ian as well. Lobby was very deep up into almost into the cove, right? Like where he was taking off on his waves, and still pretty interesting. There's so many ways to do it, obviously. Let's have a look what Kanoa got done here. So this first turn, I mean, serious points will come from that. Just trademark fin release. But then this wave just had like, the ones that are kind of, unless they've got serious size to them, the ones that are sort of breaking on the beach, you have a funny angle, they kind of really taper off. This one sort of did that. Gets through that frothy section and he gets a finish.
Kanoa's incredibly accomplished. Unbelievable. You know, 4 runner-up finishes at different stops on the schedule. We'll get back to that in a moment. As Gavea just seems to be tapped in at this stage. Funky little backhand slide there. But he's backing up the 6-point ride from earlier on. Just gets it wrong on the finish on that occasion. Just seemed a little out of rhythm with the wall there. 5.33 for Kanoa. So got relatively close to Ian Gavea. Liam O'Brien hits the beach.
That's so cool.
Running the gauntlet. A lot of slaps on the back. He's going to have the full support of this Board Riders Club, of everyone in this area as he moves into that round of 16. He'll be up against the winner of this heat. And Gavea started this wave pretty well. It just got a little funky after that foam climb.
Yeah, it kind of got funky, but some weird way, he's just projecting really fast. He strung these turns together. This wave gets really difficult to read. He kind of takes the low road and then tries to go high. And yeah, just that timing was a bit off there at the end. I think he does look good though, I will say that. He looks fired up. So interested to see what the judges make of that sort of foam projection.
Yeah, the performance was decent. Kind of talking to the conditions. Both Kanoa and Ian on their last waves, they started pretty strong, and then the wall kind of laid down and they were forced to deal with these foamy, lumpy sections of the wave. Ian's handled the opening stages of this heat pretty well. For someone who hasn't got any, decent results out of the last 4 events, and with his hands full coming up against a winner on the CT who's just had a final down at Bells, he's looking confident.
Yeah, I think, you obviously also, Lobby, obviously, he's grown up here, but you're drawing inspiration. There's been a couple of lower seeds they're chinking away at it. They keep sort of, that cut's looming and the pressure's on. Lobby's right down there too. Lobby, was in 24th coming into this event. So he's keeping his dream alive, and he's right there, right. It's going to be great for Liam, Then you got Ian, who's 26 coming into this event. So the opportunity is there for the taking, and I think just with conditions like this, you kind of want to get that early jump. Looks like we might have a few more lines sort of starting to roll through. Oh, there's so much water moving today too compared to yesterday. We had those groomed, nice, clean lines, but today there's a lot of lump, there's a lot of bump to deal with, and a lot more to sort of figure out.
When you look at Ian Gouvea's best results on the championship tour, you kind of get an idea of the kind of competitor or surfer that he is. 2 semi-final finishes at the Pipe Masters. But on the Challenger Series last year, he blew me away. He had a victory in Bolito. He was incredibly consistent. He was so free above the lip. He threw down some of the most progressive turns that we saw on the Challenger last year. And he just looked on with his performance surfing. So, not surprised to see him break into the semis again, but I've been a little surprised that he hasn't had better results through the other events on the schedule so far. But, maybe he can tap into some of those performances from last year at this venue. 5.2 on his last wave has him out in front at the moment.
Yeah, was the big air on the Gold Coast, was that last year? It was it?
He had a couple. He definitely had a bunch over there in
it was that double
in South
grab.
Africa.
You know the one I'm talking about?
Yes.
There was the big double grab, and oh man, it was so exciting to watch. He's just so good above the lip. But to your point, Ron, it's interesting when someone has such a good result at the start of the year. Obviously, his 2 best results coming from Pipe. Exactly to your point, Ron. He obviously loves big consequential surf. That's where he comes into his own. And when the waves are pumping, there's certain people that will go, and he's definitely one of them. But you start off so strong, and some people just get on a roll from there. But unfortunately, it's just sort of been that downward trend. So nothing quite sticking since that moment.
We had a few injuries just prior to and during the opening event of the season, the Pipe Pro. Ian Gouvea, let's get that Bond University athlete check on him. 22 stitches in his knee, and
That's
still
right.
surfed his way to a semi-final at the toughest event on the schedule. That was incredible.
The knee, what a spot to have it too. The joint where it's moving. Oh.
Yeah, real happy camper. Just even with that run of 4 disappointing results after the semi-final finish, every time you see him, he's buzzing. In 26th position, though, on the rankings coming into this contest, down 8 spots after the 33rd at Bells. And when you think about the cut line and the surfers below it, it was only 3 surfers that had a finals finish coming into this event that were below the cut line. Sammy Pupo, Crosby Colapinto, and Ian Gouvea. And Ian's got a semi, so, he's kind of got that foundation result to make a humongous leap up the ladder if he can progress through this heat, with Sammy and obviously Crosby already falling out of the mix. So he's a bit of a danger man for those people hanging around the back end of the cut, or just inside the cut line. So let's see if he can hang on here.
Well, the other 2 guys, I think, if they're holding on to quarters, right? Sammy Pupo and...
Crosby's got the El Sal semi-final, but he missed the first 2 events.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly, but he's kind of got the jump,
Exactly.
Mathematically, it's like, hey, if we can just make one more, or even around the 16 finals, we're looking pretty good. He's going to jump,
Yeah, he could jump 4 spots after this heat if he gets the win. But he is up against this man, and Igarashi. The only CT victory he had came with this incredible forehand. when he clicks, he's hard to beat. He can be mistake-free, and that was a solid combination there. Needs a 5.88 to get into the lead flick.
Look, I loved it. I loved it. I thought the two turns were really strong. Just going to that, you know, his trademark tail slide, which he does so well, you know, I think that's going to be probably right there. There's a lot of speed carried through both those turns. Let's have a look. First big manoeuvre, just that nice wrapping carve. Times it so well, throws so much spray, and then just absolutely jabs it into the lip, drifts. Let's have a look from this water cam angle. Just beautiful wrapping turn. I think he's probably right on it there with that 5.88. It's just two very well-timed turns.
Yeah, he's immaculate when he's on. He really rips that board beautifully through those turns. Drew it right back into the bowl. It was a solid combo. Just that extra little kick, that adjustment to get the timing spot on the finishing turn. And always drifts with such great control on the forehand. But yeah, mentioned his win in Burleigh, which was such a sick final. Jeremy Flores in that one. That was back in 2019. And, you know, taking nothing away from him is so hard to win on the championship tour, but surely he's had a gutful. Four runner-up finishes in championship tour events. He got the silver medal. That was an incredible accomplishment as well. But this is a man that on his road through to the CT ranks was just a winner all the way. Had a couple of US Open victories, went back-to-back. In fact, was the youngest ever to win the under-18 national championships at 14 over there in the States. Won his first surf event at 7. So, you know, I'm sure these second-place finishes have kind of eked him out a little bit over the years, and he's ready to turn it around.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, right? Yeah, just a surfer of his level, and you look at his ability, right? He's one of the you know, in my opinion, you know, we talk about how mistake-free he is, how crisp he is, when he's on, and you think it's kind of unbelievable that he's only won one event. Like, you know, obviously he's finaled a lot. As he has a quick look here, he's finaled a lot. But you know, obviously it speaks to incredible consistency there, always, you know, cracking those finals. But I just see him, something needs to click when he makes, and once those floodgates sort of open, kind of seems like he just needs that another breakthrough moment, because 2019 was a while back.
And this is a big year for him, because when he came on in 2016, he almost fell off the tour. He needed to basically make the final to keep his place in the championship tour at Pipe, and he did it. Finished 20th that year, and then he carried some momentum. Each year he climbed up the ladder, got himself to 6th place with the victory in Burleigh in 2019, and then the next best result came in 2022, where he cracked the WSL finals. Since then, the trend has been backwards, 14th to 17th last season. So the opportunity presented to him now with the 2nd place finish at Bells, a big leap up the rankings into the top 10, is massive.
Yeah, it is. And I see, just even in his surfing, you know, obviously the 2nd at Bells was great, the form. But even here, I mean, we haven't seen him open up on a really long wave yet, but the 2-turn combos that we've seen have been looking super crisp. The boards look great.
Here we go. He just got the lead on his previous ride, and now he's looking to extend over Ian Gouveia, but that wave just fades away. Just under 13 minutes to go. Gouveia is chasing a 5.54. Igarashi has moved into the #1 spot. Let's take a trip on the Gold Coast Queensland flight cam and get a good scope of this lineup. Actually, interesting to note, there's about 300 metres between our competitors at this stage. Engavea took the ski back out to the takeoff zone. Kanoa Igarashi opting to surf down on that inside rock section and picking off some decent rides down there. Engavea has since been kind of making his move down the line. 10.5 minutes to go here. A replay of this ride during the break.
Yeah, so Kanoa just lip line there, drives around this section. Holy layback jam. He's looking for a little inside connection here, just sort of working this one back to the power source, and then flares it into the lip again. So it's looking like potentially going to improve on that 5.33.
Yeah, that looked pretty solid, didn't it? Waiting on the scores to come through as Kanoa jumps on the ski here. And probably, you know, something we were talking about, Kanoa sort of tapping in back into a really strong competitive mindset. He lured his old coach, Jake Patterson, out of coaching retirement. Jake kind of stood away from the tour during COVID, took up a position, doing other things, and I think it's worked out great for Kanoa. He's someone that can put the fire into a veteran campaigner. It worked with Stephanie Gilmore. And yeah, Kanoa just seems re-engaged in chasing his goals on the CT. 9 minutes to go here. Let's hear from the local boys down there with Vaughan.
Lobby, when they announced that the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM was going to be relocated from Snapper to Burleigh, it's that kind of heat that you were probably dreaming about at night time. You know, a world-class opponent, lots of opportunity, and the entire headland going absolutely bonkers. How fun was that?
Yeah, absolutely. That was unreal. Yeah, as you said, Griff's a top-tier competitor. You know, he's one of the guys that you want to try and beat. I think he's beaten me about 50 times the last couple of years, so I was pretty keen to try and get one back on him. And yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be easy. You know, especially when he went down the beach, I was going, geez, he's probably going to just throw something huge. So it's definitely a tricky one, but I just had to sort of back what I knew and what I was thinking of doing before the heat. And yeah, it was fun.
And aside from every single rock on this entire point, like, what did you know out there based on, you know, what we've been greeted with this morning condition-wise?
Yeah, I mean, the point section was looking fun all morning, and then it was a bit of a spanner in the works right before my heat when it sort of shut off and there was guys going way down the beach. There's a couple right up the top, so I'd been sitting and watching sort of the top and the point, and I hadn't really watched the beach at all. And then I saw Griff run down the beach and went, geez, I got a bit of a decision here. And I just went, oh, well, I've watched up here and I think there's good waves, so I think I'm just going to do that and back myself. And yeah, luckily it worked out, but yeah, you never know what he's going to throw down the beach there.
No, you're absolutely right, but you backed the local knowledge, but also you had the local crowd backing you. I went down there, mate. It's dead set like being in the mosh pit of a Slayer concert. I was just getting flogged from left to right and all over the place. But that local support is absolutely massive. You must be able to hear them every time you do a snap.
Oh, it's the coolest thing ever. I mean, it's definitely, it's like a double-edged sword. It's a bit overwhelming, you know, where you're like, oh, I don't want to blow this. But at the same time, if you just embrace it for what it is and, you know, and take it on as a bit more of a privilege than a pressure sort of thing, then it's so cool. I mean, they're all the crew that have, you know, brought me up out here and shown me the ropes. And I was like thinking before my first heat, it's like this is sort of where I started doing little comps and the board riders and getting coached and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool to go from that to all the way back to, you know, being on tour but coming back to this same spot where it all started. So it's pretty special. And then to have everyone on the beach that was there all along the way is unreal. So I just take it on as an honour to be out there representing the community. And yeah, I go and throw everything I've got at it and just not get too caught up in the result.
Mate, your surfing speaks to that. You're really attacking every single section. It's been wonderful to watch. I've got a feeling that crowd's going to get twice as big and twice as loud in the coming heats.
yeah, we'll see.
Good on you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Liam O'Brien working the local crowd into a frenzy with a great performance over Griffin Colapinto, a heat score total of 15.97. I actually want to fast forward to the Stone and Wood post show just to see the highlights again. It was awesome. Kanoa Igarashi still hanging on to the lead here, but this is a close heat, probably a little closer than Kanoa would like. You want to be careful not to take Ian Gouveia lightly here. He needs to finish those rides off. Saw him take a fall at the end of that last ride. He did some clean turns on it.
Yeah, he did do clean turns. I just, right now, exactly to your point, Ron, Kanoe is not going to be feeling safe. I mean, Ian, to me, is looking, yeah, okay, maybe on the 5.2 that we saw earlier, maybe slightly mistimed. But at the same time as that, he's looking very strong, like just confident. And I think if he's given the opportunity with the right wave for a backhand surfer out there, I think he's just going to light it up. He looks really sure-footed. So this is going to be nervous times right now for Kanoa.
Yeah, there is some positive signs, isn't there, in the way Kanoa's competing at the moment. He's built a nice foundation. He's got a couple of mid-range sixes, and now he's starting to flex the tail of this board with some big power moves, but goes down again. It's kind of just failing to up the requirement here for Ian Gouveia, who's still chasing a 6.53. And he pushes now with a couple of big hits, a huge combo to finish this ride off. Building some momentum down the line. The wave stands up, climbs the roof, stays on his feet. And that might be the number he needs. Pumps the fist, likes the feel of it.
I'm feeling good about that number 2. I think it was super strong. I mean, he went so tight, so critical in the pocket. I mean, he wound up. You just, you know, when we get to watch this replay, you'll really see how deep he got on the bottom turn just to really line up and hit this section. Let's have a look. Just absolutely nailed this wave straight up into the lip. Little bit ever so slightly hung, but after that, it just kind of put him in the perfect position to come from so far behind. For each of those bottom turns, he's driving from behind the foam, which positions him perfectly. Did that turn right in front of Kanoa's head as well, and just stomps this finish. I'm thinking it's the score. I feel it was 3 big, strong turns. It's got to be the best wave of the heat, actually. So, you know, you compare it to Kanoa's 6.33. You know, I guess sort of do that math at home. Where does that feel right? I mean, does it feel right? Does it feel like it's the best wave of the heat? For me, it does. Feels strong.
Yeah, he went for it. Even on the first turn, like you said, there was like a slight moment where he got hung up for a minute, but, you know, powered back down through the transition to set up that next turn, which was the most solid hit. On the back of the Red Bull ski. Great team. Running the water patrol, led by Aaron Graham at this venue, who's worked on a lot of championship tour events at Snapper Rocks, over in Fiji at Cloudbreaker as well. And we are waiting for the numbers to come through for that last exchange. Kanoa Igarashi, a couple of falls on his last 2 rides, hasn't pushed the requirement up. So 6.53 is what Ian Gouveia needs to turn this one. And there's not a whole lot of time left. Judges making some comparisons, I think, from what they saw earlier on. The 6.33 for Kanoa, if you're going to make some comparisons, was cleaner. There wasn't any hiccups.
Yeah.
The technique's spot on, but, you know, talk about hitting waves in the most critical section of the wave. Here goes Kanoa, maybe with a wave that he needs to save himself here. Good variation so far. He really would love this one to reconnect with the sandbar so he can finish it off in style, and he does. Gets nice and low to ensure he gets out in front of the convergence of the 2 whitewaters there. And he's got some support down there on the beach as well.
Well, I think, you know, judges obviously, like you said, Ryan, making the comparison there, is that the best wave of the heat for Ian's previous wave? I think it could be. I think it could push it, but I really believe that that last one of Kanoa's is probably going to help his situation. It's almost one of those things I need to rewatch both waves. I'm feeling a bit confused. There's been a lot to digest. And I think also to your point, Kanoa's 6.3 was very different to the way that Ian surfed his last wave as well. 2 different approaches.
Here's the Bonsoy replay of that last one.
So let's watch what goes down. Big jab into the pocket. Little lip line here. Does find some open face where he really gets to release those fins after that carve, and then I mean, the way he finishes this too is strong. I love it. You know, as an athlete, you're thinking, I just want to convincingly win this thing, but you know, when you're watching this as a commentator or a spectator, it's so exciting. And then here we go. So, yeah, ever so slightly hung, but you can't deny the effort and the power and the commitment, right? Just, for me, how critical he is in the pocket. Number of times. I mean, it was a strong finish as well. I think his 3 first turns were very acute and very critical in the pocket.
There was one banger in there.
Yeah,
for sure. And then he added to that big hit with a couple of nice little turns to complement. He comboed it up and he finished it off well, but it's going to be close. Like you said, Kanoa Igarashi's last wave was pretty good. Not as steep as Ian's, but gave great variation and got a solid finish himself. 15 seconds to go here. And Gouveia still unaware of what the situation is. May need a number out of this one. There's a good hit. Off the bottom, squares up it again. The wave lays down a little bit, but he's still working for it. And just continues to chip away. And we've had a lot of heats throughout this morning of competition that have been super compressed in the scoreline. A lot of mid-range scores. Ian Gouveia, you know, he's performed well here in this heat. Kanoa Igarashi, I think a little cleaner at times. You were spot on. His previous wave did come through as the best number of the heat, 6.67, but we still have the other score to drop for Kanoa Igarashi. So Ian Gouveia out in front, and Kanoa needs a 6.35 out of that last ride we saw him on.
Oh man.
It is going to be so close. And the number coming through now. Kanoa Igarashi needed a score, and that score is coming through. Ian Gouveia on the beach already, thinking for a moment that he'd done enough.
Wow, what he's doing.
Well, Ian had another score on the way too, and it was a 5.23, but Igarashi gets a 6.53 and just turns the heat. It's another close one. Less than half a point separating the two competitors. Kanoa Igarashi, with his variation, has edged ahead in the final stages and gotten himself the victory, moving through to the round of 16. Ian Gouveia, what a fight, but falling just short. We're going to take a quick break before we dive into the round of 16. Iago Dora and Alec Cleland will be up next. Here's the results. You'll see how close it is in the scoreline. Unbelievable stuff from two competitors who really exchanged rides there and kept it nice and close, a little too close. We're going to take a quick break and we'll bring in Joe Topel and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call right after this.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven cancelling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Let's make some history here in the round of 16. Here we go to kick things off. Yago Dora taking on Alan Cleland Jr., followed by Toledo versus Jake Marshall. Siblick taking on Seth Muniz, Baron Mamiya, and Alejo Muniz. Julian Wilson in the mix with Marco Mignot, Miguel Pupo, David Silva. Then we'll have Jordy Smith, Joao Chianca, Liam O'Brien, local boy, taking on Kanoe Igarashi. Heat winners move on to the quarterfinals. This is a huge round for professional surfing, getting more points here at stop number 6 of the championship tour. That's the game. Joe Turpel with Hall of Famer and a world champion in Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, the round of 16 is really when you get to see who's on pace here at Burleigh Heads, who's figured out the secrets to success. First up, Yago versus Al Cleland.
Moving day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. I mean, because this is it. You go forward from here into the quarterfinals, into the pointy end of the tournament, and the pointy end of gaining prize money and points. This is a critical heat for both these guys. So much opportunities opening up for Yago and Alan. Well, he was just hanging in the top 22 before.
That's right. A lot of movement on the live rankings, especially for Yago, who's now number 2 in the world. What a start to the season, Bugs.
Amazing start. And coming into this event, what I saw with Yago, where he had the advantage was that he had the absolute lowest throwaway. He was the only surfer in the top 18 who had a 33rd.
It happened at Pipeline, which was wild because he was so well prepared for that season opener. Yago's always had a great relationship with Pipe. His major sponsor always put him at the Jerry Lopez house, and even had an equal 3rd place finish at the Volcom Pipe Pro in the past. Here we go. Yago Dora got this wave during the break. And Al Cleland Jr. on his opener, Bugs.
Yeah, Al's been powering through Burleigh. This wave here's got a big section of whitewater around it. Did he go too far behind it? Yes, he did. He went a little bit too far back there to get that, you know, that corkscrew ricochet on around the whitewater.
Yeah, that's right. Cleland 217, Dora 2.33. Goofy foot, Brazilian, and Yago. Al's had some trouble with a different veteran from Brazil that stands with the right foot forward. That's Miguel Pupo. A couple of times this season has taken out Al Cleland. But gosh, he's had some giant heats, eliminating Jack Robinson at Pipe, taking out Toledo in El Salvador. Anytime you're beating a past champ with a huge reputation, you build your own rep on tour. There's an exciting rookie with now 29 on the clock. Burleigh Heads, we talked a lot about the history at the Stubbies. We really focused on the 77 Classic because that's what changed everything. But Rabbit won the 78 edition. It was important for the locals to keep this event at home with those big trophies, huh, Bugs?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, the local contingent did pretty good. Oh, the first 4 years of the Stubbies, 3 locals won it. Michael Peterson, myself, and Peter Harris in 1980, and wedged in between us this guy called Mark Richards.
The guy that would travel from Merriweather Beach in Newcastle, a 4-time world champ. He's been hanging out, enjoying all the surfboard talk. So humble and talking about his career these days. Still making fantastic equipment. And that big MR logo that he has on his boards, he had that logo on his boards back when he was winning the Stubbies.
Oh, that's right. And obviously, you know, like Peter Druin, he created it, he ran that first one. And a guy called Bill Bowman ran the next 9. And, of course, Bill passed away last year. And, you know, he left a great legacy as well.
Gosh, talk about a legacy with the Stubbies, but also the legacy of big events on the Gold Coast. You know, after all those great Stubbies events, stopping in the mid-'80s, Where did it go from there on the Gold Coast as far as competition was concerned?
Well, there was a little bit of a hiatus after that. There wasn't an event in the late 80s, and then I kind of got this little seedling going in the Kira Pro, which became the Billabong Kira Pro. I went to Gordon Merchant and said, you know, could you just give us 5,000 to run a little event at Kira? Then we had success after success. We had 3 great years. Kelly came, Sonny came, Potts, you know, the great surfers. And then, remember, Kelly Slater came to me in '94 and he said, Bugs, you've got to go to Gordon and make this a CT. And that was in '95, Shane Beshan getting the 3 perfect 10s at Kira. And then we moved back to Burleigh.
What a story. So, Gordon Merchant, the founder of Billabong, who started that brand back in 1973, as we look at Yago Dora, second wave, bowling up, well-timed float, hard landing's gonna stop that wave right there with that big connection off the top. So he's slowly just trying to find the right system that's gonna work out here. Did a huge backside full rotation for an excellent range number.
The Kelly Slater Classic, because Kelly actually straddles both sides. He you know, part of his record-breaking 6 world titles, 5 in a row, happened on the Burleigh side of, you know, the year 2000, really, where we went and Snapper became the new home of the, well, it became the Quicksilver Pro then, but Kelly won 6 world titles on this side and then another 5 world titles on the other side, which is a classic story. And I think the other guys, you know, I mean, Mark Ocalupo, Sonny Garcia, Taj Burrow, I think are probably maybe 4 of the only guys that serve both the Burleigh event and then the Snapper event.
That is so cool. Gosh, so much history on the Gold Coast, so many world-class waves. I mean, we're taking advantage of it this year with the late decision to move to Burleigh Heads, and we've been so happy with that move with the sand gone at Snapper. But yeah, Rabbit, all those big changes and having this idea that you could eventually turn Kira into a possibility. You know, last time we saw Kira on the CT absolutely firing was when Julian Wilson beat Ace Buchan in 2018. So it's gone very mobile. I mean, how mobile has this event really gone? Where other venues have you used over the years?
Yeah, well, there's been a couple of, you know, Kira's been, what about the time with Kelly Slater and Joel Parkinson at Kira? That was the all-timer too.
That was a classic.
That'll still go, that flip-off goes down in history.
Yeah, that rare Australian bird that you might see on the Gold Coast, that was one of the all-time classic moments.
But then in the late 90s, we actually went super mobile. We took the semi-finals to North Stradbroke Island. I know it was Matt Hoy was in it, Jeff Booth, Kuiper Hokias.
Wow.
It was really amazing. It was a super fun time over there. And I think it was the only time that all the semi-finalists and all of us all met and had a meal at the famous Stratty Hotel, the pub. And then then we had the tournament. And I remember Kuiper won the tournament over Jeff Booth, and he came in and said, I'm going to name my daughter Kira.
Wow. How cool is that? I just ran into Kaipo Hakias. He's doing really well. He's a grandfather these days and getting the next generation in the water. He is really happy. And gosh, Kaipo Hakias accomplished a lot in an amazing career. As we look at Yago Dora go for a little backhand climb into the clear water. Carves down, belts that fin out late. That's one of those radical, almost cartwheel type punts that he can lay down. Remember, he had a crazy version of that in El Salvador a couple years ago. That tail just upside down, as we'll dive into the story of the rankings. Yago Dora officially in the world title race. Earliest he's ever been involved with it. We talked about the 33rd. That's how he started. He said that didn't affect his confidence. It didn't speak to his form, and picked up a win at stop 3 in Portugal. Saw him move up 2 spots with the absence of Ethan Ewing. Italo knocked out by Julian Wilson today. So Yago's now trying to fight for some more points on the top of the board there. He's taken on Al Cleland Jr., who's still in that danger spot. You don't want to even be near the 20s coming into the cut mark at stop 7, which is up next in West Oz, but he has moved up in a positive direction, up to 20 in the world, and with Matthew McGillivray and Connor O'Leary out, there's some room to move.
There's a lot of movement there, and Alan just on the right side of that dreaded cut, and still a low-scoring heat so far. Opportunity wide open.
Red Bull ski in effect for the assist if you wanted. Little opportunity to catch your breath. Think about the different sections that you could surf here. We saw a great example of local knowledge with Liam O'Brien surfing way up at the top of the point. Obviously, he's got all the reps out here and all the tide changes, so many years of just doing laps on his home break, and he was able to lean on that knowledge for a huge victory over Griffin Colapinto.
Well, that was massive. You know, Liam, he knows every grain of sand. He knows where every rock is, and every different slight change in swell direction, swell interval. He's got it down.
These guys getting some of them up to 100 boards a year these days on tour. In your world title year, Bugs, how many boards did you ride that season?
2.
Simple. Do you remember the dimensions of those boards?
Yeah, I do. It was a 5'10" and a half squash tail, and then the step up was like a 6'2", and often I'd sometimes just go without the step up.
Wow, simple quiver back then. As we look at Iago throwing that wrap into the pocket. Long-time relationship with Matt Biolis as his shaper, as he will track down the lines. Got a ton of speed, loves to ramp up. Ends up settling for a float. Didn't quite see the ramp he was hoping for. And he'll get back to business. One of his best friends is Pedro Barros, one of the best skateboarders in the world, who did one of the biggest backside airs in that wave pool in Brazil. It's like a trampoline type ramp, and Pedro showing he could absolutely rip as well in the ocean. Iago doesn't really skate much, but he's been around it his whole life in Florianopolis, that area, providing incredible surfers. He's neighbors with Matteo Certi. They get to surf all the time. Well, when they're at home, they've got busy schedules. William Cardoso, a lot of talent in Florianopolis. And Iago proud of just his track record on tour, of just going from strength to strength. He always improves on his ranking. Was almost on the cut line when he first got on tour. Next year, learned a few things, and then it's just been all about when he's going to make the final 5. Finished 7th and last year 6th in the world, and right now he's world number 2. Most improved on tour in my mind on the entire top 34.
Yeah, well, we saw, you know, Jake Marshall yesterday talking about those first years on tour and not feeling like, not quite knowing where he was or what he was doing. And then as he matured into those next few years, he went, okay, not only do I feel like I believe it, I don't care who I'm against.
It's a great place to be when you're flying with confidence, as we have an enormous opportunity now to hang out with some legends of the sport. Richie Lovett finds himself in the Vissla Shaping Bay with Matt Biolis and Shane Horan.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. Down at the Vissla Shaping Bay, one of the most popular activations we have down here at the event, and I'm in the presence of 2 legends, Shane Horan and Matt Biolis. Matt from Lost, obviously, and let's just get straight into the collaboration. Matt, what's going on here?
Well, it's no secret that I'm a child of the 80s, and I'm hugely influenced by Shane and the other guys who designed boards in the 80s. I actually started surfing after watching Shane win the 1982 OP Pro. I bodyboarded for about 6 weeks in that summer, and then I saw him win the OP Pro and said, I'm never boogie boarding again. I'm buying a surfboard. I'm going to learn how to do this. And I've always been inspired by the designs from that time. So in the last couple of years, Shane and I have kind of been hanging out in San Clemente, and we had the opportunity to smash up one of my designs and one of his, and came up with this rad zapper.
Awesome. So, yeah, I can see that it's 2 pretty special models rolled into one. Shane, let's talk about like the laser zap and that influence, and then how we've modernized it a little bit here.
You would definitely modernize the laser zap. It's in the old days, all boards used to be wider in the nose than they were the tail, and then Jeff McCoy and I worked together narrowing the noses, which every board that everybody rides today is come from the laser zap design. And like working with Matt, it's been a blend of Matt's best design and my best design, and it's just become an incredible design through it all. And it's just the design of it, like boards tip this way and that way, and the foils in these boards and the widths that we have are so blended together in the outline that it's just an amazing creation, really. And it's got a double flyer on it, which loosens up the outline, where a lot of boards you see the pros are on straight outlines. And I've noticed that a lot of the pros, they've got these real thin wafer boards that are super high performance, super sensitive. And the reason they can have those boards is these guys are getting towed out. So in these boards, we need some paddle. And these have got great paddle in them, good performance, just an all-round great board.
So foam's our friend. We can see it's a little wider down on the tail here. Matt, you were saying you've actually ridden this board down at lower. So who's it good for and what's it going to do?
So this board really, it takes kind of our modern influences of everything we've learned over the last 40 years since these boards kind of ruled the waves. And it just harkens back to like the ease of userability back in the 80s. Like the boards had flatter decks, fuller rails, they were wider, a little less rocker, and you could just jump on them and slash and rip through slop and have a lot of fun. It definitely lends itself towards, you know, older guys who still want to rip a short pointy nose surfboard. Like Shane says, his development in the pointy nose surfboard is paramount. So for me, I can go down in an afternoon where I would normally ride a fish or like a wide nose, like twin fin or groveler, and I can slap a performance pointy nose thruster and ride wasted slop high little waves and have a lot of fun. And guys like us can enjoy that and still be on a pointy nose shortboard, relive those fabulous 80s with the flamboyant color and lots of foam, and just have fun and not make it so much work.
These boys making the magic work. Shane Horan, Matt Biolos, thanks so much. Come down, check them out at the Vista Shaping Bay. If you're at Burleigh Heads, enjoy the energy. Back to you, Joe.
Magic, Richie. Wow, Richie's just like a kid in a candy store. He loves talking surfboards. He designs a lot himself, and hanging out with Biolos and Shane Horan is just wonderful. And Matt loves that. He loves his heroes. He loves making collaborations with Shane, with MR, as we get right back into some surfing with Al Cleland Jr. on this wave, Bugs.
Yeah, this is the first real statement of this heat. Great slash there by Alan, and he finishes his wave off with such confidence, Joe.
So much confidence, so much poise as well. Never looks like he's in a rush. He really has an easy pace, he finds, on these waves, where he's in rhythm. He's never trying to force it. He's letting Burleigh Heads just dictate where he's going to draw that beautiful line down the stretch.
I've been watching him in the pre-surf, you know, in the early morning surfing, and it's virtually the same approach. He's just got this easy approach. He keeps his speed up. He looks for those power pockets. And his timing is brilliant.
So numbers in for Al Cleland Jr., a 6.0, and the lead over world number 2. Dora chasing a 5.18. A scrappy one came to a close in the last tee to the round of 32. Kanoa Igarashi got the win. He's hanging out with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, Kanoa, that was a dangerous round, a dangerous heat. Ian went mad in that one, but you did enough at the end to get the job.
Yeah, that was such a tricky heat. I just saw Ian after the heat. I was like, I didn't even see you out there. I didn't even see him once. I just saw him on a wave and doing like a blow toe on my face, and that was the only time I saw him. So, yeah, it's one of those heats where you kind of just have to focus on your own game. And I felt so lost out there, but it ended up working out barely.
Yeah, I mean, you arrive, you think you're going to be surfing down the line point waves, and all of a sudden you're just thrown into this massive mix of different conditions. You were saying you saw more lefts out there at one point.
Yeah, I was told Burleigh was the right point break, but I think I need to ask Liam where I got to catch those ones, because I saw more lefts than rights, and I was just thinking, like, there's two lefts, like literally like one or two where I'm like, I'm sure I can get 2 big turns on this left and get a 6 or a 7, and I can just feel Snake. It's like screaming at me, going, "Don't go left," and that was the only reason why I held off. But yeah, hopefully I can find the Burleigh right point break in the next one.
And what was the feedback from Snake after that one? I know he loves a gritty win.
I haven't seen him yet. Yeah, it took me a while to get up here. I don't even know where he's at, but I know he would tell me. I know his exact words would be, "Nice one, Grasshopper, but you got to clean it up."
Well, mate, we'll let you go and get that advice from Snake. Congratulations, and yeah, see you in the next round.
Yes, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kanoa. Thanks, Vaughn. How good is that? Kanoa already knows the speech from his coach, Jake Patterson. He's happy to actually move up to number 5 in the world with that win into the round of 16. We'll be right back. Time to bring you the pulse, just focusing on the major highlights on what's been a big day. Started off with a banger, Wilson coming from the trials and just eliminated world number 1 to go 5-0 in his career against Italo Ferreira. Italo smashed his board on the first rotator, had to run around the point. Still had time to try to get back in the heat, but it was all Julian Wilson, former world runner-up, former Gold Coast champ, just looking so free, so connected. He said it felt challenging out there, but his surfing hasn't gone anywhere but up since we've seen him throughout the last few years in free surfs. Great to see him back in the CT jersey. Italo packing up for West Oz. We'll see where that yellow jersey goes. Then it was Miguel Pupo surviving a very close one over Ian Gentile. Came down to the wire. We're just comparing 5's 10.76 total over Ian Gentile's 10.73. That's 0.03 in the difference. The Brazilian Goofy Foot has made finals day on the Goldie in the past, and after a long wait for the decision, De Souza, Pupo, younger Pupo celebrated that one. And how about Jordy's here? 18th year on tour, surfing like a spring chicken. Just real comfortable in all of his big sections. Maneuver choice, perfect flow and power, and mixing it up well with the win over Imai Kalani Duval. Back-to-back wins over Imai. And from Bells now to Burleigh, as he's moving up the final 5 picture as well. Great to see him in this kind of form. And then how about local knowledge paying off? People are wondering where to sit, even considering laps, and Liam's like, I know where to go, to the top of the point. Had everybody losing it in a frenzy. Where's the Board Riders Club with Liam Heads in poster fashion up and down this point, and he beat Griffin for the first time in his career. Local knowledge paying off, but definitely more fire than ever for Liam, being able to surf on his home break for the first time in his CT career. Look at those. Get one of those lobby heads and take it home as a memory of this event. Crucial moment for Liam O'Brien to move into the round of 16. He will have Kanoa Igarashi in heat number 8.
That is a mouth-watering situation because both those guys surf so well. Kanoa just not quite. He said he got lost out there. Well, he won't want to get lost against Liam O'Brien.
Oh, it's so true. And I mean, when everyone's trying to find out where to sit, when you do have a local in the water, sometimes they get, well, followed around the lineup, and that makes sense. They don't know where to go, just follow the local, and Liam might have to try to hide his lineup marks for that classic coming up at the end of the round. Right now, though, it's Al Cleland Jr. out front with a 6 and a 4.5. Iago Dora chasing a 7.5 to try to get into the quarterfinals. Then also getting close to Toledo versus Jake Marshall. Big difference in points, pretty much with every heat win on the championship tour. He had 4,745 for losing in the quarterfinals. And when you're watching those live rankings, you got to factor in all those results to anticipate where these surfers will end up.
Well, Joe, it seems like we've got such a fluid situation, basically from like number 2 to 8. You know, it's just fluctuating from heat to heat, round to round. Obviously, Italo is still out there. He's been brought back to the pack a bit, though, with those back-to-back round of 32 losses. So one of those is a throwaway. But then the rest, I mean, gosh, I mean, Iago comes into it, and now he's up to number 2 in the live. Kanoa's moved into the 5. So we've got an extremely fluid situation. We're still lots of points on offer in this event.
Iago Dora starting to swing real smooth through the lip line, now through the end section that already shut down, but he liked the flow of the connections there. He's trying to get out of the 2s and 3s, chasing a 7.5. But he'll ditch a 2.9 with that effort. Wild card performance at Saquarema was huge for Iago, changed everything as he made the semifinals and got through multiple world champs, and then was able to enjoy his rookie season soon after. What'd you see in this one, Bugs?
Well, I've seen his best ride so far, that's for sure. He gets that fluid backhand style going, 3 quick fire maneuvers. He's happy with that, punches the air, but it's more of a statement like, okay, I'm in the heat.
Great flow from Iago Dora. These two guys have a lot in common, one being they're both U.S. Open champions. Iago won a few years earlier than Al Cleland Jr. Iago actually had Liam O'Brien in that final. Huge crowds. He got past Evan Geiselman, Jorgen Kuzenet. He had a lot of just big heats and got that coveted trophy in Southern California. As we focus in on the GWM recap, Cleland is out in front. Nice smooth surfing, and the 6.0 is still the best.
Yeah, well, it may be eclipsed by Iago's last wave, but it's a good ride for Alan to establish the lead, Joe.
Yeah, great call, Bugs. With the 6 just getting outclassed by Iago's 7 that just happened. The flow from Alan's just easy to watch. 4.5, that wave got a little bit disconnected. And he still has his lead, but the best number came just at that last wave. 7.0 from Iago.
Yeah, solid 7.0 with these 3 quick fire backhand attacks. Gets a 7, and it doesn't put him in first place though, because Iago before that, his high point was a 3. So to me, this is going to come down to the battle of the backup scores.
Oh, certainly down to 4:30 on the clock. Remember reading an article that you wrote, Bugs, years ago. With all these changes in pro surfing, one thing that remains the same: whoever gets the best wave wins.
Well, that was a quote that Kelly Slater came up to me one day at Snapper and he said, Bugs, one thing never changes. If you're on the best wave, you win.
And that's when it comes down to when you're comparing the best in the world. That's usually the separation. Is like, how can you master a lineup? How can you make sure that your opponent's not on the best opportunities? That's where all the scoring potential is.
That's right, and that came from a guy that actually has won a lot of heats without being on the best wave.
Some of those people with super talents like Kelly was basically the criteria for many years, because they were looking at him to be like, well, that's the best surfing in the world right now. He saw total domination from the GOAT for over 3 decades. S-ing his way back and forth is Iago. Iago was able to get a heat with Kelly in his rookie season, lost to Kelly at Pipeline, but got an equal 5th there.
And of course, that quote came from Kelly. You'd wonder why. That was because he'd taken like a 3-year hiatus from the tour itself. Semi-retirement, only popped in to win Chopu here and there.
That's true. That was an interesting time in the sport. He had the 98 world title, and then he was going to just surf in select events. Aki won in 99, Sonny Garcia 2000, CJ Hobgood 2001. And then Kelly came back, and that was the Andy rivalry we got to enjoy as we see Iago mixing it up, a little fin throw. Getting people pumped up. I like the emotion coming out of Iago Dora right now. You know, he's pretty mellow when you talk to him on land, but he is not afraid to let out a roar in the water and even let his opinion go with his reaction to scores. So the free surfer type element of relaxation on land, but in comp mode, you can tell every point counts as we look at this last one.
Yeah, this is going to be, this will be a keeper for him as far as he's going to well and truly improve on that 3-point ride. Doesn't need much to go into first. And just while we're doing this, Joe, I was trying to work out is there any other surfers that bridge both sides of it. And of course, I forgot Mick Jolandino.
There we go.
They started their career out here at the Burleigh.
Yeah, the discussion was talking about kind of the split stories of the Gold Coast history of some surfers that surfed at Burleigh, some that also surfed around the corner at Snapper, the Superbank, and Kira. Dean Morrison, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, the Cooley kids that kind of kept that theme alive with three surfers that got to live up to the legacy of the great late MP Bugs, who I'm sitting next to, and PT, as scores come in short from Iago Dora, who really put in a lot of celebration and screams into that hoot on that tail drift, but he wasn't able to sell it to all the judges. 2 gave it to him. The 3, 5, and the 4 were the yeses there, but majority saying no. You need something a little bit better. Iago looking for it. Now this one's going to leave him behind. He's got to hang in there with a minute to go. Gets the blast in out in front. And now a nice carve. Just working this wave. An absolute grindy type performance. Now he's looking at the panel, say that's got to be enough. You almost think maybe the celebration was the sell job from Iago on the wave before. But this time, able to get multiple turns in. Maybe a better effort there to turn the heat with Al Cleland.
Wow, where is Al Cleland? 30 seconds remaining. He's just sat there. He's thrown anchor, but here, this wave here, he caught behind Joe, is looking like nothing. Then it squeezes that up for one jam off the top, brings it round here back into the white water. Is he going to get another major turn in? Yes, he does.
Ooh. It's touch and go, isn't it? That is a tiny wave.
I know.
And he did well to make it exciting. But judges are not about getting carried away on a buzzer beater. They have their comparisons. Al's low score is a 4.5. They have last of Iago, 3.37, so they're going to think about this one for a moment.
Talk about a grinding heat. I mean, 10 waves ridden by Iago, only 3 waves by Al, and he just sat there waiting for something special while Iago hustled.
He really did, and even when he got hung behind the section, he really hung in there to make sure he got some turns in. It's going to be really close. First score's in 3.8. That's 2 yeses there from Iago. Just needs a 3.5. And there we go. There's a 4.0. And Iago Dora took it down to the wire. 3.73 decision in his favor. Dora moves on to the quarterfinals.
Wow, what a nail biter. And, you got to feel for Alan Cleland. He just waited for something to better that 4.5. Didn't happen for him. And meanwhile, Iago Dora with 2 waves in the last, basically the last 90 seconds, 2 waves.
Wow, Iago, clutch performance, didn't give up after the tail drift, didn't give him the score, and then just had to go into his small wave repertoire, stay on his feet, and got past Al Cleland on a close decision. Stayed really active, where Al was very selective, and it'll pay off for world number 2. Remember, world number 1's out of the contest. Iago trying to play catch up to Italo Ferreira. Up next, Toledo versus Jake Marshall right after this. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland. Here we go. Round of 16. What a heat right here. Felipe Toledo taking on Jake Marshall. Felipe, two-time world champ, coming off a great year off to spend some wonderful time with his beautiful family. Then made the decision to come back, guns blazing, was what his plan was. And he said, yep, it's taken me a little bit to find the rhythm of the tour again, but he's found it. Just looking at the numbers from what he did yesterday. A gigantic air into the nines. Excellent heat once again for one of the most exciting surfers ever on the championship tour. Jake Marshall is aware of what Felipe did because he watched the whole thing. Jake's good friend Crosby turned in a 15+ total in the loss to Toledo, and he was actually drawing a lot of inspiration from Cros, knowing big power surfing was being rewarded heavily, and that's his brand, is surfing. We'll see how he can compare with Toledo in this one, Bugs.
Well, you know, Crosby had actually posted the third highest heat total of the entire tournament thus far. Toledo with that 17.87 had eclipsed Italo from round one, who'd put in an unbelievable performance. Jake Marshall, meanwhile, he beat Semi Pupo in the last round, and I thought that I had earmarked Semi because he got the second highest score in round one. I earmarked Semi to go deep into this tournament. Jake knocked him.
I think that's a great call, a great pick. A lot of fantasy surf teams got hit with the loss of Semi Pupo. Toledo in Tier B as a fantasy choice. I think a lot of people taking advantage of that opportunity. Such a big name that they're usually trying to sort out in the Tier A system. You can check out fantasy on worldsurfleague.com. Two-time world champ is back, one of the most exciting surfers ever, and built his reputation quickly among the best in the world, qualifying at a young age, just a teenager on tour in 2013, his rookie debut. He was on the QS year before, and he was only 16 years of age. Always has been marked as one of the best, and he certainly has lived up to those big expectations.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, a couple of years ago, Jake Marshall would have felt pretty rattled going into this heat, I would say. But now, look, he holds the inside, he holds pole position, point break, no priority at the start of the heat, Joe. Pole position being the man on the inside. This means that he is not intimidated.
He is so strong against big names on tour as we look at Toledo moving quickly just to create some space. Climbs over that section, lays the rail down, and he's just tracking. You can see he got over the wedge. Now down to a double up. Look how many different wave profiles he surfed, and now it's going inside out. He'll just tuck in quickly to the pocket, alley-oop to transition out. He surfs like he is a video game. He just responds. There doesn't seem like there's anything pre-planned. He can just react, and that's what makes this man so dangerous.
Wow, no wonder he didn't take the inside. He got the runner on the bank, low tide. What a great strategy, and he pretty much did everything.
What a freestyle type performance. Jake was like, yeah, you can take this wave. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, he gets caught behind the section there. Well, he actually floated to get around it. Then he goes into a great carve here, down the line again. And you think he's nearly running out of space here. That might be the end. No, over the double up. It slightly goes below sea level right here, Joe. Look at this stall. Classic Burleigh barreling. Beautiful slow motion. Look at that. There's no bottom on that wave whatsoever. And then just, you know, goes into the innovative part of his surfing.
It's scary how he's made that transition normal. You know, like how hard that is to do when you're just deep in a little sand pit, and then to still be able to be spring-loaded to do the alley-oop after coming down the line for about 100 yards. You know, there's like a Felipe scale in a heat. There's got to leave some room if he just breaks the scale wide open again. I think sometimes he's affected by hearing 6s or 7s, but I think he'll start realizing it's a compliment to keep some room at the top.
Oh, Jake just got himself out of position for that wave there. He paddled for the first wave with a bit of intent, took himself out of the next one. Looked like a promising wave. Again, this might be okay.
Jake's going to get a chance. Trying to pick out the best waves as he lays down an aggressive forehand hook, tracks off the top, and lands it perfectly. His rails have been hot for the last couple of events on tour, turning in a 19+ combined total at Bells Beach, finding his comfort, saying he's been surfing better than ever this year on tour. And that was a great example of that.
Well, what an awesome contrast between the two combatants. Filipe Toledo, I feel the judges kept him in that small wave, that small wave ceiling, whereas this is a bigger wave, Joe.
100% Bugs. And how about that first turn?
Awesome.
Second one with the airdrop as well.
The first turn, though, this is where he got the points. Beautiful rail work there. Transitions back on the inside rail, and then just, he got a bit of air on the way down, like perfectly timed. The technique was spot on. Interesting to see where that goes. What a contrast.
Wow, big contrast to styles there and different ways to success. Jake simplifying it by being on the best set waves with more size. Judges are always going to love that. And keeping it simple with 2 turns instead of stretching out different types of sections. And, for Filipe to start a heat, that's just a great game plan. He can surf waves up. I don't know if anyone could have got a 617 out of that last wave like Toledo did, just with his speed, how aggressive he can be, alley-oops, big snaps. We even got barreled. And then the comparison, it's very similar. Jake just a touch better on a 2-turn combo, 6.67.
A half point better. That's a statement and a half.
Well, when you think about power, you think about what Marshall's been doing on tour, especially in these last couple of events. I think we've got a Mophie power contender right here.
Right here. This is just a brilliant turn here. Full-blown rail work. And he comes out of that, transitions back on the inside. A beautiful bottom turn, but that one turn got him the points. 6.67. That is so solid. And Filipe Toledo, God, he just worked so hard for that 617, and it was a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, it's just there's something about power surfing. I know it was something that you based your whole competitive energy on, that just big rail hooks in the pocket. What does power surfing really mean to you in the water and in life?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just really, hitting the points in the pocket, I mean, staying in that power pocket, doing the big slashing turns. There's just no feeling like it.
Gosh, and you're always trying to measure who's the powerhouse on tour, who's got that big turn on the open face that can gain points, that doesn't need to go vertical in the pocket. They can actually turn a major score, but by laying that rail over with finesse and authority.
Yeah, well, I would say in our generation, to me, the power surfer standout would have been Dane Kealoha. Especially, and when he moved on to the twin fins, he could still do full rail turns on the open face. His roundhouse cutback was phenomenal.
Gosh, and that must have been a wild shift, going, who's going to move to the twin fins, and do we have to? And a couple of guys wanted to hang on to those single fins a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think Michael Ho, Shane Duran and I were the last 3 holdouts.
As we look at Toledo running down the line and just getting a little bit tangled up on that section as he goes down. So he'll check out his board. Both these guys on equipment from Marcio Zuvi and Sharp Eye surfboards. Toledo moving to a replica that took him to a huge win at Jeffreys Bay. Changed the game on the board he rode back then. He's 5'9.5". He's on a 5'10". We were talking yesterday in the Stone and Wood post show about how he doesn't seem to require that much volume for his size. 5'9.5", 167 pounds, and on 26 liters. It's just, he likes to have that blade in the water. Taylor Clark, who works with Sharp Eye, said he's actually experimented with going a 1 liter a volume more this year. Went back to dropping back to what he's used to, as they're always trying to fine-tune equipment. As that score for Felipe, 193. Jake's got priority, and you could tell he's going to keep things simple. I asked Taylor Clark as well about Jake's equipment. He's like, yeah, you know, nothing super flashy, really a stock standard, trusty, reliable shortboard that he's been really working on for the last year or so with Sharp Eye. Something that he can really rely on. He had this board built for Winky Pop, and his heats were on the bowl, so got to really save it for Burleigh Heads. And it works great, 667 on an aggressive power hook.
Yeah, I mean, now these guys are surfing completely different parts of the wave. I mean, say Jake Marshall has taken a leaf out of the Liam O'Brien book. He's gone deep up the point, and wow, too deep on that one. And there we see the next wave, Felipe Toledo had a duck dive. This is the low tide factor coming into play here, Joe. It's going to be a big playing field.
Yeah, this is when they start making decisions on where to sit. Up the point, down at the beach break section. Makes it tricky. Sometimes you can lose your heat just based on being in the wrong spot. Toledo, though, can freestyle better than anyone. Nice speed jam into a wrapping cutback. Now slowing things down. The wave's starting to die out on him, so he'll call that a performance on wave number 4 and get the lift from the Red Bull ski.
Yeah, he's called the Uber on that one, but here's the thing. I mean, that one I don't think is going to come into play too much as the heat goes on. The wave started out okay. I thought he might have even got his leg rope caught around his front foot.
Gosh, and that doesn't feel good.
Oh, that is such a restrictive movement. I'm not sure, but I just saw him try to flick something halfway through that ride. As we see as we go down the line, starts pretty good here, solid power block around that section. Now the wave just sort of gets a bit sleepy, and it just offered no more scoring potential.
Yep, and just cruising, looking loose, looking happy. He was just beaming after that big performance yesterday. And how about Jake on his second wave?
Yeah, he's definitely going for those bigger waves. Two big moves there by Jake. Probably not as powerful, singular as the first wave, but this will it'll shoot him into first place.
Enjoying this view from the Gold Coast Queensland flight cam of the point here at Burleigh Heads. That's that national park that you can walk through. Up at the top of the bluff, some classic accommodations right on the point. Sponsor activations, providing a lot of fun things for the locals to check out, and a lot of international surf fans flew into town just in time for this big event. A lot of Brazilians back in Felipe Toledo in this one. And we had a Brazilian victorious in the last heat. Iago Dora up to world number 2 on the live rankings is with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, Iago up to world number 2 in the rankings, but after a heat like that, you must be thinking, man, oh man, this is a tough gig. It was, you know, one of those heats that are frustrating in a lot of ways, but a good one to get through.
Yeah, exactly. That was a really tricky one. It felt like the waves got a little bigger, and it was just like out of the bank, just like running really fast. And I thought I would have got the 7.5 on my wave before, which was like the only proper wave that I found that whole heat, but it's okay. I never give up. I believed until the last second, and I got what I needed in the end.
Yeah, you were letting the crowd know, letting the judges know that you thought you got the score. But, mate, when you find out that, you know, you're number 2 in the world, this is like a lifelong dream of yours. There's a big opportunity with Italo out at the event. Does it come into your thinking at all, or is it just the next heat?
Yeah, not really. I'm really grateful to be in the position that I am right now, but I'm not thinking so much on like the immediate results of like what I'm gonna be after this event. I know it's a long year ahead, and each heat is really important, and that's another step closer to my goal.
And getting grindy heats, does it feel like you get them out of the way and that you can actually open up on the next time you get out there?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like every event that I won or that I've had a good result, I had at least one grindy heat, and it's good to get that one out of the way. And I felt like my surfing was there. I was just like, even me and Alan, I think both of us were like kind of out of rhythm. We couldn't connect with the best waves on that heat. And yeah, just one of those scary ones, and I'm really happy to make it.
Congratulations, mate. Great to see you in top form and climbing those rankings ever closer to #1.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well done, Vaughn. Thank you, Iago. Iago, super grateful to be in this position. Best start of his career on tour. Big throw tail, incomplete for Jake Marshall, so mixing it up a little bit. His wave before was a 5.5, which helped his lead out front. And Toledo now with priority. His last a 3.67. So Felipe chasing a 6.01 in a very, very close matchup about halfway through.
Yeah, well, Jake has pretty much shaded Felipe on both their scoring rides. The 6.67 versus the 6.17. I called that. I thought it might be a 5.5. It was spot on. But Felipe, 3.67, that's a throwaway.
Jake Marshall on 29.6 liters of volume on this File 50 that he worked on from last year. He's about 6'1" himself, 181 pounds. He's on a 6'1.5" by 19 by 2.5. So he's got some good volume carrying him down the line on that Sharp Eye equipment, with plenty of time on the clock for Felipe to catch fire in this one. Only chasing a 6.01 to catch up to Jake Marshall. We'll return with more action right after this. So much great surfing at this venue, and going back to 2012, this was a location for the World Junior Championships. Ryan Callanan was the poster boy for the event. He had hurt his ankle at the time, so he wasn't able to surf at 100%. Young Jack Robinson, only 14, had a giant alley-oop against Jack Freestone, but Freestone had a couple of big 9s. We saw Govea earlier today. He was in the event, got a quarter. Young Toledo showed up. His boards didn't show up. He ended up losing to Kauai's Nathan Carvalho, who was on an Infinity surfboard, into that final, and the junior champs were crowned. It was a special one. Alessa Quizon won that event. You know, you had Wade Carmichael, Carvalho in the final, but it was a series that the WSL put together. 3 stops around the world, going to Bali. They got to hang out in Australia in locker rooms. It was a taste of what they wanted to achieve and make the championship tour. And when Felipe got past Garrett Parks in the quarters, they were doing the math and going, well, Garrett Parks and Kaiwa Belli are tied. And so someone woke up Kaiwa Belli, who thought he lost his world title. He was staying in one of these towers on the headland here. Like, you've got another heat to surf, and it's for the world title against Byron Bay's Garrett Parks. Belli got the win. Felipe played a bit of a spoiler to create that moment for a sudden dead surf off. And Felipe was happy to reflect on those memories. I mean, he had a contract with Firewire Surfboards at the time, and sometimes in air travel, the boards don't show, and he went to a local shaper that knew how to make boards for Burleigh Heads, and he was really grateful for it.
Yeah, I remember it well. There was a bit of confusion about the whole Caio belly. Where is he? You know, there's another heat. There's a world title heat on the line. And Garrett Parks was going, oh, maybe he won't wake up.
Right. Garrett's such a talent. He was in all those crazy Young Guns movies, shadowing Julian Wilson, Dane Reynolds, Jeremy Flores. Such a great, not just junior, but just a great all-around surfer. And imagine, still rips. Hope you're doing well, Garrett.
Oh, he rips.
Haven't seen him surf in a while. I miss it. Really fun, big sections. He would throw down those big tail wafts. What a great era in junior surfing that these guys all came out of.
Yeah, we used to have the Byron Classic, and you'd go down there and you'd see Danny Wells, you'd see Garrett Parks, you know, this is great surfers from the Byron Lennox area.
As we have Jake Marshall representing Seaside Reef in San Diego. A lot of San Diego talent that we've seen over the years. One man that's originally from Huntington, down in San Diego these days, Gary Clisby, remember him?
Oh, yeah, we saw Gary came out about 18 months ago, and we caught up at Rainbow Surf Club and had lunch. Gary Clisby was one of my favorite characters on the tour. A really classic guy.
Oh, real nice guy as well, still rips. Sales rep these days, down in the San Diego region. 11:40 on the clock here. Jake loves creating big upsets. Always backs himself, real cool, calm, and collected all the time. Working with a lot of great coaches in his lifetime. A lot of times with Chris Gallagher, who was on the tour in the past, winning events like Margaret River. Been also shaping a lot of boards for Jake in those early stages where you hit growth spurts. I remember stopping by Jake's house. They opened the garage, and there was like 40 little mini Grom Chris Gallagher surfboards. The cool part is Jake has younger brothers, so they just were hand-me-downs for Nick and Connor. But Jake's so grateful for that relationship, a mentor, like a best friend in Chris Galley. Worked with Chad Bonsack before that, and he just soaks in the knowledge and is just really coming to his own on tour.
He has grown into a tour regular now, and before it was a bit of a tenuous hold on the tour, but now he looks solid.
Having a look here, and already driving through the first carve is a two-time world champ. Toledo tracking. The wave's not really bowling out yet, but hang in there. Maybe things will change. It's still staying a little bit slopey, but his surfing looks solid. Pinga there, celebrating that performance. His trainer up there on the top of the stairs. We've seen Felipe in the live rankings move into the top 10. So he's officially made the cut moving forward. What'd you see on this one, Bugs?
Yeah, just definitely in his top two, I'd say here, Joe. He gets a nice turn on in the early stages of this heat. There's a couple of roundhouse cutbacks, and this wave now goes a little sleepy, but he able to just finish it off that second last move there. That's where he scored the points. Nice slashing turn off the top. Just blows the tail a little bit. Nothing too major as far as in his universe, but I would say this is going to help out his position big time.
4.4 for Felipe Toledo, and it's really coming down to the wave itself. The high mark is still Jake, 6.67. That wave was well overhead. It had a nice bowl on it, and Toledo's hoping he can lock in to one of those.
Yeah, I thought he might have cracked the 5 on that one, but he wasn't going to go up to into the 6-point range. The wave itself, a little soft.
Next heat's an exciting one. Morgan Siblick next to Nathan Hedge. Looking at this lineup, breaking down what's going to work here at Burleigh Heads, and what a story it's been for Morgan. He's taken on Seth Moniz, and Seth has so much going in this heat. He wants to survive the cut. It was really dramatic last year. Came down to a big performance in Margaret River, so He's taking this next heat like a final. How can you slow down Morgan Siblick? Just so talented. He's improved a lot since that rookie year where he finished number 5 in the world.
Now, I saw Morgan earlier and I asked him, was it the board yesterday, was that the same magic board you had at Bell's? And he went, yes, it was. And he broke it yesterday.
Oh.
So he's obviously had to change equipment, and now we'll see how the rest of the quiver works.
Representing Meriwether Beach, just like Mark Richards. Just like Ryan Callanan, Craig Anderson, Louis Egan, so much talent in that Board Riders Club. Morgan's happy to be in this event. Got the late call up, but gosh, he did damage straight away because Jack Robinson ended up getting knocked out in the elimination round for his first time in his career. That's just going to when he was full-time on tour. He lost as a wild card when he was 13 in the second round, and I think one more time after that, but it just doesn't happen for Jack. That's how dangerous Morgan Siblick's been here in Australia.
Wow, he really has been. He's just been cutting a swath through the top-ranked surfers in this tournament and Bell's. Of course, he spends a lot of time up here, but still obviously a Meriwether surfer. And let's not forget the great Simon Law.
Wow, Simon Law, hope you're doing great. Great representation of that wonderful part of Australia. Well, we've got 7 minutes on the clock, and I haven't heard from Kaipo in a while. Let's see where he's at.
Yeah, that's right. I'm eating up the grass with my fat boy bike, the Scrambler. I eat up grass on this. You can eat up gravel, sand, dirt, of course the road, full suspension, of course the fat boy. You know what? You want a fat boy too. Scan the QR code and you can win a fat boy. Devour grass, sand, gravel, all-terrain vehicles. You know the rules.
We know those rules, Kaipo. Gosh, how nice would that have been to have a Fat Boy e-bike when you were surfing those crazy days at Kira and the Superbank? Most people try to hitchhike back up to the top of the point. If you had a Fat Boy, Bugs, you'd have been styling.
Oh, wow. There was nothing like that around in those days. Yeah, but you did see footage of people sitting on bonnets of cars coming back around in their Connors jerseys.
That really happened, right?
Oh, absolutely. There was no
in
rule.
the middle of a heat and you're getting a lift.
No rule against it. I'm pretty sure I saw Potts on the bonnet of the car with a red singlet on.
And I don't think there's even a rule still in place about that. So if you can get a lift, get lucky with hitchhiking, can get to the top of the point. I love those stories. Potts won the Stubbies. He won a car, and he didn't even have a driver's license at the time. Potts was just a super talented young teenager taking on the world, and I think he found his way around Australia safely. As we look at Toledo, just a snap to incomplete. Well, that's an interesting incomplete turn now because he doesn't have priority, and Jake is so good at closing out heats. You talk about Leo Fioravanti being pretty spicy with defense. Jake's right up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you talk about rocks and diamonds. Yesterday, Toledo 17.87, nines all the way. Today, he's just barely cracked the 10-point total.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. Toledo still waiting for a major win this year. He's had so many in his career. Two-time world champ. Doesn't want his run at Burleigh to stop now. In the GWM recap, that first wave that he took is still his best, 617.
It's still one of my favorite waves of the whole tournament, Joe. I love this stall right here. Look at this. It just goes below sea level, barreled. Love it. Just a little pocket barrel, then an alley-oop, and then he finishes it off Toledo style. But this turn here, Joe,
was just massive. Mophie, power move contender from Jake Marshall. Two-turn combo, best score of the heat, 667, and then rolled into his 5.5.
Yeah, this 5.5 was just such a solid backup score. Didn't reach the heights of the Mophie power move, but put him into first place.
Important ride for Toledo, ramping up, big full rotation. Toledo gets an enormous landing. And his support crew is losing it. Trainer, manager, filmer, friends, Brazilians loving Toledo, putting himself back in this heat. That's how he can save himself. Jake said he really admires the Toledo show, saying he's not going to do that type of surfing, but he was aware that Felipe might reach to it when he needed it the most, and he's turning the heat with an 8 on that full road. Marshall sent to second now, chasing a 7.51.
Wow, talk about turning a heat, Joe. This is unbelievable. Just one huge move right out there into the flats. Landed perfect. I think the landing really gave him the big points.
And just gigantic rotation. That's the fire that Felipe Toledo wanted to feel, Bugs.
Oh, he sure did. Look at the speed he attacks this with. Lightning rotation. And he's feeling it.
Gosh, that was just insane. And, you know, our good friend Chris Cote would call that a front 5, like the 540. And it's a bit harder to track in surfing compared to snowboarding and skateboarding, especially because the ramp is moving in the ocean compared to skaters and snowboarders. But I like the idea of going to the 540 because the full rotation is happening and people are going over full. And, you know, when you call a wave, saying an over full rotation, that doesn't sound as smooth. A front 5 sounds clean. However, it can get a little funny when you're trying to break down the exact degree of where they launched and locking it in. But I know where that is going because these guys are pulling off just gigantic smooth rotations. Here we go. Crazy wedge. Toledo, you could tell, has just found the flame, just building with that big full road landing. Just his body language just looks so good when he takes the lead. He's such a confidence guy, isn't he?
He sure is. He's taken this this bull by the horns. That's big time.
So Toledo looking for his first win this year. He's been having some trouble in this round this season. He's able to make the quarters in Portugal, but still consistent in this round. So, you know, he is in that top 10. But gosh, a win could just do crazy things for his world title campaign. He's won on the Goldie. He's won at Margaret River. He's dominated lower trestles. He's owned Brazil 4 times, winning J-Bay multiple times. The calendar is just reminding him of so many wonderful memories and victories on tour.
Yeah, well, Jake goes in and out on that one because he needs the best wave he's had so far. He needs a 7.51. The last effort by Toledo not going into his top 2, a 5.43. And, you know, Joe, he's been nearly invisible this year, but he's still in the top 10 and moving up.
It's a scary place. And we've talked to Medina about getting a slow start to his world title campaigns in the past, where you take a long break, and these guys have a lot of attention on them being superstars. Sometimes you just got to get back into gear. There's something about being this match ready, just something that you only feel when you put on the jersey. And Felipe's been open about that, just surfing his way into rhythm. Well, we still have 10 seconds for Jake Marshall to try to turn this thing around. Here it comes. Flowing through the first turn, wave splits a bit. Not a heavy section, but he's got to commit just in case. Finding nice flow, but he really needs something big here. Lays into a solid gouge, but already looking out the back. And Jake just feeling his way down this point. What a great run through this event, but tough when you're not getting a big set wave like he had for his 6.67, because he needed more than that. He needed a 7.51. Great surfing, but just a smaller wave, Bugs.
Well, about halfway through that ride, his body language just wasn't saying this is a 7.5.
And Felipe Toledo, gosh, searching, working hard till he found a section to throw down a big full road. Throws a shaka to Jake Marshall. And Felipe is feeling strong into the quarterfinals, where he will meet Yago Dora here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. He's looking for his first win this season. This is the place where he can mark his comeback to the world title race.
He sure can, and he is in the mix now. Top 8 for sure.
And that full rotation is going to save him here when the sections are right in front of him at Burleigh Heads. And he'll be even more dangerous if he gets the heat with a lined-up point break type setup. Up next, Morgan Siblick takes on Seth Moniz. We'll bring in the Blakey brothers for the call.
Moving through the round of 16, looking to set up some quarterfinal clashes and a great matchup here. Evenly matched Morgan Siblick, who got the call up with Ryan Callanan out of the event, up against Seth Moniz, who's on a mission to keep climbing the rankings, shore up his position on the championship tour for the back half of the year. Ronnie Blakey with Vaughan. And Vaughno, I like this heat. Seth's just starting to click into a bit of rhythm this year, and he's looked sharp at different stages throughout the last two events, but he's up against a guy that just came back onto the tour down at Bells and blew our minds.
Yeah, Morgie's been surfing so well, so much power, really attacks the lip. Seth, though, as you say, surfing into some good rhythm, good form. He must be stoked where he is on the rankings right now. He's ever climbing as those live rankings keep updating. Yeah, a really good heat, and I think we'll see slightly different approaches here. Seth hasn't been scared to throw a big, Hail Mary at times if that's what he needs. He sort of thrives under pressure, and Morgan has just been coming out here full-blown slugger, just attacking it, and yeah, it reminds me of that classic old compliment that I think Potts gave to Kelly Slater back in the day. You know what I like about you? You hit the lip. It was a big deal when Will Groms hitting the lip. Morgs brings a bit of that mentality to this heat.
Yeah, he's also found a magic board. Both these competitors with the sharp eye equipment underfoot. And here is a replay of what unfolded during the break. Seth getting started with a 5.5 Vaughan.
Pretty cool way to kick things off, and back on the point. Yeah, you can see that they're very deep here, but it's still draining heavily. Morg's trying to find a little bit of cover. A good start from Seth. 5.5. It's been tricky. There have been heats in the last few hours that have just been such grindy affairs, and trying to find any sort of open canvas to work with has been tricky. But this could be the start of a new platform here.
Well, the Brazilian stars, superstars, really saved themselves in the first two heats of this round of 16. Yago Dora just scraping past Al Cleland. As we see Seth up, he's going to kick out of this one. And then in the last heat, Felipe Toledo, last-minute heroics to get the jump on Jake Marshall, who's been in incredible form. And that sets up just an absolutely mouth-watering quarterfinal clash between Yago and Felipe.
Ooh. Yeah, it's been funny, hasn't it? There's been so many close so many close heats that have finished either in or around the hooter, small scores needed. The only person who's really had this entire point on lock is Lobby, the local, unsurprisingly, but he just went so ballistic out here. Yeah, I think for Yago, I did the post-heat interview with him. He was just saying, oh, man, every comp, he actually phrased it like this, every comp I've won, I've had a heat just like that, a grindy one that I have to get out of the way, and he sort of chalked that up. So he'll be going into that heat really excited and feeling confident.
Seth already making a big climb up the rankings, up 4 places after Bells in 18th position. And still moving, as you said, with the live rankings updating with each heat. What a finish to that one for the 27-year-old. No doubt the fam is tuned in and watching on. Big shout out to Tammy, Tony, and of course Seth's siblings, who are his biggest supporters. Sis always rides Seth's heats. So emotional. The roller coaster is an emotional one for her. When he gets the win, it usually turns into a party. When he gets the loss, usually there is a fire to put out.
There's just nothing worse than having to ride heats that you have no control over. Seth on the inside here. It's a cool finish here because this is exactly what Morgan's going to bring to this heat. A real attack into the lip. And Seth just saying, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't mind, doing the old nose pick and throwing a bit of flair in, but when the section's there, I can punch it just as hard as anyone.
I think when you start to look at these two, Vaughn, you can kind of identify who has the edge in certain areas. I don't know if you know what I'm alluding to, but what do you see the strengths or the advantage to Seth? Where does he have the edge over Morgan?
Well, I think for one thing, he's really good at pulling out like a last-second victory with a big air if he needs to. That's one thing. He's got a beautiful flow from start to finish of a wave, and he's got, a bit of new school. But Morgan's just going to attack.
Yeah, Morgan has just been so sharp on rail through these last 2 CT events, and loading up for a big finish here. Rapid-fire hit. And trying to find some more open face down the line, and there is another clean connection. And that's maybe where Morgan has the edge over Seth at the moment. Just his rail work and his speed is blinding. Mentioned that these two both rely on Sharp Eye for their equipment. So got good boards under their feet, but I know what you're saying. I think Seth too has the edge in the air. But at the moment, we're not seeing a whole lot of air sections. It's been really tricky to find those moments through the day for the competitors.
Yeah, and I don't think you can look to Philippe for inspiration for airs because he's just on another planet with that stuff. But yeah, you're right. It's been tricky. A lot of the air crew that throughout this day in particular have been finding it tricky. None more so than Italo, who got knocked out.
And Griffin, I think just like, because this wave gives you so much speed down the line, you're constantly looking for the ramp, but Morgan really focused on the pocket here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we knew he would be bringing to this heat. If there's a sort of a bowled out section, he's going to go 100% at it. And this is the form. This is exactly what he brought to the tour in his first season, that rookie season. It was just attack dog mode.
Broke his magic board though yesterday.
Doesn't look that ruffled. He's in a better headspace more. I reckon in those years where he was sort of losing grip of his place on tour, that would have been a proper, big dent in how he was going to respond. But I don't think so this time around.
And looking for a response now to that last ride is Seth, who pushes it out onto the flats. The board just flickers slightly, and he can't stick it. But yeah, the magic board, it can almost become a superstitious thing for a competitor when they've had some success. Morgs is actually, the last winner at Burleigh in a major contest as an individual in February. He won a QS 1000. He's up again here, 6.83 on his last wave. That's the best of the heat so far. Now pushing for the lead, just needs a 3 to turn it, but obviously chasing a lot more here. The 25-year-old who splits his time between the wave-rich zone of Yamba and down there at Merriweather, and he is on one at the moment. But yeah, those QS 1000s, they're in this region, they're heavily stacked events. It was maybe one of the toughest QS victories of his existence as a competitor. He beat Dakota Walters in the final, but there would have been some confidence taken from that.
For sure. He's been doing so much time out here. Not only did he win that event, and as you say, oh, wow, he's in laceration mode. Any memories of that favourite board are gone. He's got a new one. This board looks so good under his feet. And it's doing everything he wants to do. It's going everywhere he wants it to go. But, yeah, you know, that's a lot of heats in the water to win that event. Then he was back up here for the ABB with Merriweather. They went within a wave of taking out the Australian Board Riders battle. He spent so much time out here, Ron. So it's going to play to his strengths for sure.
Got another number on the way here, which is really going to help his chances. You talked about his magic run when he came on the CT back in 2021, and yeah, just started dropping big names, taking out the heavyweights on the CT.
Yeah, I think he even surprised himself, but I do recall, you know, the first time I ever met him, I asked him, you know, how are you going to go on this tour, mate? Like, you're going to be surfing against the big dogs. And he goes, yeah, I'm just going to rip a few heads off, I reckon. And that was his mentality. That was before the tour went on hold, obviously, but that gave him time to really have a good think about, you know, who he was as a surfer, what sort of prep he wanted to get done. And by the time he hit the ground, he was just so chomping at the bit, foam dribbling out both sides of his mouth, just wanted to absolutely go mad. And you could see, you know, we've spoken about it a lot with Morgs. You saw that start to delaminate as, you know, expectation became part of the equation for him. But I think even just something as simple as that, you know, creasing that board, not even really playing into his headspace at all, you can see that this board looks just as sharp, if not as good. So, yeah, he looks like he's just in a really good place. Hoggy in his corner too. That'd just be ramping him right up. He's that kind of creature.
Yeah, Nathan Hedge, former CT campaigner, working with Morgan Siblick at the event, and Seth leaning into the wisdom and energy, the cosmic energy of Doug Silver.
He's so good, isn't he?
He's just... Every time I see him, he's wearing something different, something classic.
There'd be a reason behind it as well. He's tapping into some sort of success here. Great outfit.
He's like a mobile bushduff, just raving his way around the championship tour schedule. Just want to bust out the glow sticks and suck on a lollipop and start moving every time you see him.
Well, he's got that sort of ability in much the same way that I guess Bemrose does, to sort of channel energy and feed it into his athletes in the perfect way. You know, he's able to articulate sort of the energy needed, the occasion. That's what he's able to do, sort of really focus in on what needs to be done, the conditions, all of that, and then pass that energy into Seth. And I think Seth's surfing has grown exponentially because of it.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of Seth's incredible performances in just a minute. 21.5 minutes to go. Both these competitors riding the Sharp Eyes, and Sharp Eyes sitting pretty at the top end of the Vistler CT Shaper rankings, and a really good chance at jumping up into that #1 position if one of his surfers goes on to a victory.
Far out. That is a really cool looking list. Sharp Eye obviously have so many great riders. A couple going out early, but a few real stayers. This heat's a beauty for them. Someone's going to be moving on through.
And, well, the man that actually just, you know, really started the Sharp Eye revolution and just had everyone saying, I got to get one of those, and probably more people saying that now, is Felipe Toledo. He's with Laura. We're going to catch up with them in a second as Seth finishes off that ride. We'll throw down to Laura now, and we'll see a replay of Seth's ride in just a moment.
Yes, Felipe, we're just having a laugh. You can't always combo your opponent like last heat, you know, dropping 9s and 8s in the first 10 minutes. This time, you know, kept it bloody exciting till the very end. You didn't give up that 8-point ride. Talk us through it.
Yeah, exciting for whoever's watching, but not for me. Yeah, it's, you know, I wish every heat was like the one yesterday, where you get 2 big scores, get it done, and then you just kind of control the heat with priority and with the strategy. But yeah, it was tricky today. Blessed to get that one little ramp. You know, that wave came out of nowhere. We're paddling over a wave, and then that was like a little double up, like sucking on the reef on the little sandbank right here. I was like, maybe this is the one. Maybe this is like what I need, you know. And as soon as I took off, I saw the section. I was like, I'm gonna have to go for the air again. And I was a little bit scared because of the wind. The wind's very strong. but I feel like this part of the bank, you know, kind of, you know, makes the wind go a little bit softer. So, yeah, landed that one, got the score, and it was tricky paddling back out. I didn't know if I was going to paddle back out here to get closer to him or to paddle to the middle to the second bank and try to get another score. But, yeah, everything worked out, and I'm happy to be in the quarters.
Amazing. And so with that, you know, a result into the quarterfinals, you officially made the cut for this year. You know, talk us through that, how that feels and sits.
It feels amazing, to be honest. You know, my main goal this year was to just, you know, make the cut and have fun. Those not like world titles and I got to be in the finals. I already did it back-to-back tour titles, so I took the year off, and now I'm coming back. You know, like slowly fighting my rhythm again. Fighting the right boards and the right dimensions and the right headspace as well. And yeah, I feel great, happy to make the cut. And now it's, you know, we're gonna flare it up a little bit more.
Amazing, looking relaxed, surfing amazing. Congratulations into the quarters.
Thank you, Laura. Great interview, and noticed a couple of times now Felipe sort of, I think, just reinforcing to himself that, you know, he doesn't have anything to prove to anyone because he's felt the pressure in the return to competition, not bagging those big results. So, again, you know, we know it. He's one of the greats of all time, but he's also trying to figure out the winning formula again. Here's a replay of what Seth was able to muster in the interview, a 5.77. That's his best wave, but Morgan's still hanging on to the lead here, Vaughan.
Yeah, well, Seth deciding to throw a bit of tail, point of difference. Morgs is doing what he does, punching through the lip. So we are starting to see Seth open up a little bit in terms of bringing that progression. Morgs is looking very strong.
He sure is. We were talking about Morgan's big moments. Obviously, a top 5 finish back in 2021, breaking into the final series as a Grom. Just coming from nowhere, cracking a final over in Western Australia, looking really sharp. But Seth, for me, was part of one of the most thrilling and memorable Pipe Masters finals of all time.
Ah, yeah, that was one of the, you know, it'll live forever just because of, you know, the opposition, the quality of the waves, what Seth was doing right throughout that event.
And here is Seth now, looking for a 6.8, loading up, dangerous and unbelievable. He lost contact with the board, Vaughan, but how lofty was that?
Massive, huge frontside full rotation straight down the mine. It was almost as if there was no landing.
Yeah,
the earth just opened up and swallowed him.
As rock solid as he is, that was quite a height to fall from, and he landed straight in the chunkiest section of the impact zone. Morgan on the outside now.
Crack.
Pinpoint hit, a couple of them. A great combo to kick things off. Maybe one of the most powerful combos we've seen on the outside. And now driving through to the middle section of the wave. Let's go of the carve. If he finishes this one off, we could see this score go excellent. Building for a big finish down the line. Loads up, throws the tail, gets out in front of it. And the body language suggests that he is loving life.
That is as good as you'll see a wave dismembered. It was just full on through the lip. 100% commitment, and crazily enough, like Seth's air, that was heading excellent too if he could somehow find a cushion to land on, but no chance. On the very next wave, Morgan goes mad.
I've mentioned it a couple of times. Kelly Slater refers to heat surfing sometimes as boxing matches. And Seth went for a big knockout blow here, threw a haymaker and just failed to stick it. If he had everything that Morgan did on this ride, we would have been saying, oh, it was really solid surfing. It's excellent surfing, but the wrist from Seth was huge. Those first 2 hits were remarkable.
They are, yeah, I just think they're almost knockout blows in terms of just full connection. Not so much in the context of the heat, but like the way that he loaded up, the way that he just attacks, it is excellent surfing. It's got to go there.
Oh, it goes there and some. Morgan Siblick drops the big one, a 9-point ride. And the pressure's right on the Hawaiian now, who's after a 2-wave total of 15.83. Morgan's in career best form, no question. I mean, the run back in 2021, Vaughan, it was amazing. But this surfing, I think, is even sharper. It's It's the speed at the moment.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, he was surprising himself with the performances he was putting on in that rookie season. This time it's planned. Like, he's been working so hard, not just on his surfing, not just on his whole mental act, his strategies, but he's been working literally on, you know, doing some lifeguarding, been on building sites. He's been rebuilding himself as a human being. And that is just giving him all of this confidence. And, you know,
context.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, Rich is feeling the energy from Nathan Hedge down there. It's buzzing, obviously, Rick.
Yeah, thanks, guys. With Nathan Hedge, coach for Morgan Sidlick. Mate, what's changed? We've just seen a remarkable improvement with not only surfing, but the way he's competing.
Well, look, I think it's a number of contributing factors, Rich. He's just reminded himself of the intent, the energy and the mindset to what got him to the top 5 in the world, just reminding himself of that and not surfing and competing and living his day to protect something anymore. He's just getting after it and just leaving it all out there. And I think, you know, he's matured as a man. He's, you know, he started lifeguarding as well. He's got some accountability. He's got an aspect of something outside of surfing. So he really celebrates his surfing now when he can go surfing. And look, also his boards too. Alvaro down the Sharp Eye surfboards out on the board lab. He's punching out really consistent same files, whereas before it was a little bit flaky on some of the designs. So I think getting the Alvaro designs under his feet, Mauricio, you know, he's really confident on when he puts a board under his feet. He knows how to deliver on the board. So combination really, and he's been putting in the hard work too in the gym and technically too. So he's just put the hard yards in.
And what about the rest of this year? Obviously, we know this is a gift, getting these starts in the Championship Tour level. He belongs here. We know that. How are we going to get him back here?
Look, I think it's just building upon, you know, he's shown the whole world and the whole industry behind him now that, you know, he can beat the big, huge names, and it's just further consolidating and bringing the same passion, same surfing, same good choices into the Challenger Series. You know, he's got a good leg up now because, you know, he's not coming in going, I haven't competed for 6 months. He's going, I've beaten Ethan, I've beaten Lee, I've beaten Cole Houshman, I've beaten all these big names at the top level. I'm getting 9s off the World Tour judges. So if that doesn't pump up your tyres when you run down for your first heat, I don't know what does.
Awesome, Hoggy. Good to see you guys working on a killer partnership. He's surfing unreal. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rich. And obviously Nathan Hedge, the coach, a little more composed than Nathan Hedge, the competitor. But he is obviously sounding extremely happy with the way Morgan's attacked this heat. A 9, a 6.83. Seth with work to do. And Seth want to make his move now, and he will. He's looking like he's ready to fire back too. He's had an attempt at a huge air in this heat. This wave just a little broken up to start, but goes to the roundhouse. And it just reels off without him. 12 minutes remaining here. Morgan well out in front, and Seth a lot of work to do to turn this one around. Welcome back to the show. Heat 3 continues. Morgan Siblick still hanging on to the lead, and Seth Moniz chasing a 15.83 two-wave total to turn this one around with 10 minutes to go. Kaipo's out in the lineup, and Kaipo, a great matchup on paper. Morgan just running away with it at the moment.
Running away with it, Ron. We talked it yesterday about the boot analogy, the steel toe work boot. Morgan Siblick kicking down the door over and over again. Bang! And I want to give you an update on the surf conditions from Oakberry. But right now, we got a 5 to 7 footer, now about a 4 footer for Seth Moniz. Trying to come back for Morgan. We'll get back to those conditions after this ride.
Yeah, just watching Seth at the moment chip away at this one on the wide shot. Zooming in now and see him cut back. This is a better looking wave for Seth. Wants a big finish on this one. It's going to split for a moment, but he's got some speed. And he's going to duck into the barrel and find some cover. We love that. And then a big flare up on the finish. Moniz answers back, throws the hand up. 9 minutes to go. That should help him break combination.
That was cool. That was such a bonus on the inside. I was just about to say, you know, the difference between Seth and Morgan at this point is that Morgan's through the lip attack is just, I mean, it's just pure fire. He's going so hard. Like, what can Seth bring? Well, on that wave, he was looking swoopy, he was looking clean, he connected the dots beautifully. But on the inside, a bonus little pit and throws the tail into a really spectacular finish. And you can see that he's feeling good after that ride.
We love the fight, Kipes, and Morgan has probably been on the more quality waves too, it's got to be said.
Yeah, I like the answer back here. We got Morgs taking a look at this one. He's not going back to Oakberry surf conditions. 5 to 7 foot, it's chunky. It's mongrelly still. We just passed the low tide mark, so we got all these double ups coming over here. Got that cross shore wind, it's about 25 mile per hour. The further you got on the point, the windier it is, but this sandbar right in here is handling it. Here goes Morgs looking for a roll in. Morgan Siblick, take it away, Ron.
Thank you, Kaipo. We've got two dogs going at it here. A lot of fighting these two. Stocky little units. Can't wait to see this number drop for Seth. You know, he cleaned it up so beautifully. He had that tricky broken section that he had to work over. Didn't he connect well, getting a bit of cover, and then the finish, Vaughan, it was really unpredictable.
First turn was sick. That was a nice big through the lip re-entry with a bit of tail slide. Gets another snap. And then, yeah, you can see that he's just really working the board over. You know, he's putting the rail to work here, slices back. At this point, you're thinking, oh, what is this wave going to do for him? What a bummer. And then he just gets the little kink, finds this cute little bit of viz, and then pops it heavily on the back of that little section.
Dust off the...
Just a really strong finish for a wave that for a split second didn't look like it was going to give him much to really claim at the end there.
I love that. Throws his hands up, dusts it off, 7 minutes remaining, number on the way. This time last year, just actually going into the final event before the cut at Margaret River, you know, Seth didn't have a whole lot to celebrate. He had a quarterfinal at Sunset, but he caught fire and got himself all the way to the semi. So it was a heroic performance to save himself on the CT. And he's making his move a little earlier this time. At a 9th place finish at Bells. Had some big moments with some big clutch efforts with full rotations to save his place in the draw repeatedly. And he's going to need a bit more of that against Morgan, who's up at the moment, doesn't get anything out of this wave. So Seth gets the priority. And that little exchange has worked right into his favour.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to be in the tail end of a heat looking for a score. No one wants to be chasing these things down. But to Seth's credit, you know, he knows that he can pull out big turns and big results on waves when he needs them. It's a pretty good reputation to have when you can do that, because it just keeps your competitor really worried about what you're doing. That little sell then, for example, you know, Morgs is looking at Seth going, wow, he might have put something away that's meaningful. I don't want to give him another chance.
Well, the score is in for Moniz. It is an 8-point ride. He gets some excellence of his own, and the requirement now is a 7.84.
Game on.
Game on in the biggest possible way. Quarterfinal spot up for grabs. Seth already charging up the live rankings. A win here and a move into the quarters. You know, he'll be knocking on the door of the top 10. Morgan, meanwhile, you know, he's a scary customer to come up against because we all saw the damage he did down there at Bells, and he really doesn't have a lot to lose. You know, is he going to get more opportunities throughout the year as a wild card? Maybe that's unlikely, moving off Australian shores. But at this stage, he is just looking like one of the best in the business.
Yeah, I think Morgs will appreciate that Seth's put a lot of fight and a lot of heart into this comeback in this heat. It won't rattle him. It'll just get him even more psyched up for a big finish here. This is fantastic. This is what we were hoping for from this matchup. Siblick, it was all going his way, Ron. But Seth has just, put the mongrel on. Got his mongrel on, and he's fought back beautifully here. That was so cool.
Yeah, it's cool to see. You know, Seth, he was part of that group, that trilogy. Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing, all on the same team for a long period of time, and they were kind of maintaining pace together, but Ethan and Griff kind of separated themselves and got themselves up into that final 5 picture. And, you know, Seth's got all that talent. He's got those big airs. We've seen it. He's got the moves that can get him through and out of really tough situations.
And he's got the rail. Like, I mean, that run through Margaret's last year was just some of the best through the lip power surfing that we've seen.
Let's dive into the GWM. Heat recap here. Plenty of highlights in this one. Morgan getting started early, winning that opening exchange, banking a 6.83 for this.
Yeah, this was the warm-up wave for Morgs. He got that big attacking off the lip, free fall, gets the finish, which was a nice bonus. It looked like for a second he was caught behind, but then all of a sudden, crack! Look at that, another tail release, and then this turn. Big Larry, and just plenty of power. And we were saying, you know, he creased his favourite board. Well, he's just found a new one. This board looks sharp as.
Yeah, Nathan Hedge alluded to it. Just the consistency in the delivery of quality equipment. Every board feels the same. Morgan doesn't have any question marks in his performance, and nor does this man. Turning in an 8. And this is a fantastic ride. You know what's amazing about this? The final move was deemed incomplete, and it still went excellent.
Yeah, that's incredible. This wave is just so beautifully surfed. The tempo is just right on. He never gets ahead of it. He's always hitting the section. He gets that cool little barrel on the inside, and this, an incomplete.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head personally. They just are so critical now. They really want to see the competitors get out in front of that whitewater. As we see Morgan up again, and some serious heat put into that first turn, and flexing again on the second move. Looking to dump the 6.83 up the requirement. For the Hawaiian, gets a little swamped in the whitewater there, but back out in front and building speed again for a tidy finish.
Oh my goodness, this wave just won't let up. Cute little finish. But the hog, you can see the veins starting to throb there.
Yeah, he was trying to keep his cool before, knowing there was plenty of time on the clock for Seth to mount a comeback. But he couldn't help himself. He had to celebrate that ride.
Very strong.
Minute and a half to go. And Morgan's calling it a day. Let's see the replay here. Trying to better a 6.83.
It's the acceleration out of this turn. Yeah, he might cut it slightly short, but he's already fanging into the next bottom turn. That just sets up that turn beautifully. He's in such good rhythm with this wave. Yeah, we've talked about it at the early stages. He's done so much surfing out here this year. He's had competitive success. He's locked in.
He's moving so fast, he actually affords himself plenty of time to bank a proper bottom turn and square up on those sections. The number is coming through. No wonder he was heading for the beach. It's a 7.93. The requirement with 50 seconds to go for Seth, 8.94. What a performance from this man. Called up, had to surf through the elimination round. Managed to get himself a solid victory there. Impressive.
Heard Mick Fanning talking to DHD recently about bottom turns. He just says he attacks them. He goes after them as hard as he can to get that room, that space to really accelerate into the lip. Morgan it almost feels like at times he's going too fast for his bottom turn. That's how hard he goes into them. And as you say, Ronnie, it just gives him so much speed out through the top of the wave.
Oh, I got my fingers and my toes crossed for Seth here. Just want to see him get a response. He's fought so well in this heat to keep himself in it. Brilliant surfing from both competitors. One of the highest scoring exchanges that we've seen today. And Seth, you know, regardless of the result, I think will improve his position on the ladder heading into the next stop on the tour. But, I mean, you've got to take your hat off for Morgan Siblick, Vaughan. What a performance here.
That was a great heat.
Actually, leave your hat on.
Okay. Well said. Yeah, no, awesome performance. Morgan, as we say, you know, he's locked in. Burleigh Point is his best friend right now. The Bells Bowl was, and now Burleigh Point is. He's loving it. And congrats to Seth Moniz fighting back in that one. Amazing performance. Imagine if he'd made that full rotor.
Oh, yeah. I think we would have potentially had a different result on our hands. He was just millimetres away from sticking one of the airs of the event. But, yeah, the crowd will applaud his performance. I'm sure his family will too. He's fought so hard through the last two contests to get himself above that cut line. He should be in pretty good shape heading over to Margaret River.
I think when you're surfing that well, you can kind of cop the loss a little bit easier than just not getting an opportunity. Seth put on such a good show then.
Morgan Siblick continues to win fans here. He's on a giant-killing run. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we'll see Baron Mamea and Alejo Munez hit the water.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've travelled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Well, we've just seen one of the heats of the event, Morgan Siblick getting the jump on Seth Moniz, and now we look forward to another Baron Mamea who won the first event this season up against Alejo Munez, who's making a big charge up the live rankings here, making his move, trying to get above that cut line and ensure he's got a spot on the championship tour heading into the back half of the year. How do you see this one playing out, Vaughan?
Oh, real tricky one. The conditions have completely changed since the end of that last heat. It was sunshine, glassy, and now it's squally, windy. And yeah, it's going to factor into things here. Alejo's been super impressive in terms of just getting the job done. You know, he's been just playing to his strengths, finding the right waves that suit his style of surfing, and really nailing it to the wall. Baron's had a couple of close ones. He's squeaked through his last one with a nice little air rev. So, yeah, I'm curious. I don't really know how this one will play out. It's going to depend on what we see this setup deliver.
Yeah, Baron Mamea really did well to turn things around in the last round. He was in danger of falling out of the mix. So we'll see how he fares here. Got the jump on Callum Robson, but the competitors and not just dealing with each other out there at the moment. Kuiper, we got some weather moving through the lineup.
Yeah, we're getting some water off the leads. Yeah, we got squall coming through. I see a blue pocket, however, so ever changing out here. I do want to comment on Baron Mamiya in that he's such a good surfer, but he needs to get a big result outside of Hawaii. We talked about that before. I just feel that for the talent that he has, Baron, the results don't equal the talent that he has. And then on the other side, Alejo Muniz, I think, plays the game excellently. And a lot of times, hey, the best surfer might not win, but the surfer who plays the game the best a lot of times wins.
Yeah, it's a great point. But what about those two victories, 3 victories on the North Shore? Huge for the community over there, but has kind of put him in a whole different class as far as the greats go.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about pipeline surfing, you got to put Baron Mamiya on the list, right? And the lineage goes Jamie O'Brien, John Florence, then Baron Mamiya. That was a trickle-down offense. J.O.B. influenced John influenced Baron, and that's why the prodigy's the prodigy.
Yeah, he's found himself in that yellow jersey a couple of times, Vaughan, and he doesn't want to let go of this incredible start that he had to the season. He did have a semi-final finish in Portugal, but other than that, got dumped out of the other 3 events in the round of 32. So he's sort of trying to maintain his position in the top 10 at the moment.
And you don't want the narrative to become about that, that you can only win in waves of, well, it's not a bad reputation to have, but you're on tour. You've got to perform in everything.
Up against a veteran campaigner here in Alejo, who started this wave off really nicely. Had a lot of speed and just hit a funky rib in the wave, trying to stomp the float on the inside. He goes down. Always on edge when I see Alejo sort of tripping in an awkward position like that, because he's had some nasty ankle injuries before.
But yeah, just getting back to my point, like Baron, everyone knows that in waves of mortal consequence, he is the guy. Like he can deliver when it's juicy. But even a guy like him, he doesn't want just that rep of being, a threat or a danger when the surf's pumping. Like, he wants to be a threat all the time. So, yeah, I think that if you're looking at this heat, just on paper, you're saying that this is a heat Alejo is going to be favourite in.
Yeah, Alejo got the jump on Baron in El Salvador. It was a really close heat, though, only a 1/10 of a point separating the two. A pretty low-scoring affair. But Alejo just, I don't know, it's just that he's looked really switched on and fast, which was kind of what he was famous for when he was campaigning on the championship tour 8 years ago. He had a solid run. His best ever finish was 10th on the CT. That was his rookie year. And since then, he's always kind of drifted out towards that, that cut line, in danger of falling off tour, but fought so hard to get back here, and obviously at this point giving it his all to try and stay on tour for the rest of the season and into next year, which everyone's super excited about with the huge announcement on day 1 of this event. So a low scoring start to this one, and just everyone getting the chance to reset here after fireworks, pure fireworks from Morgan and Seth in that last heat. Priorities with Baron. 3 CT victories, and Alejo, he counts semi-finals as his best results. They both came in his rookie year in San Francisco and over in New York. He took semi-final finishes.
Yeah, this lineup is all over the place. It's been so tricky today. Crew going down to the beach here, as far down the point as you can imagine, as Alejo takes off from.
Yeah, driving up into the pocket here.
Cracks it.
Well-timed hit. This wave's going to not provide a whole lot down the line, though. Yeah, we haven't really spoken about the extra motivation for the competitors with the big announcement. Not sure if they were completely tuned in to what's the changes for next year, but, we saw Miguel Pupo when he was assured that he'd have a position on the back of end of the tour this year that he was going to get a massive break to go home and spend with his family. As we see Barron up, 2 unbelievable turns. That's all he's going to juice out of it. And it is a massive motivating factor.
Yeah, to be there knowing full well that the cut isn't going to be till the very end of the year. You get pretty much a full cycle to show what you're made of. That's a really big carrot to stay on tour.
So a nice little exchange there. Both surfers with not a whole lot of room to move, but still getting some impressive hits in.
This is such a different heat, isn't it? It's amazing how quickly this whole lineup has changed just on the back of that squall. Morgan and Seth were both getting waves. Faces with multiple turns could be done sort of down the line speed. Right now, Alejo and Barron, they're just struggling to even get a couple of turns in, but that was super impressive. That wave actually did scoop out, allowed Barron to really open up. Flex a big turn on the inside, use that power.
Yeah, still it'll just be mid-range scores for those 2 rides, just based on the fact that the trends today, seen surfers letting go of a lot more moves and a lot more critical moves at that. So a 4.5 for Alejo, and it looks like it's going to be a 3.7 for Barron. So Barron in second place. Let's have a look at the schedule for next year, Vaughan. Shaping up to be a beauty.
Oh, kicking off in Australia, the Aussie treble will be in force there. Then we're off to El Salvador for Punta Roca. Sacarima will be after that. And then how's this little section? 6, 7, and 8, and 9. That's a golden little run there. Jeffreys Bay, Chobe, Poo, into Cloudbreak, Lower Trestles, and then Abu Dhabi and Peniche. That's where we'll have a cut down field.
Let's say we'll whittle.
We'll whittle it down, and then the Pipe Masters to finish. 15,000 points up for grabs. The Masters retaining its name and also that reputation.
Yeah.
It's going to be a massive finish to the year.
And the full field.
The full field coming back
for the final event of the year. So you know you'll see last-minute heroics as we see Barron Mamiya. Live action, loading up. He's just going to make his move down the line. Maybe one of the biggest points is the fact that the Pipe Masters has a different rating for points. 15,000 points for first place. That's huge.
I love the idea.
That is going to really make things interesting and probably bring, you know, the list of contenders or below the list of contenders out coming into the final event.
Yeah, I love the idea of our Masters being a Masters in name and weight.
Here we go on the outside. Alejo has the lead. Trying to dump a 2.9 here. Want to see these surfers connect with some decent walls, and Alejo can't make the connection on the outside. Barron Mamiya, he makes his move. He's actually way down the line. Chipping away at this one. So it's just a battle of the low-scoring rides at the moment. We've seen a bit of this throughout the day. We saw a lot of heats decided with 10 points total, and just the small increments between the two surfers made the difference.
Yeah,
so every turn counts.
It's a bit of a whittle fest. We're getting a lot of whittling done, but no one's been able to really hack it up just yet.
Well, both these surfers, you know, Kaibo was talking about Barron Mamiya seeking big results on foreign shores, and he could take some confidence with the from the honour roll of, you know, major events on the Gold Coast. There's been some incredible Hawaiian performers here over the years. Vaughan going all the way back to 84.
Yeah, Hans Hedemann took it out in 84. We had Kaipo Hakeas winning in 96. That was up at North Stratty. So the whole event basically relocated up there, I think, from the semi-finals onwards from memory. Sonny Garcia in 2000. That was a classic year for Sonny and a world title year. So, yeah, Hawaiians doing extremely well here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, you have to turn quite a way back through the archives to find those winners, though. The Brazilians, they've claimed 4 victories in major events here on the Gold Coast since Medina broke through as the first Brazilian winner back in 2014. 21 minutes to go here. Kaipo watching on from the lineup.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys, I don't know if you've seen it in there, but these guys are surfing 2 completely different spots. We got Alejo's down in the beachy over here, and way up the point is Barron Mamiya. So these guys aren't even in shouting distance of each other when they're having their exchange. So maybe that's Alejo's plan. to get around priority. But Alejo's sitting very, very wide. Barron's getting skied back up and is going to get dropped off at top of the point there. So interesting how this is playing out.
Yeah, really just focusing on themselves and their individual performances. We saw that from Liam O'Brien earlier on. That tactic paid off. He was sitting on the deeper section, but, you know, Liam O'Brien has a completely different understanding of this break to the rest of the field.
Well, he knows every rock by name. He's named every single one of them. He's friends with them. They hang out. He was all over this lineup. Didn't matter if he was on the inside or the outside. He was just finding the gems. But Kanoa Igarashi in his heat against Ian Gouveia said the same thing. He was like, I didn't see him out there once. And what was crazy about that heat was it was super grindy still. Like it was a topsy-turvy affair where scores were going up and down and the lead was changing, and yet they weren't even in the same space as each other.
Well, both these competitors leaning into the knowledge of some really experienced surfers. Alejo working with someone he used to spar with on the championship tour in Adriano de Souza, and Barron Mamea, he's been working with Luke Egan. And I think it's pretty interesting. Quite often, you know, the real competitive animals would say you don't leave your rival alone in the lineup. But sometimes if you're really identifying where other surfers found the best scoring rides, you know, you can commit to a completely different section of a point and seek out those numbers.
Just thinking of Adriano and Louis as competitors. You know, Louis, I think he had early in his career, he made a final at Pipeline, and then he waited another 10 years or so before he got his first win, and then all his wins came in just pumping surf. So, like, you know, he was kind of on that purest voyage of like waiting for the best waves, always delivering if it was pumping. Whereas Adriano de Souza was just a scrapper. Like, it didn't matter how perfect the surf was, he would paddle someone 10 miles deeper than the takeoff zone if it meant getting advantage. So I wonder if that plays any role here in this heat.
Yeah, Luke Egan getting that world title runner-up in 2000 behind Sonny Garcia, as we see Barron Mamea up now. And there is a really strong, rapid combination to finish that wave off.
Good, solid surfing. Mamea linking it together. You'd have to say he's just a little more in sync than Alejo. We've seen Alejo take a couple of waves that haven't quite done anything for him. Meanwhile, Barron, he's taking a lot of waves, but when he does get something that runs on the sand just a little bit better, he's able to link the turns. Still no real scores of substance just yet. The first turn was nice. Cuts back, puts him in position for this. Little shiv, up and over to finish. 3-turn combo. He's going to ditch that 3.7.
Yeah, it's interesting. Someone can look a little sharper than their opponent, but as long as they're only putting mid-range scores up, you know, the heat's anyone's. 6.17. He's starting to build Barron Mamea, but Alejo only after a 6.67 himself. 17 minutes to go here. And it's been fun leaning into just the stats for him. CT by the numbers, waves per heat. Marco, he has the highest heat count, 7.7 on average. And Italo, obviously, right up there as well. Barron Mamea, he's been a busy man this year too.
Yeah, they're cool stats. I wonder how many air revs Marco's done in this event so far. Plenty. He was sensational this morning.
Be interested to know if he's had a heat where he hasn't done one or attempted one.
Well, the good thing about his heat this morning was even with all the air revs, he was fully fanging into some big closeouts and doing big nose pick tail blows. He brought the full arsenal in his heat.
He did mix it up beautifully. And, well, he's going to have his hands full with Julian Wilson in the next clash. It's going to be a fantastic heat. Marco showing great form. Julian also has thrown down some big airs already and got past Italo earlier today. So that's shaping up to be a fantastic clash. Just under 16 minutes to go here. Mamea deep on the point. Alejo giving him plenty of space. Priority not really a factor between these two. Got to appreciate the tenacity and the resilience of Alejo Vaughan, just working so hard to get himself back to this point. Big hiatus from championship to a competition.
Well, around the contest area, he is just so full of positive energy and gratitude and good vibes. And it's funny, like whenever you see people in that sort of headspace, results seem to just trickle in, don't they? Like on the back of just being so stoked to be here and to be part of it. It does sort of lend itself to being in the right place at the right time. But this is a really interesting heat because they're just not going near each other, these two.
Yeah, well, while they're waiting for those set wave opportunities, let's hear from two of the most positive people getting around the event side, Laura Aniver and Morgan Sibley.
Yes, Morgs. Ronnie's saying that we're nice and positive getting around the event site. You are very positive. You're very happy right now because you absolutely got some bombs in that heat. Talk us through it. You were in rhythm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I feel like I haven't surfed a heat like that in a few years, and to put a couple waves together like how you want is kind of what you're dreaming of before you paddle out and what you're visualising, and for it to come off then was epic. And yeah, just want to say it was such a great battle with Seth, and I love like competing against him. He got that 8 and I could just hear the beach commentary just lighting up like how much variety he had, and I was like, didn't know what he was going to get. And yeah, it's always good little battle with Seth, and just like you just got that true Hawaiian aloha spirit. Like after the heat came up, big hug and congratulations. So cheers Seth, and yeah, frothing to watch him in the next event, and he's doing good this year, so I'm stoked.
Well, back-to-back quarterfinals for you in the last two events. How wild is that? I mean, you've been working with Nathan Hedge. Talk us through, you know, what you feel has shifted and what, you know, your approach now. What's going on?
I don't know, just been in a good rhythm with Hedgie, been on a good program, good routine, just keeping it pretty healthy, and it's paying off. So I'm just, I don't know, feels real good when your hard work pays off, and sometimes it doesn't, but right now it is, so I'm just going to run with it.
Yeah, keep the ball rolling. We'll see you into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Anyone you'd like to say hi to at home?
Yeah, I guess like all the lads down, I guess everywhere, but in the group chat down in Newcastle, all the boys are fired up, and so shout out to those lads, and just, I don't know, all my fans and everyone watching, my brothers, and then, yeah, I guess a lot of my crew's here on the Gold Coast right now, mum and dad, so yeah, thanks everybody for the support.
Amazing. Well, let's get out of the rain, hey?
Let's get out of the rain.
Thank you, Laura. And meanwhile, out the back, Baron Mamiya, he's been extremely busy in this one. Back on the ski. Doing another lap, 12.5 minutes to go. Alejo's still after that 6.67 at this stage. Let's have a look at the replay of this last ride, Vaughan.
He hasn't let a single wave go past him out here, Baron. This is just a little tag, comes through into the section, overcooks that, and down he goes. But that's a heck of a lot of surfing going down for Mamiya right now. Meanwhile, Alejo's been pretty cool. He's just sitting out there waiting for an opportunity, but I don't know. He's whatever he identified on the bank, he might have to reconsider, because Barron is getting plenty of waves, and not that there's a whole lot of quality in there, but definitely his best 2 scoring rides came from the last 4 waves he took. Alejo wants to watch. Just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, he's hunting some opportunities down the line. Baron Mamiya making his way back to the takeoff zone. He's got the lead at the moment. Coming up next, we'll see Julian Wilson taking on Marco Mignot. Welcome back. The World Surf League acknowledges the Komameri families of the Yugambeh language group, the traditional custodians of the land and waterways we're on today. We want to give our respects to their elders, past, present, and their continuing connections to the lands and waterways and their extended communities throughout southeast Queensland. What a beautiful part of the world. Sending that acknowledgement also to all First Nations people watching on the broadcast and down here at the event today. Baron Mamiya out there in the lineup. He is looking to up the requirement for Alejo Muniz. And Alejo's up, digging into that turn. Draws off the bottom, up into the lip. Can he stay on his feet? He does. Throws his fists up. Needs a 6.67 to turn this heat at the moment. That was prior to Barron's last wave. So this one's sort of coming down to the wire, Vaughan, with no real major scores to speak of.
A little bit of flair from Barron, but that was a lot of frustration just completely unleashed there by Alejo. You could see how much energy he whacked into that turn. Got a clean finish too. Barron is just staying so busy in this heat. As we were saying, he loads up onto the inside here, throws a nice front side rotor. Not the full rotation, but a good tail whip. But this thing, you just see Alejo finally going, oh, let me stretch these legs. They're starting to cramp up.
Been some tricky moments throughout the day for the competitors, no doubt, the conditions, but you know, it hasn't been that big a difference in the conditions from that last heat. So, you know, someone had to start sparking the fire here, and Alejo, for me, just sort of came to life. I don't know if he's going to turn in the best number for that ride, but he just looked to rip in to that wave with a bit more intent.
Yeah, the difference here at the moment, Mamiya has the 617 and the 5, but he's also been so busy just hunting out opportunities. And here he goes again.
Yeah, live action, and Barron just didn't feel good about that one, and you could see the lumps moving through the lineup. Sometimes for the competitors, you know, we had that big rain squall, and it's kind of glassed off the surface of the water, but there's still those ribs in the walls.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Alejo has had nowhere near as many looks that is anywhere close to as many waves, but that last wave, it gave him just a tiny little shoulder, which he just went at. And to get the closeout finish, it's probably going to serve him well with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Mamiya's had 13 rides now, and Alejo's just had his 4th. So waiting on the scores to come through. 7 minutes to go here.
Yeah, and job done there, really. A 6.6 for whatever that wave offered is a really good score.
Yeah, it doesn't get him into the lead, but the requirement now just a 4.57, Kuiper.
Yeah, well, look, Alejo's moving back down to the beachy right now, and he got his best number up on the point. So I think I'm feeling like he may be a little bit lost, but he might have an opportunity right here. Alejo Muniz, take it away, Ron.
Yeah, really came on that last ride, surfed it up, and now he's trying to replicate that performance to get himself in front. It's a bit of a sleeper through the opening stages. He's hoping this wall stands up, widens that stance, looking for a big finish. Plants a good hit on the final section. Bit of a sell there to the panel. Wasn't a lot before that final hit. A 5 might be a stretch.
Yeah, it's a hard sell. I mean, the final turn had a little bit of pepper, but not enough to flavour the meal.
Yeah, the close heats are always super interesting, and you know, it's not until you get down into that 5 minute mark that they actually kind of capture your attention. This has been a really grindy one, and now the surfers, you know, they're really sort of willing the numbers to come into existence. Just look how hard Alejo's just searching for points here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit baffled after what Kuiper just said. You know, he made the point that Alejo just got his most meaningful score way up the point, and now he's just hightailed it to this beachy section of the break, where we haven't really seen a score for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think he's running on the advice of his coach, though.
They're telling him to go down there. I wonder what they're seeing. Because a 4.57 is just not a major score at all. Alejo can get those geez, on any old scrap. But that last one was just just didn't hit the bank properly at all, gave him nothing.
Well, the feeling is that he is not listening to the camp at the moment. They're a long way away too. He's way down the line. And the camp looking a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Adriano had some big finishes on the Gold Coast. He had amazing results all over the schedule. Pipe Master, world champ, victorious in Mundaka, had a big win in Rio. Bells.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw him, it was at the at Narrabeen at the WSL World Junior titles, and he was so tiny and just went so ballistic out there. And yeah, it was a real sign of things to come, because he did go on to become one of the greats.
Yeah, he's just 16, I think the youngest ever junior world champ. 3.5 minutes to go here, and Alejo still trying to get himself out in front. His last wave came through at 3.63, not enough. Now the big finishes are impressive, but the judges have really let the competitors know that, you know, the huge points will come if you get the big combo at the start of your ride. That's often the case.
I would love to hear a big breakdown from the coaches to both these surfers at the end of this one.
Yeah.
It's just been such a wild heat in terms of, you know, just letting your opponent do whatever they want. But at the same time, you know, even just positioning has been so tricky.
Yeah.
Did everything go to plan? Is it gone rogue? Like, what's the feedback going to be like when these guys get back to the booth?
Yeah, and Barron Mamie has been in a couple of low-scoring heats now and just managed to edge ahead of his rivals. So it's been pretty interesting to watch his run through the event. He hasn't sort of caught fire just yet. But he's right where he needs to be to stay alive in the event. Just over 2 minutes remaining here. Down the line, Alejo finds some space. It's a good-sized wall. He's got to chase this first section. Almost trips over. Whips the board up there. He needs to make something of this section, and he does. Drops out of the lip. Pumps the fist. Is it enough?
Well, it almost went pear-shaped right from the bottom turn. There was such a bobble. It was just heart in mouth stuff, but got some real work done on the end of this one. Could be a heat turner.
Well, he's making his way in. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Still time to probably get back to where he was situated in the lineup before. Let's have a look at it. I mean, if he teed off properly on this first section, he would have got it for sure.
Yeah, there was just a real nervous start. Gets the big foam climb, jams that section. I mean, that is pretty money. It's a big, steep closeout. He hits it perfectly, puts everything into it.
That's Alejo's trademark turn. It's the big karate kick, chop in the face of the wave. And it was a steep section, a big bowl, kind of dropped out of the lip. Must have looked really impressive from the judge's perspective. Critical section there. But with a minute to go, I think they'll be making some comparisons. He's chasing a 4.57. Meanwhile, on the outside, Mamiya, still time on the clock. Races into this one. Driving to find the open face. Scores coming through for Alejo look good. He's going to turn the heat here. And with 40 seconds to go, Mamiya's got to put the outboard on and get himself in position for another 5.57 for Alejo. He's in front.
There's the reaction from Coach D'Souza.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see the reaction from Luke Egan. Just under 20 seconds remaining here. Will Mamiya find some space in this lineup and get what he needs? He only needs a 6 to turn the heat. Time is winding down. Mamiya having a look at this one, but he's too far out. He's not going to get into it. Alejo is going to survive and be making a really important climb up the rankings. And you can see what it means to him. A heat short on highlights.
Well,
but it was an exciting one, nonetheless.
It's been a scrappy day, and time after time we have seen Brazilians get it done. There's been so many heats where they've just come through right on the buzzer or right near it and been right there on the beach waiting for scores.
So nerve-wracking for the both camps, for the individuals out there in the lineup. Mamiya just couldn't find the opportunity that he needed in the dying stages there, and Alejo's desperation down the line helped him turn the heat in the final stages. Another close one on the scorecard. And we still have more big heats coming your way in the round of 16. Alejo is into the quarterfinals. For the first time this year, Julian Wilson will take on Marco Mignot when we return with Joe and Flick making the call.
Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Crucial win for Alejo Muniz in the last heat of the round of 16. He's moved up big time on the live rankings as we have a new heat just getting started. Julian Wilson was a part of Alejo's rookie class. Look at these old school names back on the championship tour. Julian taking on rookie representing France, Marco Mignot, as we've got some travel time from Wilson making it out of the tube. Now finding flow and rhythm. On the face for a moment, getting a little hung up in the whitewater. Throwing that carve in the pocket. So inspired to be back in a CT jersey, and it's showing. His gratitude, his attention to detail as well, and reading the ocean. Got down here for first heat on dark, rushing into the Red Bull athlete zone. So he's had a big day at Burleigh and still looks fresh and fired up. Already throwing down a beautiful tube ride against Marco Mignot. Joe Trapella, Felicity Palmatier for the call. We've been kind of having this feeling this year with Jordy's win, Julian finding this momentum. That era is back and still so relevant on tour.
For sure. Let's look at this replay here. So Jules just threads the needle here. Oh, super slow-mo, let's go. But just finding some shade out there. There's been a couple of little sections that have presented themselves today. He even found shade in his the opening heat today, the heat prior with Italo, but wasn't successful. This time he is. Gets a little bit sticky here, but sticks with it and just manages to find a little bit more space and a little bit more scoring potential here. So Jules just underway quick in this one.
Gosh, so sharp, so strong. Here comes Marco Mignot with an answer. There's the vert. Nice wall opening up for him. Another big snap off the coping. The drift to show variety will end up costing him the ride. But he knows he's got to bring it against Julian, who would have inspired Marco for many years on tour. Marco fired up to showcase those big aggressive combinations. Combination of turns, that's in the criteria, especially if they tag different points and components, where if your first turn in the combo is power and the second one's progression on a set, judges will reward you like they did with Marco earlier today against George Pitar.
Yeah, that was such a good showing from Marco. He impressed me so much. It looks like Jules is straight off the ski and into another one.
Living in Newcastle these days, but he is from Queensland. Up and out from the Sunshine Coast, a wave called in Coolum Beach that he grew up on, and it's actually a really good longboarder as well. You know, that part of Australia has all those classic points like Noosa, and he would get competitive on the big logs back in the day.
Well, I've seen photos. I've seen evidence, Joey, and he's really, really talented. And I guess, you know, it's really cool to be able to have those surfers that sort of switch between all the different sort of, I guess, pieces of equipment, you know. It's never bad surf, it's just bad equipment, Joey. So here we go, Julian getting busy again.
I love the activity from Julian, world runner-up in 2018, third in the world the year before. Just playing on top of that roof, and he's feeling a crease underneath his feet. Been on the team with JS for a very long time, but he felt it. And we'll see if he makes a run for the board change. Looks like he will. Just quickly, the numbers for Jules, 2.73, then to a 6.33, and all the heats went to an extra 5 minutes in the round of 16. He's going to probably use all that extra 5 for the board change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Italo do it earlier in the heat with Julian, actually, earlier this morning. And it took him quite some time. You know, he got the board, and he actually opted not to take the ski out. He went for the runaround option, but you got to be thinking it's at least going to chew up at, you know, 3 minutes right now. Good news for Jules, though, is he has already locked in the 6.33. It's you know, obviously this, you know, the quality, the performances are getting pushed each round as we move through this competition. But 6.33 is looking pretty healthy right now. Let's have a look what happened here. So just bangs that first one and gets there early, but just comes down. Interesting, I wonder if it had happened before or if he actually just felt it straight away as he landed down from that turn. But Jules just on the joyride on the Red Bull jet ski on the way back in, as we see Marco behind him out the back.
Marco, little setup turn, and decides to kick out. You can almost read Julian talking to the water patrol going, am I allowed to get a lift in? It's like, yep, I'll give you a lift back out, but we got to go around the lineup. And that's the new board for Julian. He'll get all set up, get the leash all set up, and then they'll start whipping him back into position. His last wave where he felt the crease just came in at a 5.5. And Julian always vocal with the water patrol pilot saying, okay, ready to go. He's just gonna sit on the side of that back seat. He's been on a lot of skis in his lifetime. And he'll be out the back. So another exciting heat just getting started. Wilson versus the rookie Marco Mignot. What are you seeing in this one, Kaipo?
Well, I feel that Julian Wilson was controlling really the tempo of this heat, making some smart decisions on his ski rides and holding priority up there. He kicked out earlier, but then unfortunately creased his board. That wave that he creased his board on was just really square and bottomed out. Now Marco Mignot needs to make a comeback. He's found a little gem right here, Joey.
Thank you, Kaipo. There's a big little turn and wanted to be bigger, but he had to adjust to the slope in the wave. He loves a steep section. He's flying now. Rookie representing France will lay down the rail. Drives into that section, and he is able to survive it. Good job there, transitioning the weight to the back foot to keep that board above water.
Whoa, that's milliseconds and millimeters away from failure then. I mean, he did such a good job just reacting to that, not really thinking, and yeah, transferring that weight. I think, you know, this is going to definitely help his case right now. He's obviously chasing a 7.5 for the win, but going to break down this score. Just big wrap here. I just love the variation. It seems, obviously this wave didn't really present itself with one of those sections that we saw in his earlier heat today where he was going to the air, but it's cool to see his rail game, you know. We've seen him really push the progression. No, I mean, obviously there he gets the fins out, but that, oh my goodness, how he transferred his weight that quickly. I mean, that's one of those moments where you're not thinking about that, you're just reacting. If you think it's all over, you know, it was literally milliseconds between surviving that and not, and yeah, he did really well.
And so the judges, they'd prefer him to ride out real clean and have that flow element really tagged. He did save it though. You know, we talk about turns where you could catch. There's ways you could kind of pull it off and still save a score, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a fine line, and sometimes, you know what I noticed down at Bell's, you know, on that last section, that's shory, there were a couple of times where it was a bit like touch and go, whether someone, you know, rode out cleanly, but if it was sort of that awe-inspiring moment where it sort of takes your breath away, like, oh, did he make it, did he not, and they ride out, you're kind of rewarded for it. As long as it's clean, it doesn't look like there's a bauble, you know, it's such a fine line.
Last score for Marco Mignot, 4.93. And now Jules rushing this section. Winding up. Big slob punch! How about that? Julian Wilson still has some room. Oh my goodness. That was giant. And then he'll just put it away. Talk about aggressive combinations. Gosh, he might be better than he was when he was finishing runner-up in the world. He is looking so strong. Every decision's perfect. He's spontaneous, he's radical. Let's get him back on tour.
I just got goosebumps. That was absolutely giant. It was amazing to see. He got so much height there. I mean, you could almost put like a whole Julian Wilson, maybe a Julian Wilson and a half underneath the height that he got in that air. That thing was psycho. It blows me away, you know, and we talk about it a lot too. I think my first takeaway is just how hard it is for that big straight air, because so easy to go with the rotation. Let's have a look. So takes off on this one. He obviously is eyeing off this section, waiting for it to grow, waiting for the perfect moment, launches into the universe. It's got so much height. Let's have a look from this angle. You can really see just how lofty it is, how much height he got, the distance he traveled. This thing was incredible, and I just love that he just went for the big straight slob. Like, I think it just speaks to the degree of difficulty, the arsenal of like that he has, you know, that he can go to. It's not all just the air reverse. There's so much more to Julian. That was absolutely incredible.
Insane. And then just tracking down the end section to slam it, knowing that he's in this game for completion from start to finish. One man who loves a big, giant, straight slob is Kaipo Guerrero. How'd that one look?
That looked incredible, Joe. And we've seen that in Julian Wilson's history, right? Like, he's got a history of big, fat slobs. And that was a big, fat slob. That thing was out there. He got the back foot boned out. Stylish as ever. We've seen it for nearly a decade from Julian Wilson. He's still got it.
Gosh, and after he released the grab, Kaipo, he almost was rolling up the windows to land. That's how much height he had.
Yeah, he was fluttering up there, right? Joe, he like had the yank, he had the boned out back foot, let go, early release, bam! Like, that's the stuff that you love to see, and I got front row.
And Kaipo, we've seen a lot of airs, a lot of big full roads, but just lean more into just the beauty of a big straight air like that.
Floaty, straight airs, there's nothing like it, especially when you're up there for a couple of seconds, you know, and just to drop the whole thing. I love a straight air. I love what I just saw from Julian Wilson, and I think that was an excellent surfing and a well-deserved score.
Exactly. We're watching this angle again from the front. Thanks, Kipes. How about that flick?
I just can't get over just how much height he got, how much he was able to project out over the lip, how cleanly he rode out of that. It was textbook, and it was just, you took the words out of my mouth. Let's get this guy back on tour, Joey. Seriously, far out, far out.
Here he goes, Julian Wilson back to the top of the point, and he gets an 8.5 for one of my favorite airs all season. Just so clean, so much pop. It was radical. It was unexpected, you know, and it's something like Kaipo mentioned he's been doing for a long time. Like you said, something he brought to the tour all those years ago, back in 2011, when he finished in the top 10 in the world. And he was consistent in the top 10, finished up there 7 times. And like we mentioned before, he didn't fall off tour. It was just getting too painful, and all those hotel quarantines that he had to deal with. He was representing Australia in the Olympic Games. He was on about 3 months of just living in hotel rooms while his family was outside. He's like, you know what? This is too much. I'm not going to be on tour next year. I need to take a break and raise the fam. As we see Marco Mignot inspired by the punt from Julian Wilson. And now I'm excited for this rookie to go, okay, Julian, I got some of those. Let's see Marco get right into this.
We've seen Marco go so big before. I have no doubt that he's going to push it. And you know what? You spoke to it before, Joe, but Marco would have looked up to Julian for years, you know, and when he was a Grommie, and, you know, back to the days when Julian was in those Young Guns clips when he was with Quicksilver, and just all those movie parts that he's put out over the years. And I think Marco right now, he's going to be inspired. He's going to want to go big. I mean, this is a consequential heat for him right now too, so he isn't going to want to go down. And I think also just, you know, you hear the crowd go crazy for that big straight air of Julian. I feel that it's only going to fire Marco up.
One man that's getting fired up as well as a member of Julian's rookie class. Julian finished 9th. Alejo finished 10th in the world that season. Alejo's with Laura Enever at the moment on the glass.
Yes, how cool. Joe was just saying that year that Alejo, you finished right next to Julian in your rookie class. But talk us through that last heat. Wow, the last 3 minutes, that was absolutely wild. You were so far down the beach. You were actually out of the competition area. You just missed out on the 4.53 that you needed, and you just kept going. Talk us through it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was one of the hardest heats I ever had. Everything was going wrong at the beginning. I had a plan with Adriano, and where I was sitting, I couldn't really get waves, and I just kept hearing Baron getting scores. So I pedaled towards Baron, then I got my first 6, and I think I needed a 6.67, and I got a 6.6. So I was like, okay, I have to get away from him because he had priority, and tried again. Then I got a 3rd wave, and I didn't got score, and I was out of the competition area, and I knew it. So I saw the white buoy. I was like, I have to pass this buoy, so maybe I will have another chance. And I just want to thank God and Jesus, because I asked it so hard for that wave, and it came. So yeah, I stoked to make that heat.
Well, that was so important, Alejo. Absolutely clutch there to get the score right on the buzzer, basically. But, you know, pretty exciting. You've just moved up 8 positions into the quarterfinals, and you're in 20th. How does that sound?
Yeah, it sounds very good. I know it's still a long way ahead. You know, I don't want to think ahead of myself. I had so many bad results at the beginning of the year, so I just want to keep this good feeling, this good rhythm, and hopefully I can go further in this contest.
Amazing. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully finals day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Laura. Great to hear from Alejo Meneses' first quarterfinal on his comeback to the championship tour. As we look at the last of Julian Wilson.
Yeah, so Jules right now he's got a thing for picking the right waves. Picked off an absolute gem. Really long extended carve there. Snappy. He's trying to improve on the 6.33, and he just gets progressive again. Rides out of that one. But Jules has figured out Burleigh. I feel his wave selection is on point. I mean, I think back to the morning heat. Today's not an easy day to figure out. There's a lot of waves coming through where you're rolling the dice on thinking, is this thing going to stand up? Is it going to hit the bank properly? And to me, it feels like, I mean, obviously Jules would have spent time out here over the years, but he really has figured it out. Today's not easy.
Definitely picking the right sections to work with. He's got a 6.33 and an 8.5 as we focus on the live rankings. Marco Mignot in the battle with Jules right now. He's chasing a 9.9, but he's already moved up 2 spots after eliminating George Pitar earlier today. But he knows 17th doesn't feel that comfortable with the cut at the next stop of the season. Alejo, who we just talked to with Laura, she told him that he's moved up to 20. He knows that's not safe yet, but gosh, moving up 8 spots That's some serious movement for Leo Muniz.
It's got to feel good, right? And I totally understand what he's saying when, you know, Laura's asking, okay, how does that feel? Must feel good. He's like, I've just got to keep focusing one heat at a time. Like, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself because for him, the job is not done yet, as we see live action.
Big lofty float for Mignot. Wilson behind him on the next wave, going back to back. Nice punch out for Wilson on that section. Driving over the big rooftop hack and into the pit. Wilson getting drained. Mignot finishing. Wilson still carving back in the pocket and winding up another big wrap into the power source. Attacking out in front. Oh my goodness. That was a Burleigh Heads special. That Wilson just threw down multiple change-ups with maneuvers, getting drained halfway down the line, giving us a little bit of everything. And Flick, he already has an 8.5. What did we just see there?
Oh, just mastery, total mastery, wizardry. I just got goosebumps. Just watching the variation that he gave us on that wave was incredible. From, you said barrel rides to progression to carving maneuvers. I mean, it was such a cool shot too, you know, by the camera person. It just, with the Marco in the foreground and then, you know, fading to Julian. This is kind of what we want. We want that blow for blow. It was really, really cool. Let's have a look closely what Jules got done because he did some damage out the back here. Just perfect timing. I love this. Straight into that turn. No baubles. The transition, amazing. The read here, incredible. His wave selection out here, it does not get better. You know, Liam O'Brien and Julian Wilson today have had the lion's share of this. They have got it on lock and just absolutely belting that thing. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming.
That was it. And I love that Liam O'Brien call. Julian's reading it like he is a Burleigh Heads local. Yeah. And for his 8.5 to be completely different, for me, that's excellent surfing again. And for their comparisons, that might be the closer already against Marco Mignot.
I feel like that could go higher. I have a feeling it's just that demonstration of the variety in your repertoire right now. And the read, this for me is the best surfing. I mean, Liam was incredible, obviously, drop a 9. But right now, these two numbers that he's just got and the demonstration of the variety of Jules' repertoire, I just love it. I love this story. I love this narrative. I love the comeback, and I love what I'm seeing.
Oh, that was a special wave for Julian Wilson, as he's just so ready to hear what the judges are thinking. He's got his Apple Watch on. He just saw that Marco Mignot got a 7.07 as we see this 7.07 one more time.
Yeah, so this was the first wave, and I just love this shot. You can see Marco here, Jules in the background, but let's focus on Marco jabbing it in the pocket, driving down the line. And what's he got here at the end? This beautiful wrap, beautiful roundhouse, just perfectly timed. He finds this inside track and lights it up again. And then just once again, we see Jules just going to town out the back. I just love that shot. It's so cool. Just blow for blow, the 1-2.
Well, I just see the comparison. Oh. Wow, we just came back seeing the tail drop of Marco Mignot incomplete. But if Marco already has a 7, you're feeling like Julian's is considerably better. They've got to make a lot of room higher than that 7 when they have a second to make those comparisons.
Totally.
I mean, he already has the 8.5. I mean, it was better than that. Numbers locking in for Julian Wilson. It's a 9.5. 8.5 is his low score. 18-point total. He hasn't gone anywhere except for even improving since we saw him last on the championship tour.
Yeah, it had to be. It had to be the best wave of the day. It was incredible, right? Best wave, it spoke to us. It spoke to us both. I think even when you just think about the 8.5, you think about what he did to get that. You think about the variety he showed us on the 9.5. I mean, right now, this is real tough times. This is the opposite side of the coin for Marco. You don't want to be hearing the words, you know, you're comboed. You're needing a combination of, you know, scores to get through this. I mean, let's watch what Marco put down on this last one. Holy, big jab. You can tell he's not leaving anything on the table. He is absolutely winding up here. Oh, wow. So good. I love this. Oh, beautiful surfing from Marco. Just 3 big belts. And I love the idea of going for that progression. If he had stuck that, I feel that he breaks combination.
And wave is scored already for Marco Migno. Comes in at a 7.33. What a big total in second. And like you mentioned, that tough word, the combo that you're on the wrong side of. 18-point combination by Julian Wilson. And you know what? For Marco, what I've gotten to know from him, all he's going to do is just release the pressure and surf for 10s. We're talking giant rotations to try to get back in this heat. Here comes Julian Wilson. Nice driving turn. He's got the speed. Huge ramp, big slob. He'll let that one go.
Oh, so good. This is such a good heat. I just love watching this, Joey. Stoked to be in the booth right now.
What a wonderful day. Let's keep doing this. Heat 5 continues. Julian's getting trained. 9.5, 8.5. Let's see Marco go for broke. We'll be right back. Flashing back to 2018, Julian had a great year. 2017, he finished third in the world, but the offseason was wild with ups and downs. Beautiful part, introduced his baby girl to the world, and then broke his shoulder. Didn't think he'd be in this event, and look at these waves. The whole event shifted to Kira, and he started off the final with a 9.43 on his first wave against his good friend and rival Ace Buckton.
Wow, this is so cool to see this right now. I love all this footage of the young Jules, and now he's back in the CT jersey doing surfing, like excellent surfing, right? I mean, we were just talking right before in the break. I mean, that 9.5 was very close to perfection, right? It was so cool. I'm interested. I still feel he's got more gears to click into too. And, you know, like right now he's got this heat on lock. What does this do for Julian's confidence with every heat that he keeps going through? You know, if he was to advance out of this, wow.
Well, it's just like a different meaning, right? When you're looking at something that you did full time for so many years and you've got just clear eyes and a full heart and you're sharing it with your family. It just, the meaning for Julian is his biggest inspiration.
For sure. I think, and I really respect Julian's decision to, you know, walk away and say, you know what, this is not serving me right now. Like, I have a different priority. I really respect what he did. And I even respect his decision even more now to come back. I just think it's so admirable, you know, and I think, yeah, there's just something to be said about having different priorities and what inspires you and what drives you. And I feel, yeah, we're seeing a more vulnerable Jules, just the way he speaks in post-heat interviews. And even just, I mean, the fam on the beach.
So cool.
So cool. Just watching Dad do his thing. It's so cool to see, and it's just a different era of Jules, and I'm here for it, Joey.
Ashley's awesome. Julian's wonderful wife. She's so supportive in this moment right now. Julian still invested, even with having the rookie combo to use his priority. He's not giving him an inch. He's been competing at this level for so long. He knows anyone could make a comeback. So smart block with defense. Now Marco has priority with 5.5 to go.
Yeah, it's cool to see how savvy he's still being. I think that just demonstrates how much it means to him. He just wants to keep flowering through this draw. I mean, why not? And it's still potentially possible for Marco. I mean, you got to think it's becoming in the realm of not possible, though, because even if he does get this score, let's just say he breaks the combo, you got to factor in, okay, yes, we've got jet ski assist. He could still within the realm now. It's becoming less and less likely by the second. I mean, you feel for Marco right now because this morning you think back to the heat he had with George Pitar and how well he surfed. And Marco's surfing incredible. You even think to the wave before where he fell on that really progressive turn on the end there. He still dropped to 7.63. If he had made that last manoeuvre, I think he's breaking that combo. Marco's surfing incredible, so he shouldn't be getting disheartened by that.
Julian just pacing under priority now. Staying sharp, staying comfortable, feeling out that surfboard from JS Industries. Sam Zubovic from JS on hand to take care of all the team riders, and he got busier once Julian got through a very competitive trials. There were some wild talent from the Goldie, like Thomas Carvalho, Alistair Reginato, Harrison. That final was stacked. Kersey was in the trials as well, who actually has a spot in the Challenger Series this year as well. So a couple big names returning to the tour. Julian getting a lift back. You know, when he was a rookie, the tour had some big names on it, like Dan Ross, Freddie P. It was Kelly's 11th world title year. He's seen a lot, and look at this. Gigantic slob punt. One of the best straight airs we've had all season.
Oh, completely. 8.5 for this one right here. And already we're thinking, whoa, Jules is looking in great form. And then he backs it up with this thing, the 9.5. And I don't know, right now, wave selection on point. The transition between those first two turns, incredible. The variation, the tube, the read on the wave, it is the best I've seen today. And then just this wrapping, beautiful carve here to position himself to be back up in the pocket. I mean, he's got everything right now for me. That almost felt, that it could have been pushing into that 10 range. I was so impressed by it. But then, you know what? And I said it before, Marco cannot be disappointed with his performance. He's locked in 3 sevens in this heat. The 7.33, just beautiful surfing, and the 7.63 as well. If he had made this last turn that he goes for here, he's breaking that combination in my brain. And if he's done that, I just don't think he can get too disheartened by this performance right now. He's come up against someone who is so informed, so hungry, and sort of hard to really deny Jules right now.
What an amazing performance from both these athletes. Marco learning a lot from Julian Wilson in real time. And when we celebrate excellent heats, we're talking 16+ totals. But there's another category, 18+, that's a super heat. And this is the 19th time Julian Wilson has thrown a heat together with an 18+ combined total, and this time as a wild card coming from the trials. He's up again. Wilson just avoiding the lip, and he will step off. Preparing for the quarterfinals here at this event, making a finals day, something that he's done in his career on the Gold Coast. 7 times finishing in the top 10 of the world, winning in France, Portugal, obviously pipe and a Triple Crown title, splitting points with Fanning at J-Bay and becoming just a hero for what he did in that final. And now looking at a final minute, you can still tell he's just so focused on this heat. He's not just celebrating this moment. He knows he's got so much more in this event. So many more things he wants to accomplish.
Yeah, there's no way. He's still hunting, Even he paddles out, he's under priority. He's taking that wave, trying to force Marco to be like, hang on, should I be looking at this one? The beginning of the heat, we've heard Kipes talk about it, that there were Jules, before the first wave's even been taken off on, Jules is working the heat. It starts before that first wave is ridden, and for me, it's just like a complete competitor, you know. He's the full athlete. He's really just, I just love it. You know, it's veteran status. He's showing his experience, and this one's going to feel very good for Jules.
20 seconds to go. Marco Migno turned in some brilliant rides, losing with a 14-plus total, almost 15 points in this loss. Unbelievable battle that he had with George Pitar earlier today. So he definitely made a mark on this event, but it will be Julian's heat to win, moving on with a 9.5 and an 8.5. He's got so much support here. Actually ran into a bunch of people from Coolum Beach that made the drive down to support Julian Wilson today. And Marco's going to shake that one off. Good luck against Julian, whoever he gets into the quarterfinals. He is looking picture perfect at the moment.
Wow. I mean, yeah, look at that heat total, 18 points. It's so hefty. I mean, he's going to take on the winner of this heat, right? The next one. So Miguel or David Silva. Watch out.
Julian's fired up. He's had some great clashes with Miguel over the years. A fun all-Brazilian goofy foot battle coming up next here at Burleigh Heads. We'll be right back.
The mid-season cut is here.
Big straight aerial from Robbo.
Seth Moniz is going to drop a bomb. He goes into low. That explosive backhand.
Deep into the tube. George Pitar.
Tyler Wright straight into a nice hook.
Clean read from Sawyer. Gabby Bryant with the Dolphins. We're heading over to Felicity Palmateer's backyard very soon for stop 7 of the season. Can't wait to get to Margaret River, and that's where all the drama happens with the mid-season cut, and that's what we got to focus on now. Pupo has officially made the cut. He was happy to hear that. So Miguel, safe to surf not just this whole season, but he'll be on tour for the season opener. Will be at Bells next year. David Silva's moving the right direction, up 5 spots. After getting past Leo Fioravanti earlier this morning.
Yeah.
But all the drama on your home break, Flick. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it has been exciting the last few years. Exciting for us, I don't know how exciting for the surfers. But no, it definitely creates, you know, that extra pressure for sure. It's a pressure cooker. It forces performances. And we've seen performances pushed. I mean, you know, I think back to Seth to save his spot on tour. I think back to Isabella Nichols. I think back to Sawyer Lindblad. We've seen those performances rise, you know, to the challenge. And the wave itself is a challenge too. It's not easy, it's big, it's powerful. As we see, maybe someone having a quick in and out look. But yeah, the wave itself is challenging too. You know, it's tricky to figure out if you're a rookie and you haven't been there. There's a lot of intricacies. Then you've also got another venue that looms on the other side of the bay, the box. as a potential wave to go to if the conditions were right. And you know what would be really cool if we did get a box swell and then the women got to compete out there? I feel that could be pretty epic. I feel everyone's up to the challenge. You know, we've obviously seen, you know, footage of Katie and a few of the other girls going and have a dig over there, you know, last year and the year before. So that could be pretty cool too.
Yeah, I've seen some good moments from Betty Lou, Molly Picklum. Yeah. There's some surfers, it doesn't matter if they're guys or girls over the years, that were just attracted to that slab, and some that would just avoid it, you know, plain and simple. And
I don't blame them.
When the guys were run out there, you could tell who'd been out there before and who had never spent any time on the slab. That's just been a wild X factor that's just been thrown into the mix at stop 7 of the season, which is coming up next. Also the final stop of the GWM Aussie Treble, giving away a Tank 300. Whoever is the best in Australia in these 3 big events. And we're enjoying stop 2, setting up big quarterfinal heats. The winner of this will take on Julian Wilson. Wild card performers. Morgan Siblick earlier today has the entire country behind him.
We got the cop helping out.
How good's Australia?
Oh, Australia, mate. Australia.
The Gold Coast. Everyone's here to help. Making sure everyone's having a good day. And also supporting the world's best. Saying, hey, you've got some fans to meet. I'll take care of that board for you.
That's so good.
What a good moment for Julian Wilson. Seeing him in this kind of form. Gosh, how are you going to digest the BioGland Daily Dose on the Stone and Wood Post Show? So many great moments to choose from today.
I don't know where to go, Joey. My brain just goes Lobby, Jules. You have to, right? I mean, Jules has to be the #1 performer. Lobby right there with that 9.4 that he dropped. 9.4, 9.1? The 9 that Lobby got as well. And then, you know what? Also performer of the day, just the Lobbyland. The support for Liam has been really cool to see. The hill just absolutely buzzing, you know, the cutouts of Lobby's head everywhere. And Burleigh as a location, you know, it's absolutely turned on. Today we rocked up and, yeah, the swell's definitely kicked. There was a lot of lump and bump, but there has been so much opportunity. You know, the guys have really showed up and there's been really great scores drop all day.
You talk about factors of performances and the local crowd backing Liam O'Brien. That's a factor where some surfers, it helps them. Some surfers, it adds too much pressure. We've seen that story for a very long time on tour. For Liam, it's a positive. He feels like the whole energy of the Board Riders Club is just lifting him. And also having the comfort factor of not needing to guess where to go on the right tide, the right bank. He looks the most comfortable no matter what this wave has looked like over the last few days.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and also Burleigh's such a surf community. I mean, the whole of Australia is, you know, we're built on the coastline pretty much, but, you know, Burleigh itself, the community, the Board Riders Club here, and it's so cool to see all the little grommies getting around supporting Liam as well, because, you know, they've looked up to him. They're the surfer that they have on tour that they get to support. And to see him, obviously, in the CT at their home break is pretty epic.
David Silva and Miguel Pupo, proud dads. David is now looking like he will roll into what is wave number 3. Tags the first section. Real strong lower body, just kind of jumps off the roof of that backhand float. He's known for a lot of things, but one thing he really built early in his career was showing how much power he could get out of small waves, especially in Manly Beach. I remember a heat he had, it was like 1 foot. He did 2 alley-oops on the way to winning that event. That Australian Open of Surfing, it was called back then. But he just has such a strong power base, which has helped him do huge airs like the one he did in Abu Dhabi this year too. So right now, he just needs that kind of section that'll help him show off that skill set today.
Yeah, obviously the skill set's there in the air. I think for me, I go back to one of the times when I was really blown away was a couple of years ago. We're in Portugal for the Challenger Series event, Iracira, and just the work he does on the backhand and how how much work he can get in such a short distance too, how fast he is, how explosive he is. And I truly was blown away. No one was touching him in that event. And yeah, he got the win there, and I think that's the one that got him onto tour that year. So he just really impressed me there. That sort of, that longer right-hand sort of point break style wave. He definitely has it. The win over Leo earlier today, he's going to probably be taking a bit of confidence from that, and here he goes.
David Silva just up and out again. David and Miguel growing up together. They've known each other for a very long time, since they were little kids. Just pushing each other in the junior events. Good friends. And just having so much time together from their childhood. Miguel's moving into position. Former semi-finalist on the Goldie. One of the smoothest backhands you'll ever see. He's got a lot of speed. There's that little under the lip type move he uses a lot. That one didn't work out, but he can kind of go almost like upside down. He inverts that little speed float. It's really cool how he does that. Unfortunately, that one didn't really work out. But remember, like smaller snapper, when he did make finals day, he could just go upside down, beat sections, and then go right into a vertical. It's one of the best transitions on tour.
Yeah, I was thinking for a backhander, on a point break, pretty much, you want this in your arsenal. It's a good transition move. It moves you through, fast sections. Obviously, this one, he doesn't make it, right? But right there, that wave had a funny little warp in it. I mean, there is a lot of wobble and stuff, maybe slightly mistimed, but I like the idea, and I think that's one thing. We speak about it all the time, but on your backhand, you're just trying to find that variation, right? It can be so easy to look a bit repetitive, but that is something to break it up, sort of changes the judges, I guess, look on the wave. Kind of think that maybe David Silva probably just caught a wave. But yeah, you'd want to find that variation as a goofy.
Yeah, it's such a functional speed move that he has. This is what David Silva just did.
Yeah, so here we go. Wow, so whippy out of the top here. Straight into the pocket, doing a great job. This wave's got a funny angle on it. He's doing a good job to stick with it. He's got a funny little section here where he's choosing the high road. And wow, does so well to ride out of that. That was a very tricky wave to serve. It had a funny angle on it, a funny bend. So he did a good job, and just escaping that one. And they'll punch back out through this piece of foam. But yeah, it's tricky, those kind of waves on your backhand. Anyone that surf those, you can just have that side-winding effect that it's really hard to get up and tight in the pocket. You sort of really need to reposition on that bottom turn. David Silva did that well, so this is going to be probably the first sort of consequential number in this heat.
Waiting on that number. Big performances for Brazil in the past. I guess just going quickly to the Challenger Series. Miguel's younger brother, Samuel Pupo, winning in 2023. Big event for Sammy. He's knocked out early this event, unfortunately, as Miguel goes up and down. Italo winning at D-Bah in a close decision over Chloe Andino. That was a big win for Italo's world title campaign, which he closed brilliantly at Pipeline that season. And Toledo, a very important win for him. His first ever on the CT. Felipe qualified in 2013, so into his third year. And on the podium, he's like, yeah, when Medina won the world title, first for Brazil, that gave me just the headspace of like, I can do this too. And he believed it, he proved it, and he won 3 events that season.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, right? I think, I think the Goldie is one of those events that is pretty iconic, right? You think about it's been on tour for so many years, you get on, you want to win. It's kind of like you want to ring the bell. It's this, for so many years, the tour started in Australia, and it started on the Gold Coast, and it was kind of like, who's going to win this opening event? Who's been doing the work in the off season? How are they going to show up? So pretty iconic to win there.
And yeah, so many stories where a win here has helped you win the world title. And even when it was stop 1, it just had that type of energy to it. That happened for Kelly multiple times. So many greats like, Mick Fanning winning as a local hero on the Gold Coast, going to that first world title victory of 3. That first was in 2007. So seeing a ton of waves still locking in here. We've got a 4.33 for David Silva. Miguel Pupo now running after this fast racetrack. Bottom drops out, big whip there off the lip line. Pupo jams it again. Out in front, beautiful arc with some water off the tail. Lays into a nice, clean, classy backhand snap to finish.
I like that. That was smooth. It was really smooth. Very little bauble between turns, just nice and paced. Wasn't really forcing anything, just really waiting for the section. I liked how he waited for it, even in the beginning stages of that wave. You know, it was super cupped out. And he's got a score on the board now. He's, you know, David Silva's already got the 4.33 locked in. He's thinking, okay, you know, there's been 15 minutes sort of off the clock here. I need to sort of lock in a score. Yeah, I love that wave from Miggy, and you can really see there's, you know, we've got two backhanders here in this heat, but two different ways to do it. So Miggy just really waiting for this first section. Just, you cannot get more vertical and more critical than those couple of first turns. Then this wave just slows up a bit, goes to the carb, but just waits for this last section and really nails the last turn. Just powers through it, maintains speed, and locking in a nice score.
Great job for Miguel Pupo, 6.83 to put himself out in front over David Silva. David now answering immediately, quickly through that first section. Nice, strong approach off the bottom, tagging it. Has an oncoming section and turns right through it. And now Silva will get another lap out the back. So Silva getting rid of a 2.83. Only needed a 3.28 to grab the lead off Miguel.
Look, he's obviously going to get that, I think, with, you know, that last wave. I think just judging by his body language coming down from that last turn, I don't think he's... like, look, yeah, okay, he finished the wave. I think he would have liked to... It seems to me the wave selection here, I mean, you just look at the angle that he has here. It's very difficult to surf on the backhand. It's got that sort of funny angle on it, which forces you out on the face. Even that last turn, they're just very cupped out, very bowly. He'll potentially take this lead, but there we go.
A quick switch to David Silva with a 4.93. So not a whole lot as far as big numbers. So for him, you know, his intent was to go a bit bigger. It seems like his turns are stopping a little short at the moment, and Miguel is able to keep some nice separation with his 6.83, so for some committed backside hacks in the pocket. Doing a great job there. Coming from a great surfing family. Miguel's dad, Wagner, competed for many years. His dad always would tell him and Sammy a great story about getting called up into a local event late, had to borrow a surfboard and won it. Had some great trips traveling around the world. And then obviously built a foundation of understanding surfboards because Wagner's a great shaper. So there was times when, you know, Miguel would mix up his quiver with different shapers around the world, and he'd pack a couple of his dad's boards with him. But now full-time with JS Industries, and I was talking to Sam Zubovich from JS, and he's like, yeah, it's interesting with all these team riders, we'll all go surf together. And Miguel and Sammy Pupo, it's not just like, yeah, I'll try a couple, what most of the team does, and they kind of move on with their day. He's like, Miguel and Sammy will surf for 4 hours. They're like, oh, I haven't tried that model yet. Oh, wait, there's a twin fin? Maybe I'll have a couple of waves. They're just surfing all day long. And so Sammy's on the beach going, well, I'm going to hang with Miguel and Sammy till they're done. They're just trying every model. They're really passionate about surfboard design, and they don't want to have anything that they haven't touched yet. So they've been very busy through these lay days.
It's funny, right? I think we speak about it all the time, but there's two different types of pro surfers. Guys that are so obsessed with everything, they want to know, you know, every single millimeter, inch, volume, you know, concave, double, everything. And then there's other guys, just make me the boards, and if they go good, they go good, you know, and it's such a contrast, right? But I think, you know, if you're getting into it, you want to be involved, right? It's something that you can just tell, obviously, coming from a family like that, you're a product of your environment, having a dad so involved in the surf industry, and you grow up around it, naturally, you're just going to be curious about it.
16:30 on the clock. Winner takes on Julian Wilson. We've got kind of the old school winning a lot of heats today as far as the older surfers in matchups. That was the case in the win for Yago Dora over Al Cleland Jr. Yago about 28, Al 22. Felipe Toledo's in the 30 club. He had that solid win over Jake Marshall, just a few years younger. Also Alejo Muniz, the experienced Brazilian athlete, 36 years of age, getting past Baron Mamiya. Same story for Julian Wilson, you know, in that same generation as Alejo, beating Marco Migno. So it's been the older guard taking down a lot of the younger surfers on tour today. And Wilson hasn't even made it back to the Red Bull Athlete Zone yet.
Oh, understandable. He's just put away the best heat of the day. Not only has he got security, he's also got, you know, a policeman there escorting him back up.
Yeah. They're all surf fans here.
Yeah.
Most of them surf as well.
So good. So good. Just
Julian at first had that look like, oh, did I get a parking ticket?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm good.
What did I do wrong?
You're here to caddy for me and get an escort up the point.
So cool. Obviously,
Brilliant.
ultimate surf fans right there, hey?
Alejo's younger brother studying and trying to be a police officer at the moment in Brazil. But I think he just had a pretty solid breakthrough performance on the QS, so he might be jumping back into his pro career. With now 15 minutes on the clock. David Silva has the lead, but Miguel has the biggest score of a 6.83. This one's wide open. We'll be right back. Great opportunity to download TrueSurf onto your phone so you can surf real live conditions like the world's best are surfing here on the Gold Coast. It actually happens in real time, you know, with live conditions, courtesy of Surfline, and you could download that game at the App Store and Google Play and do your best to surf like David Silva and Miguel Pupo. I've seen a lot of kids with that game in the competitors area. A lot of pros are good at it too. Don't play it on their downtime and work out different things that they might be laying down in the future. Giant double flips and all kinds of things.
540, 720.
And it sounds fake until it happens, right? I mean, that's how quickly surfing progresses. It's fun hanging out with Bugs, talking about the old days and how blown away they were with the progressive movement. That was always a topic on what was the cutting edge of surfing at the time. And when you see surfers that are able to have longevity in their career, it's always amazes me. Like Miguel Pupo, I think he's surfing the best right now on tour, and he's been around for such a long time. As we'll catch up to the replay, a couple up and downs for David Silva.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that was two big backhand belts, and he's definitely got the score, and he's jumped back up into that lead right now.
Look at that, turning that into a 6-point ride. So he had the 4s before. Now putting a little bit more pressure on Miguel Pupo. Miguel was just chasing a 2-ranger. Now he needs a 4.10. Miguel qualifying back in 2011, halfway through the year. The Gold Coast has been kind to him. That 2015 season made the semifinals. You mentioned before getting that first championship tour win, doing it in Tahiti in a tube shootout with local boy Caldi Vost. Talk about a hard draw. Caldi now a gold medalist. But it was Miguel's day, just going tube for tube with one of the best and a local boy. When Miguel wins, everybody wins. One of the nicest guys on tour.
Yeah, always has. I mean, there's plenty of nice guys on tour, but Miguel really is. And so is David Silva. You know, actually right before maybe an hour before his heat, I saw him rock up on his electric push bike, just rode it whoop, straight up the top of the hill. Hi, everyone. Like, so nice, so happy, so smiling. These are two of the best guys, you know, right now in this heat. And I mean, it's crazy how it's playing out. Miguel, obviously, he's already locked in for next year, but really right now it's David Silva who's trying to fight for his life.
Let's hear from Julian Wilson on the glass with Laura Enever.
Yeah, Julian, we're trying to convince Bea to come into the interview. She's a bit shy. She's so good. Hey, Jules, wow, what a dream this must be so far. You know, into the quarterfinals. A bit of a stat for you. You actually just, for the 19th time, got 18-point heat total in your career. 19 times. That's silly, mate. That's a lot of good waves. Yeah. Talk us through that. Must be feeling amazing.
Feels amazing, definitely. Yeah, not even, to be honest, not even really, this is beyond my dreams at the moment. Just to come in as it, you know, with an inkling of a chance with the trials, a really tough draw on the trial side. One surfer goes through. It's actually, yeah, I didn't dream of this moment. Next year, I was manifesting, you know, something like this, but it's come really quick. And yeah, I just feel like as the event goes on, I'm sort of growing with the event, just really surprising myself with my performances. But, you know, I got 3 kids with me and my wife, and I just like have to go with the flow, and I think it's really helping me. I used to be pretty diligent with my processes, and it created good consistency when I was on tour, but now I'm a completely different surfer. I've got no music, no headphones, I'm just happy to get to the beach on time for my heat, and then just so proud to go out and perform like that in front of my kids and my wife. I mean, my support network, it feels very special. It was funny in that heat, I was trying to find scores and I sort of manufactured that 8.5. It wasn't the best way, but I just was very keen to have a major moment. I knew Marco was very capable of those moments too, and I wanted to beat him to the punch. I was able to do that, and then I just got off the ski and it was like, you know, the Moana movie's been playing in my house for the last 7 years since Olivia was born. It was like the ocean chose me on that wave, and I was halfway along it and I was like, the ocean chose me on this wave. It's so nice. So that was a real treat to get that wave. And obviously Marco came so close to breaking the combo. He's got the whole repertoire. But I was just, I guess it was my heat to win.
What do you think, Bea? Should we go home and watch Moana again tonight? Seems like it's Dad's favourite song.
Hey?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all that plays in our house, don't worry.
So good. We're into finals day. That's amazing. Keep the ball rolling, and anything you like to say to anyone watching at home?
Hi to my family, my Newcastle family, my family up in Coolum. And just, I'm super grateful for the opportunity. And again, thanks to WSL for having me this week. It's so nice to be back. The contest is back on the Gold Coast. I feel really lucky to be a part of it. Thanks for the spot in the trials, and I'm glad that I've turned it into something. And, there's only a couple more heats to go. So I'm really excited to be into finals day. And, everything feels good. Thanks, JS. My boards are unbelievable. This is the first time I've ridden this style of board since I was on tour, and for him to just break them out for me, and they feel exactly like they did 4 years ago. Full credit to Jace for doing that for me. So thanks to my support network. Thanks to my wife for being up here with the kids, with me to support this. Very lucky.
So cool. Well, thanks for entertaining us, Jules. Maybe a couple more 18-point heat totals soon, hey?
That'll get the job done.
Anything you want to say? Anyone home?
Say hi to anyone?
Hi, Nana.
That's okay. Thank you. Thanks,
Thanks,
Laura.
guys. Back to you.
So beautiful. What a great now family moment. Julian, just such a new man. It kind of reminds me of a famous Greek philosopher. Heraclitus says, no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. It's like he's coming back to this arena that he owned for so long, but he's different. He's not preparing in the same way. You know, he had every sponsor he could ever dream of, with more than one manager doing things for him, getting him in his space, and he, as he said, he was successful in that. But there's almost a beautiful distraction with having your kids around, needing just life things from you, like love, like dad time, and he's still out there doing this performance. I think that's why it's extra emotional and sentimental for Julian Wilson right now.
Totally. I go back to thinking about Justine Dupont, who just had her baby, and she got asked, you know, what do you think when you're going out and you're surfing in the eddy? You know, Ilya's on the beach. She's like, you know what, I'm not even thinking about the waves or competing or anything like that. I'm just thinking about what Ilya needs and what my family needs, and that's a way bigger purpose. And I just feel, you know, there's similarities there. The purpose becomes bigger. The perspective is bigger. It's a grounding force too, and it's so cool to just hear Jules talking about it like that, and so grateful. You know what? Also, excuse me, this is the first time that I've jumped on boards like this in 4 years. What? Hang on. Have you not been surfing boards like this? Like, okay, cool, but like obviously he's whipped out the Ferraris, right, and the Lamborghinis, but that's pretty cool that he's been able to just transition onto boards like this on a dime. Like what? JS has just whipped up some magic sticks.
Yeah, when you go off tour, you're allowed to ride whatever you want, which he did.
No, but you know what I mean? Like in the last few weeks, I'm sure he was warming up.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
For sure. He knew this trials was coming. He was happy to get involved in it, you know, being originally from Queensland, representing this beautiful part of Australia. Family living in Newcastle these days, where he gets a lot of great waves with some great people like Reese Smith and the crew. The first stop of the Challenger Series will be on in Newcastle this year, and Julian will be a big part of that. We'll be following that road along with Josh Kerr as they're looking to get their spots full time on tour next season. What great timing with the new tour announcement as well. Here comes Miggy. Pupo getting a blast off the lip. Arcs it back into the pocket. Clean wall there, he'll tag it. Draws deeper off the bottom, finds a nice snap. And that was just based on his skill set of picking the right turn at the right time. Didn't have a big bowl on it, but he kept his speed well throughout those decisions. His low score is a 4.7. That's what he's trying to improve on to strengthen his lead.
Yeah, so I mean, he's chasing the 5.5. Will it be the score? I'm just gonna need to watch this again to sort of digest it. Let's have a look. So let's refresh the memory here. He goes up into the lip there, but then he's forced out onto the face. Beautiful surfing though. Gets up into the lip there. And he does another time. So he could be right there, potentially. I'm just wondering without that finish, you know, I think back to David Silver's 6, the 2 big belts, and just how, you know, impactful that was. Will this be that score? And it's locked in.
Miguel Pupo finding improvement, 5.5. So Silva needs a 6.34 now. Pupo doing a good job on that Monster 10 from JS, 5.10, 18.3/8, 2.5, 26.5 liters. World champ De Souza.
Wow, it's going to come down right. Another crunch.
Doing
right
some signaling
again.
on the beach.
It looks like Nicky's going for
Looked like Sammy behind him. Adriano, one of the best ever to come out of Brazil. One of the most classic, real, honest world champion acceptance speeches, I think, of all time. It was beautiful. It was real. He was like, hey, I might not have been on page 1 of all the great magazines. I might not have been everyone's favorite surfer. I might have bothered you in heats when I surfed against you. He brought the house down. It was such a real moment. Gosh, what a legend. Accomplishing so much against all odds. Doing it by himself. And now a coach. Think about his playbook, what he had to learn the hard way. And now he's giving all back. He looks happy. He looks great as a coach, doesn't he?
He does. He looks so good as a coach. I mean, he obviously looked good as a world champ, and he forever will be that. But it just, think about the experience, you know, and I think, you know, that acceptance speech that you're touching on, I mean, he knows it. He worked so hard to get that moment, and when you work so hard, you've just got so many different experiences to draw from. And I mean, obviously imparting all that knowledge now But yeah, it's cool to see him back in the event side. It's cool to see him in the athlete area. It's cool to see him just like getting amongst it again. I love this resurgence.
Oh, it's fantastic. Adriano winning big events like Pipe. That's the biggest. Margaret River over John in a final. Not many people can say that. Maybe Jack Robinson. As we get to the final minute here, David does have a chance. Needs a 6.34. It would have to be his best wave. Toledo really close to David Silva as he's trying to get him inspired to make a comeback. Remember, Silva's got his back against the wall for requalification. He's had to do it multiple times in his career. Down to 30 seconds.
Look, there's a set out on the horizon. You can see that indicator out there, obviously. Felipe definitely indicating that. You're going to see that whitewash roll in. You know, you got that sort of a bit of a cyclone bank from when that cyclone pushed in. I mean, that kind of stuff does always sit out there, but I feel like that cyclone Alfred sort of pushed in a bit more sand. It's a big indicator out there now. Looks like he's going to get an opportunity.
10 seconds to go. Silva needs a 6.34. Toledo is whistling him into this thing. A lot of speed, huge windup, belts it with the horn. Little slash kind of on the mid-face as it's bottoming out. He'll sit on the roof or a float. He'll ride out of that. Needs a bit more. He'll carve, and he's running out of wave, but he'll get stay connected. If he gets a double up, he's building speed. Into the inside section, hits it off the top and rides away. Felipe Toledo liking that performance at the buzzer, and that is clutch. Just being able to focus on not falling, but still having to do some good surfing. They already have his 6 to compare it to. It's got to be better than that, and it doesn't need to be as good as Miguel's 6.83. This will be interesting.
I feel it is better than the 6. I do. I think, you know, it's the biggest section. I'm looking forward to see it from this angle and what it looked like when he hit the lip. I mean, he does go up there, forced out to a mid-face snap. I don't know, you know, you watch it from this angle and you kind of maybe questioning it just a little bit more. Wow, okay, from the first initial behind the, you know, but looking behind, you could kind of maybe say he got it, but when you watch straight on, it looks a bit differently.
And numbers come up short for David Silva. Ends up not helping him on the buzzer, and it will be Miguel Pupo getting that victory and moving on to surf against Julian Wilson. That is like a flashback to a finals day in 2015 where we saw those guys go blow for blow at Snapper Rocks. Bit of nostalgia in this event. Some veterans getting the job done, and a spicy all-Brazilian goofy foot battle comes to a close. Miguel Pupo's already made the cut and starting to get a little bit closer to that top 5 picture. Jordy Smith taking on Joao Chianca coming up next. We'll bring in the 3 R's, Ronnie, Rich, and Rabbit for the call.
Here we go, a couple of more heats coming your way this afternoon, starting with this one to set up our last quarter-final clash. Heat number 7 features the South African veteran, the longest-serving member on the championship tour, Jordy Smith, up against Joao Chianca. These two meeting head-to-head for the first time, and the form that Jordy has had, obviously over in El Salvador and in moments down at Bells Beach, suggests that this is going to be a great clash, but this is what you really want. Burleigh Heads, sitting on the lounge watching surfing with a couple of your mates. Richie Lovett, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. It's going to be a good heat. I'm looking forward to it, Rick.
I'm really looking forward to it as well, actually. You know, Jordy's just obviously back in vintage form. And Joao Chianca, he had to fight for his win this morning, so he gets another shot at it. I'm sure he's going to try and clean up that a few of those little messy waves, but the waves are absolutely sizzling at the moment too.
Yeah, the tide's come in a couple of hours now, and it's migrated back up the point. These two guys started way up the point, kind of taking a leaf out of Liam O'Brien's book, who will be up next heat. So these heats are coming on strong.
Here he is, the human firework. Just he explodes when he decides to throw that board on rail or attack the lip. Chianca, he's up against the smooth lines of Jordy Smith. And I guess, you know, speed has really been winning big with the judges throughout the event. Felipe Toledo, Morgan Siblick, they kind of spring to mind as two of the, you know, fast twitch performers moving through the round so far. And that's what Jordy's going to be up against here. He's got the flow. He's smooth. Certainly surfs with a lot of speed, but the acceleration through turns is a real trademark of Chianca's performances.
Yeah, he has this this real energetic, expressive approach to everything he does on a wave. Even when he's pumping down the line, there's so much body movement, expression, and body torque, whereas in contrast, Jordy, even in his heat this morning, where the conditions were tricky, you know, Jordy was able to iron out the bumps in the wave and make everything look smooth. You know, he's been touted as one of the most stylish surfers on the tour for many years, and again, the waves are just getting better and better. Bit of a paddle here, looks like Jordy will take it.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of Jordy's style, you just don't know good surfing. He's one of the greats, and he's going to throw it away on that section, trying to force something out of it. Jordy racking up his 7th career win over in El Salvador. All his wins coming on the forehand. It's been his major weapon, and the key for him in cracking the final 5 is really making the most at the right-handers on tour. He did it at El Salvador, first place there. Bells, a quarter-final finish, probably a little shy of where he would have loved to reach in that draw, but alive and with a chance to crack the quarters here.
Well, he's one heat away from quarterfinals here in the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and he's up against Chianca, who, you know, he's just started this on the outside of the 22, Rick. Number 23 coming in. There's been a few falls though.
Yeah.
On the live rankings, he's already jumped up just into 22nd position, but you know, obviously a slip up in this heat will sort of see him dangerously hovering around that cut line. He wants the big result. He wants to take the pressure off. This 24-year-old who really is still on the way back from an injury, a serious injury at the start of the 2024 season. We're lucky he's still with us. It was that severe. A horrible wipeout at Pipeline. Rendered unconscious, rescued, and taken to the Queen's Hospital in Honolulu. Out there in the lineup, tucking into the pit was Jordy Smith. But yeah, he didn't compete in the first 6 events of last season. Made his competitive return here on the Gold Coast in headgear down at the Challenger Series event, Bugs.
Yeah, I saw the return, and he definitely didn't come back as he left.
No, he didn't, but he still made the quarterfinals in that event, which is remarkable. So, you know, just really exploded onto the scene, didn't he, Bugs? And blew our minds, I guess, in his rookie performance at Pipe. Pushed John Florence in the early rounds in one of the most memorable heats that we saw in the event that year.
That's right, and then I think we saw another amazing heat he had with John at Bells. I mean, in the Rip Curl Pro, and even though he lost that one, it was amazing.
Here he goes. Nice clean conditions this afternoon here. A beautiful Friday afternoon at Burleigh, and Chianco making the most of it. That first section, it was solid, and he delivered big time. Nice, smooth approach, great combination to finish. And this is a guy that can clean things up, and I think against Jordy, he realises that he's got to really keep that flow in mind. That was a solid finish.
Oh, that was meant a real audacious attack of that final finishing manoeuvre. Showed no respect for that wave.
Whenever Richie Lovett-Bugs moves to the edge of his seat and starts grunting and snorting, you know that there's a good score coming.
Well, you know, what the beauty for me when I saw that was just pure Burleigh, you know, a couple of feet of the tide onto the good face.
Oh, what a fun wave to surf, and just blasts through the lip on that first turn. A nice wrap on the second. Quick re-entry, and then that final turn just to get up and on the roof of that thing. Magician-like. Great angle here where you see the tails kick of the surfboard kick free out through the lip. So that really just shows that extension above the wave. And again, beautiful angle where you can see that fan of spray. But you're right, Ron. He tamed the body movement and a little bit on this wave, and really connected with a lot of flow. You know, and it's that transition between the manoeuvres that the judges will pay attention to that. It's part of the criteria.
And he's been rewarded, guys.
Yeah, excellent surfing there from the Brazilian. An 8-point ride. Great way to kick off the heat against Jordy Smith.
I mean, all judges just about right across the board, 8s all the way.
It was undeniable. Yeah, Chianco, just one of the most lively competitors that we've seen, Bugs, on his feet. He's got so much body torque, upper rotation when he gets going. When it's all coming together, it's a thing of beauty, and he really was composed through that ride.
You're right, because I'd say even a couple of years ago, sometimes he looked more busy than composed. He was still getting the major manoeuvres done, but he had so much youthful aggression that it wasn't always together. And now that was such a composed, and he's taken it to Jordy Smith here.
Well, I tell you what, when you look at the heat this morning that he surfed, and he caught upwards of 15 waves in his heat. That's one wave every 2 minutes. The message going into this next heat would have, let's calm down. Let's pick better waves. Let's make those waves count. Let's just shift back a little bit and let's bank some scores. And it's exactly what he's done here. Second wave of the heat, banks the 8-point ride. Pressure's on.
Well, this is he hasn't gone past this so far this year. He's had 2 9s, 2 17s and a 33rd now. This is a critical heat for him, because even though you have to say 9th is a keeper, but when you're on the cusp, you need to just go at least one more round further, and there's a lot of intent in his approach to this heat.
Well, let's see what kind of response Jordy can dish up. Huge first turn. Loses control, though, and can't reconnect the fins, engage the rail, and get himself into that pit. But the intent was there. He plans on really ripping in. Let's have a look at the replay, Rich, and see what goes wrong here.
Oh, he just does not hold back at all. I love it. I love this, not the fact that he fell off. I love this because Jordy is so into it, and he's throwing all this power. Watch the big man here, just lays it so hard, and the fins just so disengage. They disengaged at the final moment of this carve. Right here, and Jordy just trying to regain control there. Stomps on the tail pad, and the tail just skips out, and unfortunately just could not get that toe side rail to dig back into the wave face. And that was it.
Well, Jordy too, you got to remember that he spent a number of years travelling and battling with Julian Wilson on the CT as well. So he'll be inspired by what he's seen from Julian. Frustrated that he wasn't able to convert on that ride. The release almost set him up perfectly. He's making his way back out. Obviously, that's not going to be the number that he needs. There's a big buzz down here on Friday afternoon. Vaughan, the Stone and Wood Bar, it's getting busier every minute.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
mate. No.
It's happening down here. The Gold Coast
Here we go.
has just turned on an afternoon for us. The wind's starting to swing. The Stone and Wood Bar is cranking. And cop this. This is a... Hey, Chase, good job, mate. Love you. Catch you soon, my man. Check this. The mood is just starting to lift, boys, even more because the lobby heat is coming up. The Burleigh locals, Queensland locals, Gold Coast from all over the place are coming up in droves to cheer on their boy in the final heat. And, mate, have a go at this. The Stone and Wood Bar, straight out there is where the action is going down. There's no better place to be. So frothing to be here. You little beauty.
Oh. And that's all we'll hear from Vaughan this afternoon. Hopefully not. No, we'll be checking in with him again. Loving his place down there. As he said, that the crowd filling in big time because there has been some huge heats this afternoon, but the biggest for the locals is coming up next. Heat 8, Liam O'Brien, Kanoa Igarashi. It's a good one. But this one's shaping up pretty nicely too. Big win in the opening exchange for Chianca here.
Yeah, it's a big move that early in the heat to just put that 8-point ride in it, and it actually settles you as a competitor, doesn't it? It makes you go, okay, got my one score, I just need one more, and I've got 20 minutes to do it.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been so unfavourable watching Jordy kind of lose it on that wave because that was his response.
Absolutely, and if he had made that and come around that section, that wave down the line did look pretty good for some more points. So, yeah, Jordy's going to have to just kind of wait to get back into the rhythm here.
Let's have another look at this 8 on the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Rick.
Oh, I love that first turn. Just fully clips the lip and busts that tail free. Nice little slice here. Back into the power pocket. These sections were just looming in front of him. As I said, such a fun wave to surf, and the way he went, transition from manoeuvre to manoeuvre, and that final finishing turn, very smooth.
And Chianca wanted to click into gear. Here we go, Jordy Smith loading up. He takes to the sky. Loses touch with the board though. But Chianca's on his road through the contest so far hasn't been putting up the kind of heat score totals that are going to rattle the favourites for the event at the moment. But he's really coming on at the perfect time. Only amassed a heat score total of 10.87 in the opening round. But progressed past the elimination round, 10.93 in the last round. Already has an 8 on the board. You get the feeling that he's going to put up his best numbers here.
Well, there's something going on right here. There's a bit of a paddle battle. So they've obviously both had an exchange here, Rick. And it looks like Jordy's is not really challenging.
Yeah, they've given it to Jordy. You can see that P next to his name there. That means priority number 1 for Jordy Smith, and he needed it because they slipped up. Both of them slipped up there. Joao Chianca not happy with that decision. Just splashing a bit of water. Perhaps just a bit annoyed that that last wave didn't convert.
Bugs, I heard Mark Richards say once, you know, competitive surfing, it can be pretty simple if you break it down. And generally speaking, you know, in a 30-minute window, you go out there, 2 great surfers, the person who makes the least mistakes is probably going to have a pretty good chance at getting through if they can finish off their rides well. Well, Chianca drew the first blow, but Jordy made a mistake, but obviously a little bit of a mistake from Chianca in that last one as well has handed Jordy an opportunity to get back in it.
It has. I mean, I think Chianca will be able to sort of blow that off, but the thing is, Jordy's had 5. And none of them have converted into like anything at all.
Yeah, decent sized waves too. That's probably the biggest missed opportunity. Maybe forcing it a little out of that last one. Here we go, Joao on the inside, trying to get rid of the 2.4 here. Doesn't even worry about finishing that one off.
No, he didn't like the feeling of that little ridge. We can just see that little southeast ridge going past him now. We've got beautiful afternoon conditions, but there was just that little ridge running through that from the cove, and it broke the wave up.
Been some really interesting heats tactically with positioning today, Rich. Surfers giving each other so much space, or almost like they're not even against one another. And here we go, Jordy. Let's see if he can put one together here. Nice little float, just transitioning down the line. Clean roundhouse, banks it off the foam. This one getting a little sleepy for a moment now. Hasn't really had the big high impact hit just yet, but sticking with this one, grinding through it. Just never really got the opportunity to get out of second gear there.
Yeah, he was just trying to manifest that score out of the wave. He surfed it well, but just, again, the judges, they want to see those big moments that get you on the end of your seat and make you grunt and sort of get you excited.
Well, you know, he was never able to go into a full-bodied bottom turn.
Yeah.
There was just that little ridge, like a little double up in front of it. It didn't have a bottom on that wave. So we just saw a bunch of squirts out of the top and nice surfing.
Yeah.
But to your point, nothing dynamic.
Jordy's just representing beautifully as the longest serving member on the Championship Tour, Bugs. We saw him coming from a long way out. He had some great wildcard performances before joining the Tour ranks over there at Jeffreys Bay. But he's 18th year on the CT.
Yeah, I saw him coming, you know, from the Pro Junior days. And he was, you know, the thing about Jordy was that the power came young. You know, he had a lot of power in his surfing at 15, 16. And, you know, we used to go down to Chiron's at J Bay, and Jordy and his father, as we see this wave, Rick.
A little rock and roll floater down the line to start things off. And it was here we thought that Jordy was really going to wind up. A roundhouse cutback and another one. But again, that wave, he's always coming back to it. It's not standing up in front of him and giving him those big, clean pockets. And we know that if he gets one, he's going to absolutely destroy it.
During the replay, Chianca tapped into another nice wall. Great carve to get started, Bugs.
Yeah, it was just a 1-2 combo, but it will be his second best score for sure.
And as we thought, you know, he's going to amass early in this heat before we even reach the halfway mark a greater heat score total than he's managed through the earlier rounds of the competition. So Chianca's starting to build. Jordy with work to do. He did have a 5.17 on that last ride. But the feeling is Chianca's going to get the edge on that 5.17. So there's going to be quite a few points to make up.
Yeah, you're right there. That wave of Chunky is going to go beyond the 5.5 even. It's going to go up to the 6.17. So this makes the requirement that much more, Rick.
Conditions looking nice and clean. Live action. Jordy racing down the line. There's a solid combo from the big South African who hammers the final section. Does well to stay on his feet. Pumps the fist. We got a heat on our hands.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Great comeback wave for Jordy Smith.
Maybe there will be blood on the rocks, Bugs. That was Peter Druin's call when he introduced head-to-head surfing here, and it was a revelation. Rivalries have been built, created. Bugs, you were part of those early exchanges, but this is new history between these two powerhouses on the CT.
What a wave this is, Rick.
Oh, beautiful line standing up in front of him. Jordy just floats over that first section, comes out of it with so much speed and just throws down the big hammer carve. Gets to that finishing manoeuvre, completely blows the tail out, and he was almost out of control for a second there on this final move. But just so much speed into this carve, and not easy with all that turbulence and froth on the wave face, but the big man just keeping that rail wet, keeping it sunk into the face of the wave, and that big blow tail, progressive finish. Great stuff.
It gets said a lot, Bugs. Jordy Smith just has a presence on a wave. He covers so much distance with those beautiful rail lines, but he thumps the lip. When he does a turn, it just sort of seems to have a really heavy blow, and you know, the slicing, just stinging turns from Chianca are a great contrast. But you know, I think Jordy's going to get himself right back on track here.
Oh, he's back on track. I mean, that was a signature Jordy Smith, you know, with a bow on top.
It felt like he was racing from Boneyards down to the supers section at J-Bay. And the number has come in. It's excellent, 8.1. And Jordy Smith is right back in this heat after a 6.07 to get himself into the lead. 12.5 minutes to go. It looked like a fantastic heat on paper. It's delivering.
It sure is. Two judges gave him an 8.5.
Well, what he's done here, he's completely neutralised that 8 points that Joao started with. So now it is going to be a battle of this second ride. They're basically equal on their top score. They've both got an excellent ride, 8.0 versus 8.1. So this second score is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, there's a bit of a spread on that one.
Yeah, a little. Yep, for sure.
Yeah, that speed. You know, we mentioned that would be something for Jordy Smith to stay aware of. Just Chianca just kind of captures your attention when he gets through his turns with that ability to accelerate through his moves and come out of turns with more speed than he had going in.
Yeah.
But Jordy stepped things up then. He got a hell of a lot of speed just coming from so deep.
The beauty of Jordy when he has that speed and then he engages and really starts to knife into the wave face. He fillets it so deep that the displacement of water is undeniable. It's huge. A massive fan of spray, and the power is just you know, something to behold, and that's the advantage that he has.
11 minutes remaining here. Jordy Smith still in second place, but the requirement now a 6.07. Joe Chianca holding on to priority, holding an excellent score of his own, trying to better a 6.17. We'll be back with more right after this Bonsoy Brew Break.
The Gold Coast represents a lifestyle that is very laid back. There's world-class surf. It's home. Grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
9 minutes remaining in this heat. The first head-to-head clash we've seen with Chianca and Smith going at it, and both have an excellent score on the board already. Jordy tucking into the barrel, locked in. He'll come out. Drives out on the open face, gets some release in the tail. Really clicking here at Burleigh Heads on a Friday afternoon, and he'll get a big finish as well. And a flex. You think he still wants it? You know he does. After a 6.07 to get into the lead here. Joe Chianca chasing hard for a huge finish to get himself above the cut line. Jordy Smith wanting to capitalise on his position, and on a right-hander. He's in 5th place coming into this event on the live ladder, already into 4th with a win. Who knows how high he could go. But that was a really impressive wave, clean conditions.
Oh, he just fell down that little step and engaged so quickly. Got a great line through that barrel, and then just does some great work down the line here, connecting, weaving off the tops. And his final finishing turn again, didn't over push it. He knew that if he just put that exclamation mark on it, the judges were going to eat it up. Check the drop in here, Rab.
Yeah, it's a beautiful drop in, and he just backdoored that section. This is a phenomenal little Burleigh barrel, and then he came out and finished off deep barrel.
Yeah, the barrel of the event. Nice cover, came out and really got on the attack, drifted the fins, right on the bowl there, Rick, and then great variation.
Yeah, just gave us a bit of everything on this one. And watch him as he goes into this final turn here, does a little full shift of the body, upper arm movement, and then comes out and flexes.
See, I actually don't think that Joe was in the perfect position to get that same barrel. Because Jordy dropped in behind it. Just the loop was in front of him.
He was under it, that's for sure. But what about that blow? 9.17 under priority.
Oh, my goodness.
Jordy Smith, too, you think back to his big wins. He went back-to-back at J-Bay as a youngster, 2010, 2011, 2013. He won in Rio. With each of those performances, when he was finishing off his rides, he almost had a different claim for each wave he finished as he's building confidence, celebrating those waves. Well, that's something different. He was really looking fired up then when he finished that one off. Let's see if Cianca can get a big answer back and reclaim the lead. Gets a barrel of his own, but he's going to get trapped inside this one. He's after a 9.27 now to turn this heat, Cianca.
Oh, wow. Well, Burleigh Heads is starting to flare up. And that aerial view, and when you can see those waves. Hang on, we'll get back. Here's Jordy.
Silky smooth. That wave slowing down, but the veteran, he knows what he wants. He wants control.
This view here is just mint. Just watching these waves funnel down the point, and you could see that one. It was doubling up as it was getting towards our competitors, and Jordy just stroked in, dropped down. As you said, Bugs, it put him in the perfect slot to just get coned.
Two of the modern day greats going at it here, Bugs. We've seen iconic images, photographs, looking back on that point with big crowds from the stubbies back in the day. You were part of some of those moments. It's an awesome view.
It is. I mean, you know, Burleigh is a natural amphitheatre for the crew, but, you know, the drone angle, we didn't quite have that.
I don't know,
There was a Cessna.
Marty Tullerman's used to get pretty high. 5 minutes remaining here. Jordy Smith getting himself into the lead under priority, and now just looking to control the lineup, but that's going to open the door for Cianca, who's out there somewhere waiting to get the opportunity to fight back. He's going to go down under the lip.
Yeah, just that extra water on the bank has brought the waves right onto the deep point. And this is where, you know, Liam O'Brien sort of showed the way earlier today. And these guys are pulling into the barrel now. It's turned into a barrel fest.
Well, here we go. Here's another shot from above of Jordy, just slotted perfectly. And then he does all this beautiful work down the line, gets the tail flare. Nice wrapping cutback, sets up this final manoeuvre, and bang, cracks it.
All right, incredible vision there. The Coastal Properties drone perspective, tracking Jordy Smith's ride. 9.17. Excellent waves on the Gold Coast there. Wow. Joel Parkinson, 56. Fanning, 42. Taj Burrow, 41. And Jordy Smith, 33 now. That's since 2008. So you know some of those scaly old lizards at the top there. They've had a few more than that.
And what about the guy, the guy at the bottom? Since 2008, I mean, he was 1992 world champion. So the thing about the Jordy one, that's to me the first wave of this tournament that was completely judged on the barrel. All the points. I mean, he came out and he surfed it well. I thought he actually surfed it quite conservatively when he came out of that barrel. But I don't believe Joe was in a position to get the same barrel.
No.
Yeah, it was the takeoff, wasn't it? It just fell out of the sky, dropped into the pit, threaded beautifully.
But there will be regrets. That, you know, I mean, he got a, you know, he might have put the heat away.
Well, maybe. 3 minutes to go here. The conditions looking pretty nice. Cianca, he's a good barrel rider. He finds some cover. This one's gutting out. And he comes flying through. Tricky wall to work with, though. A lot of foam on the face here. And Cianca throws a finger up to the sky. But the comparisons will be made for the tubes for sure. But Jordy did get a lot of extra work done down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that as a claim, but I see that as the ultimate appeal.
Throws his hands up. Going to climb up on the ski here.
He's got time for one more if he hurries.
It was tricky. It was a cascading, looping bowl in front of him.
Yeah, he needs to get on with this because, I mean, even if it's not the score, it's a 9.27, which is a huge score. But if he knocks a couple of points off, if he gets just to 9, he's still going to be in with a chance if he doesn't go to the lead.
And this is one of those situations, you know, you're hearing the updates from the onside announcer. You know you're chasing a big score, but you didn't get to see what your rival did on their wave. Here it is again from the drone angle.
It was deep. It was certainly deep, no doubt about it. And he does get that little hit off the top. And that was a difficult section to end up with. And then the extended claim to the sky, the water angle bugs. What do you think?
Yeah, look at this cascading section right here. There's a lot of chandelier in that, and then it just opens up. It's a gaping barrel at the end.
Yeah, definitely. It was for sure bigger than Jordy's. And he had more travel time than Jordy's, deep in it there, dragging both his hands in the wall, trying to slow down. Now he lets it go, and then that puts the accelerator on, allows him to come out.
Proper barrel.
This is the 18th year that we've been able to enjoy watching Jordy Smith perform, but Joe Chianca, in his 4th year as a CT campaigner, he has given us so many big heats, so many highlight moments. He's definitely one of my favourites. He just gives it everything.
Yeah.
He really does give it everything. And the numbers starting to roll through. The feeling was that it wasn't going to compare to Jordy's 9-1. But, Rich, you were hoping for Joel's sake that he could just knock a bit off the requirement. And he's done that just marginally. So here he is with 35 seconds to go, chasing a 9.17. Has a lot of speed and knows how to use it. Goes to the air. Oh! Awkward fall. Front foot stayed on. Back foot came off. He got flexed. He looks okay, though. He's not going to get the number he needs. 15 seconds to go, and that might be it. Jordy Smith, vintage form. And both competitors dropping their best numbers of the event in vying for a place in the quarterfinals, but the big South African just was in perfect sync with the quality waves out there, Rick.
What an incredible heat. Blow for blow, and Janka, an incredible, valiant effort at the end to put a huge number on the board.
Thumbs up to his opponent as he makes his way in, Jordy, and he really had to turn around a bit of a sloppy start, Bugs.
Well, it was 20 minutes before, you know, after 20 minutes of that heat, he had a 5.17. He was well and truly out of the picture.
But Jordy on a right-hand point break, you know, is pretty hard to knock off, and he's proven that again today.
Yeah, there's something about right points that Jordy just is in sync with. Obviously, has done so much time at J-Bay.
Chianca, he has already jumped up the ratings a little bit. We have to wait to see what unfolds throughout the rest of this event to see where he finishes and what he'll be chasing over there at Margaret River, but likely he'll still need a big result there to stay alive on the CT, but that performance will fuel him with confidence.
It sure will. I mean, he'll probably need at least another 9th and at least another top round of 16 finish.
Highlights this afternoon, a beautiful Friday. Liam O'Brien and Kanoa Igarashi will finish off the day with a great clash.
Burleigh Board Riders Club for the 60th year. The main goal is just to foster the next generation.
We run a lot of charity events and the money goes back into the junior development. Really cool to see over the years it kind of developed into one of the strongest clubs in Australia.
I've been in the Burleigh Board Riders since I was a little kid. I was part of that junior development program. Essentially, it's sort of some funds to go toward training, help get to comps, mentorship, some coaching with local coaches.
From grommets to people in their 60s, everyone just gets along. Having consistent coaching is epic, but having all those grommets together, consistently pushing each other day in, day out, that's when the results really come.
Like a group once a week, they will catch up and helps maintain their friendship and involvement in the club, and they get to surf and improve.
Sick to have all your friends around surfing every Thursday morning. It definitely pushes your surfing, especially when doing drills that involve surfing against each other.
Some amazing people in it, people that you can look up to. It's a great wave to be able to surf with no one out.
The World Tour event going to Burleigh, it's been a long time.
It's like a natural amphitheatre. You can sort of post up on the hill and get a good view of it all. It'll be pretty cool watching all the world's best out there.
Definitely a big crowd of the local community and the board riders down here. The surfing level is going to be crazy.
The mighty Burleigh Board Riders Club, they are out in force this afternoon. Liam O'Brien hitting the lineup in the last heat of the day, looking for a spot in the quarterfinals and looking to turn his year around. He's got a very tough draw. Kanoa Igarashi, two great forehands. Liam O'Brien, one of the top scoring competitors in the field at the moment. And Bugs, Burleigh, they are a passionate club and they're going to make plenty of noise for their boy.
Well, I tell you what, a lot of Gold Coasters, particularly Burleigh people, have clocked off early this Friday afternoon. They're down here and led by the champ, the chant of the champ.
Oh, exactly, yeah. The Stone and Wood Bar is going to be punished for the remainder of the afternoon. What a fantastic heat. Liam O'Brien up against Kanoa Igarashi and making a move on the inside here. Here's the surfer representing Japan. Puts the brakes on, stalls for the pit, gets some cover, gunning through it, and punches his way out. We've already seen some big scores in the previous heat for good barrel rides, and that was one of the deepest. And he lets the crowd know that he likes it. What a start for Igarashi, so locked in there.
Oh, wow. That one actually had me thinking, oh, I don't think he's going to make it. And then he popped out. And whenever you think that, oh, no, he's done, then the judges love it because it means that he was deep. It means that he had to fight his way through the foam ball, and it was just a great little barrel ride.
It was well behind the foam ball. It was a difficult barrel,
yeah,
not the clean one. But you can tell as he dropped in, this wave is bottoming out, Rick.
Yeah, he just sets it up, kicks on the tail, does the stall. Now he puts on the gas, comes through this section here. Foamy little exit, and as you said, Bugs, it wasn't like the prettiest of barrels, but geez, he was locked in for a while.
Gave the lip a cloud on the way out too.
But there's a part here where we'll see from the water that right here, he is about 15 feet behind the barrel, right there. That is
deep.
That is 2 or 3 board lengths behind.
Yep.
Yeah,
well,
so technical.
Yeah, he disappeared, and when you completely disappear from view, it means you are really locked in. You're at that very, very section of the wave where it's all turbulent, and you're still just trying to keep that board locked into the wave face. Wow. Kanoa fights out, comes out well, and then, yeah, Ronnie, to your point, tags it, gets a little release. Nice wrap, so, you know, finishes off cleanly.
An excellent start for Igarashi, 8.5, and has a look at one straight away to back it up. Liam O'Brien, he had the momentum early in the round of 32. Put great scores together, 15.97 against Griffin. And he'll have to fight the quick start here from Kanoa.
Well, the same point in the previous heat, we had the surfer in blue with an 8-point ride, and he was looking good. 8.5, but he's against Liam O'Brien. But geez, you'd take an 8.5, wouldn't you? All day long.
Yeah, I need 2 waves to get to that score.
Every judge, unanimous, straight across the board.
27.5 minutes remaining here. Liam O'Brien, we know his head-to-head history against Griffin Colapinto was the stuff of nightmares, Bugs. 5 previous matchups, and he'd been beaten 5 times. It's not much better with Kanoa. 3 previous heats, and he hasn't overcome Kanoa yet. But they also haven't had a heat at Burleigh Heads.
No, that's right. It's home ground here. And you think about, you know, this event, I mean, the last 25 years pro surfing's lived at Snapper Rocks. This year, we moved to Burleigh Heads. There's only one Gold Coast local in the championship, only one Queenslander, and it's at its home turf.
That's right, yeah. When you think about their head-to-head history too, all very close battles. They met at Bells this year. Kanoa amassed a 16.1 heat score total, 14.33 for Kanoa, and for Liam O'Brien. And Rich, you thought that Liam was a little hard done by in that heat.
Yeah, I just felt like Liam's been just surfing so well all year, and you know, because I'll calculate a score when I see it in my head, and it's just been sort of a 0.5 below. The score's been coming in a 0.5 below what I've been thinking they were. So it was great today to see, the sort of dues that he was getting.
Look, I have to go along there. Last night we went home, and my son and I watched the Winky Pop heat.
Yeah, right.
With Kanoa, and it was an incredible heat, and Liam surfed unbelievable. I mean, it was touch and go, but kind of felt like he was, might have been.
Yeah, I'm not denying the result of that heat at all, but I just felt like the scores weren't justified for the waves that he was riding. That's all. Here we go, Kanoa.
Big hit on the left to get started for Kanoa, who seems full of confidence at the moment. Has really thread the opening stages of this ride together beautifully. And there is a really solid start for the man competing in his 8th year on the championship tour, 27 years of age. And he has a cast of his own fans down there on the beach. And we saw Vorno in amongst the pack. They're loving this start, Vaughan. It's going to be another solid number for Kanoa.
Oh, Ronnie, yeah, look, everyone has knocked off early, like Rab said, to come down here to the Gold Coast. But the Gold Coast has a passionate, super into it Japanese fan base who love their surfing, and they are right in behind Kanoa right now. Let's hear the
Well, you got to say to Vaughan, good luck at Burleigh.
Have a look at the surf, how just precise these hits were, and the momentum he carried throughout this ride.
Oh, man, he is just so on point, this guy. Just that final manoeuvre, sitting on the tail of that thing. And here goes Liam outside, pulled into a nice throaty barrel, but that thing just closed out, didn't give him any exit whatsoever.
How's the intensity on Kanoa's face, though? I mean, he is out here and he wants this so bad.
Yeah, it's almost like he's taken the energy of this kind of local crowd and used it to fire himself up. And he's really attacking these waves. Looks like he's on the Golden Child model from JS.
Yeah, he just seems to more in this moment than he's been in any other heat all season. Even on the road through to the final down at Bells, and how he accepted the second place finish down there. It wasn't the reaction of someone who's chasing world title glory. Here at Burleigh Heads on a Friday afternoon in an important heat against Liam O'Brien, already sitting in 5th position on the live rankings. Kanoa has a massive opportunity with the other surfers above him on the rankings falling out of the mix to really get closer to locking up a position for a world title.
Well, talk about locking up a position. Look at the score that's just come in for Kanoa Igarashi.
8.67. And Liam O'Brien needs to reset. He's got a 23-minute heat on his hands here, chasing 2 waves, a 17.17 total.
He's got a bigger deficit than Jordy Smith in the last heat, who didn't even start his campaign until there was 15 minutes to go in the heat.
Rich, your nickname when you're on tour was Mr. Spiffy, but that was because you had crazy OCD. You used to fold your socks in your undies and always do the washing up at night. Kanoa, you could call him Mr. Spiffy for different reasons. Immaculate in his approach, always, when he's really on, just no blemishes. And we saw that just then.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pinpoint accuracy. Every turn, super crisp, no catches. The rail work was impeccable. The flair was there. So really, as I go through this little monologue here, you know, we're ticking all the things that the judges want to see. You know, that high-risk manoeuvre, just on edge, on speed the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go back to that point I made about the heated. It brought out the best in both their surfing, and that's what these guys do. We're yet to see Liam really fire a shot in this heat, but gosh, when they have competed against each other, they know they're up against a tough competitor and a great surfer.
Yeah, Liam, you know, I mentioned the heat at Bells, but in their other two exchanges at Pipe and also at J-Bay, you know, never more than a point separating them. You're always losing the heat by just a very small margin, the surfer from Burleigh Heads. I think Kanoa's aware of that. He would be very aware of how Liam competed in the later stages of the round of 32 earlier today.
Yeah, I don't think Liam will be getting too far ahead of himself, but we can look at the point that Liam actually came into this event number 24. He was a couple out, so he probably needs to go on a bit more with his home ground advantage to get into a safer zone.
Exactly. Yeah, well, it's a bit of a mission from the bottom of the point here back to the competitors' area for the post-heat interviews, and the winner of Heat 6 has finally caught up with Laura Enever.
Oh, well, Miggy, another big day here at the event. You're into the quarterfinals, but, you know, we were just chatting before and saying you still feel like you haven't completely clicked with the wave you're looking for. You know, surfing against a great mate in David Silva. Talk us through it.
Yeah, definitely a tough one. You know, David's a great surfer, especially on the backhand, and I was trying to pick the right waves. I got my 683, and after that, I guess I missed a really, really good wave that I couldn't get into, and by the end, I was just trying to replace my 4 to make the requirement more for him, and yeah, happy to make it. I've been getting so many good waves on the free surfs and haven't clicked in the event yet, but I guess I'm saving for the next few days.
And you got to show us what you're holding, because you had a bit of a trip up, slip up on the rocks. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I slept on the rocks. I don't know what I was doing, but everything's fine. You know, just trying to find the waves, and the board's really good, and I've been working with Adriano since 2022, and now he's traveling with me, so that rhythm is kind of different for us, you know, traveling together, training and everything, but I guess it's working well, and we're moving up the ratings, yeah.
Amazing. Anything you want to say to your family back at home? It's been a long, long time away from all the crew, all the girls. Talk to them.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Valeu família, se vocês estiverem assistindo. Acho que tá todo mundo dormindo, mas beijo para todo mundo, amo vocês.
Amazing. I'm sure they miss you so much. Super Dad.
On you, Miggy. Yeah, they'll be celebrating tonight. Miguel Pupo, you know, has been on tour for some time now, and to solidify his place, not only in the back half of this season, but afford himself a massive break at the completion of the championship tour this year before we kick into the 2026 schedule is huge for the family. He'll relish that opportunity. You could hear him almost getting emotional there. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting little off period. I'm sure there'll be a few surfers really sharpening the tools, going back to the drawing board. But I just want to have another look at this wave of Kanoa, just how crisp these turns are. Big tail flare on those first two manoeuvres. And the floater in between, and then this finishing hack. Just the real change of direction as he just pressed all that weight onto the tail pad. The redirect was incredible, but every single one of those manoeuvres on edge.
It's probably got to be close to the best wave he's ridden this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just so precise. Back to his immaculate best. 18 minutes to go here, Bugs, and it kind of feels like when the away team comes to your home ground in a game of rugby league or any sport really, and takes such a huge early lead, it kind of sucks the energy out of the crowd. And you know, the Burleigh board riders do well here to get a chant going and just remind Lobby that they're right there behind him.
Well, the other thing to note too is that when that set came through, Liam actually had priority. Kanoa got the first one, got the score. Liam took the second one and got the closeout barrel. So the choice of Liam, which he thought that second wave was going to be the full drainer perhaps, but yeah, just as luck would have it, Kanoa got that inside one.
Kanoa's best wave, his best heat score total this year, Bugs. And mate, just talk to me about being a competitor in this situation when you find yourself against the rival who just blitzes you in the opening exchange.
Well, it's kind of like, you know, when you're, say, you know, the top seeds meet and everyone's been looking forward to it the whole day or for days leading up to it, and it's a kind of a fizzer. It just doesn't live up to two unbelievable surfers both reeling off nines. Not to say that that won't happen in the second half, but this is like, you know, the Liverpool crowd being silenced.
How do you keep it together, though, as Liam O'Brien? How do you stay cool and just afford yourself the opportunity to answer back?
Well, I think that's one of his strengths. I think Liam O'Brien's got a very cool head, very calm. I don't think he'll be freaked out right now. He knows he can pull off an 8.5 and get back in this heat, you know, like an 8-point ride even, just to get back in the heat. I don't think there's any panic stations at this point. He's a calm and cool competitor.
How important is it, Rich, for Liam to really convert on the next use of this priority?
I'm critical, crucial, all those words that just describe that. It has to happen. He can't afford to let another really good wave go without converting it into a decent score. Otherwise, Kanoa is just going to lock him out for the rest of the heat. The clock will be against him. He'll simply run out of time, and Kanoa is just such a good competitor that he won't let it happen.
All right, we've got 15.5 minutes to go. The Burleigh locals are willing Liam O'Brien to answer back here. Kanoa Igarashi is on fire. A massive day of competition. Let's get you caught up on the highlights. Julian Wilson's amazing return continues, stunning the top seed Italo early in the day.
Unbelievable performance from the former Championship Tour surfer, Julian Wilson. He took it to the #1 rated surfer, Italo Ferreira, with some good, fair dinkum surfing here, finding the barrel and finding some open face to do these beautiful hacks and arcs all the way down the line. Julian in vintage form here, picking up where he left off a few years when he left the Championship Tour. Spin to win, he got the victory.
Absolutely buzzing, an emotional victory for him, and he powers through to the next round of the contest. Then we saw Liam O'Brien set the local crowd alight with a stunning performance at his home break.
Yeah, Liam just changed the whole tempo of the day. He parked himself up at the Cove and found a couple of absolute gems. And have a look at the way the local kid started performing in front of his home crowd, carving, arcing, hacking his way down the line. He got him into a frenzy, and he got the judges into a frenzy as well, dropping some of the biggest nuggets of the day.
Yeah, just such a clean read on this destination. Really looks comfortable out here and could be on his way to a massive finish in the contest. Then we saw Felipe Toledo, the showman. A clutch performance for him to save his place in this draw.
Oh, look who's back. Felipe's back in a big way with a massive front side air rotator. And he fired himself up, fired up the crowd, and just showing some great sportsmanship there, overcoming Jake Marshall.
The incredible run of the absolute wild card superstar Morgan Siblick continues. Incredible attacking form and dropping huge numbers to get the win over Seth.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick is well and truly back in serious championship tour form here. Coming in as a wild card once again. He did it down at Bells and marched through the draw, and he's doing it here at Burleigh Heads, just laying down some crisp, sizzling turns, and he's going to be one of the men to beat as we go into finals day.
Seth had his moments too, put in a great performance, ultimately didn't get the win that he so desperately needed, but has still made a positive move up the championship tour rankings as we head to Margaret River for the last stop before the cut. It's going to be an intense one, we know that, but this guy's going to take a lot of confidence from his run through this contest.
Absolutely. Seth's looking in really good form here, and he's done so well at Margaret River. He'll be looking to maybe get a trophy over there.
A lot of big, close heats in the round of 32 before we moved into the round of 16. And Julian Wilson put together his best numbers. His 19th excellent heat on the Gold Coast. Huge airs.
Oh, we felt like we were watching a video part from his younger years. And Julian just with the massive slob air. And he just didn't want to stop there. He just found a couple of gems down the line too and showed a couple of amazing power hacks down the line. And this was just Julian finding perfect momentum, getting slotted, almost looking like Kira down here at Burleigh. And Jules gets the victory and some of the biggest point tallies of the day.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. It really was a demonstration of just how well-rounded Julian is. The huge airs, the variation on the front side, the barrel ride, it was remarkable. A special moment for him with his family here on the beach watching on, and he will be a really hard man to stop. When he gets into the quarterfinals, some great matchups established. Quarterfinal number 1, an all-Brazilian affair. Felipe charging up the rankings. Rich, Iago, he's eyeing off that top spot.
Oh, yes, he is. He would love nothing more than to get the yellow jersey at this event. And then Morgan Siblick against Alejo Muniz, the two natural footers. And then a great matchup in quarterfinal number 3.
Julian Wilson, Miguel Pupo, and quarterfinal number 4 will be an absolute beauty as well. Back to live action here, and we have got to get you caught up on what's been unfolding. 9.5 minutes remaining in this one between Kanoa Igarashi and Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien has work to do, we know that, but have a look at the replay of this one during the highlights package.
Here we go, Liam O'Brien pulls into the barrel, keeps going, threads the needle, and he exits.
Liam has just come alive in this heat, and he doesn't get any more, but it's a long Burleigh barrel, an 8.87, the high score of the heat so far.
We saw the technical pick from Kanoa to kick this heat off. So deep in the tube, turning in a fantastic number, but this is by far the best barrel. So deep, had multiple sections, and Liam read it to perfection.
He really read it to perfection because he pumped to get into this first part. The next part went in slow-mo, Rick. Take us through it.
Oh, you can just see he's locked in, that front arm just poised in front of him, pointing out towards the exit, the back arm dragging, controlling the speed like an accelerator, off the brake, on the accelerator, and then he just pops out. The end of that little barrel had some serious travel time on the DHD Juliet model. Comes out, nice clean snap, and finishes off as the wave closes out behind him. But yeah, mate, just showing that local knowledge. Waited a long time, and he had so much pressure building because Kanoa had those 2 big scores, and he's starting to fight back.
Yeah, he's reignited this crowd too, Bugs, which it felt like it needed to happen for him to get his head right.
Well, he's backed up that 8.87 now with a 6.67. That's not going to be enough, so now the time is going to be ticking because let's see how this one goes, Rick.
Yeah, so this is his next wave here. Slams on that first snap. Little drift off the lip for the second one. Streaking down the line, pumping hard for something to finish off. and just hammers that final section. Gets a little caught up. So that might keep the score somewhat away from going excellent, but still a decent ride.
He ate all the meat off the bone and then just devoured the bone as well. 6.67. He surfed that wave up. That was a really great performance on that last ride, but he needs a higher quality wave, and you've got to remember the excellence that we saw from Kanoa Igarashi for the 8.67. It was absolutely just a dreamy high-performance surfing. We're going to check in with Vaughan. He's down there with the Burleigh crew.
Mate, the atmosphere down here is absolutely electric. You were dead right, Ron. The oxygen had been completely sucked out of the whole headland when Kanoa got off to a quick start. But with that last wave, well, I don't know who said it up there actually, but someone said they got to get a chant going for Lobby. The chant got started. Minutes later, he gets that barrel, and all of a sudden, the headland is back engaged, and Lobbyland is well and truly firing. Pop the energy down there. This is going to talk down bananas. It's absolutely crazy.
Oh, love it. Bugs, you know, that was a really important wave, the barrel ride for Liam. And you can see just how switched on he is. The 6.67, he surfed it up.
Yeah, the thing is, how I analysed it was that Kanoa Igarashi, an 8.5 and 8.67, he had no control over Liam O'Brien's 8.87, but I feel he is such a good finisher. He did have a bit of control. Perhaps he let Liam go on that at 6.67, although Liam got it pretty deep up the point. Kanoa has not surfed since the 8.67. I think now he's in control mode.
Yeah, you're right. Tactically, he's one of the best on tour, Rich.
Absolutely.
Good closer.
He is. He's too smart. He's a tactician. I mean, he's been doing this a long time now, and he's not in the position he is without being a smart competitor. And Kanoa Igarashi knows for certain that there's two things here. He's either got to replace his 8.5 or he's got to hold Liam off from getting an 8.3. So that's a special kind of wave that's got to come through the lineup. Of course, Liam will be hoping for a 2 or a 3 wave set, or even the set that kind of makes you question, oh, this one might be an 8. Maybe I'll have to go, and he'll force the issue and try and wrestle priority back off Kanoa.
Yeah, I mean, the clock was always in the favour of Kanoa with those 2 excellent scores. Of course, Liam had that priority, used it super well, had to surf a very difficult barrel section, pull that off, but now it is the clock that is the big factor.
Yeah, Kanoa was just, you know, so emotional after his victories and early on with his results. Always been pretty cool when he loses out, but it's definitely one of the most emotive versions of Kanoa that we've seen in this clash. Getting a great start here. A couple of excellent rides as we check out the GWM heat recap.
Yeah, beautiful sandy barrel to start things off. Came out, bit of hammer time on the face. And then he found another couple of gems here. This one was all manoeuvres, crisp, and just filleting the wave, just slicing and dicing. His final finishing manoeuvre, one of my favourites of the event so far, just jams it with so much power and energy. But then Liam came bouncing back with this amazing tube.
Yeah, this was an absolute beauty. Such a deep barrel. 2 or 3 sections he had to negotiate. He had to actually tube right through that. Not just, it wasn't a straight angle. He had to lift his board into the next loop. Sean Thompson would have been watching that one, I'll tell you.
Would have been proud.
3.5 minutes to go here. Can Liam O'Brien find the space that he needs? Kanoa waiting down the line. You know, he's right where he needs to be. Liam's trying to find some space, and Kanoa's just giving him distance so he can track his every move. And he'll pivot, he'll react based on what Liam does here.
Well, he's in a controlling position right now. He's taken on the chess piece, the chessboard, Rick. He's taken that wide position. He's in complete control of the next wave that Liam gets with 3 minutes remaining. That's a controlling position.
Yeah, it's interesting that Liam also hasn't been lured down the point. He's like, you know what? I'm going to stick to my game. I'm going to maybe just head up towards the cove, see if I can get a little gem up there.
Well, I guess the other thing is, Bugs, if Liam gets a wave from so deep and Kanoa does go, Liam's not completely out of position if he takes off where Kanoa is and he's forced to kick out.
No, well, that's right. It's a matter of like getting out, doing that, you know, pulling out, paddling wide, and just hoping there's a second and third wave.
I'll tell you what, if Liam can dig himself out of this heat, it's going to be hard for him to recover for finals day because the headland here on a Friday afternoon will erupt in a big way.
Yeah, well, we just saw it set breaking on the cyclone bank out there, so there's a bit of movement in the camp, and Liam is going to look at this wave. Kanoa knows he's very deep. Yeah.
Oh, he's racing. He's got the speed to get to the open face now. Might have to throw something big down the line. This wave not really doing too much. Have a look at Kanoa.
Yeah, to your point, Ronnie, it's exactly how it's playing out. He's gone the sacrificial wave. Not really, because Kanoa's got priority. It's going to be a race to the bottom.
You can wakeboard behind Kanoa at the moment. He's moving so quickly down the line here to cover Liam O'Brien with his priority. A minute and a half to go. Any set wave action coming our way, Rich?
Well, looks like there's a couple little bumps, and Liam's got to hope for a wider one to come now, because I almost feel like they're starting to get off that takeoff zone if they come any further down the point. But
oh, here we go, some movement.
Just coming up to a minute to go, and it looks like
not feeling it.
Not big enough. 3 previous heats, they've all gone Kanoa's way. Liam just hoping for an opportunity. He finds one here on the inside. He's way too deep. And he's going to get knocked down and likely get knocked out here.
Yeah, with just under 40 seconds to go. It's a very, very smart Kanoa Igarashi at this point. He's just going to cover him from here on in.
He's such a great finisher. But
he's found a smaller one on the inside. But he might have to pull the world's greatest move to turn this into the number he needs. After an 8.3, building speed. This wave's actually starting to build down the line a little bit. He'll attempt to go to the air, throws the rotation. He isn't going to stick it. It's been a magic run through the contest for Liam O'Brien. He has definitely ignited the spirit of the Burleigh Board Riders Club and made them super proud. But he is devastated to lose out here. But you've got to give full credit to Kanoa Igarashi. An excellent performance. 2 huge numbers. And even though it's not Liam progressing through, there is still plenty of cheers on the beach.
Yeah, I mean, full respect to these two guys. What an amazing performance from both of them. You know, a 15.54 tally there for Liam O'Brien, and that is nothing to be scoffed at. It was just that this man here, Kanoa Igarashi, just found a couple of gems and surfed them so well. And that's what we love to see. 2 surfers just going at it, wave for wave, in incredible form. Yeah, to Liam, keep your chin up, mate. Amazing surfing, and he'll be feeling disappointed because when you're on your home turf, it almost feels like you let the town down a little bit, but he shouldn't feel like that.
No, well, let's face it. Kanoa Igarashi had to dig deep. He had to pull out the best wave of the year for him personally to defeat the local.
Gentlemen, thank you for a sensational afternoon. It's been a huge day of competition. We've still got the Stone and Wood post show coming up. It's going to be a big one. So many huge stories to break down. Joe, Laura and Richie will take you through it.
What a beautiful evening. What a great day for professional surfing here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. I just walked up the bluff and an Aussie said, "Get your tins out, mate." Well, that means it's time for the Stone and Wood post show. So many great highlights, unbelievable performances. It was all about finishing the round of 32 for the men. When we got here, we finished the round of 16, set up the quarterfinals, and some of the most hi-fi matchups we've really had all season. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, Laura Enever. Standout performances for you. I mean, how do we even list them all in one sentence, Richie?
I know, it's been an incredible day. Best day of competition we've had, obviously. Just so many excellent rides. I think back to, what Julian did at the start of the day and then what he did in his backup heat, and then just watching that last one with Kanoa and the local guy, Liam. Oh, my goodness.
The energy when there's a local in the water, especially for Liam O'Brien, was sensational, Laura. I mean, he got himself back in that heat. There was just such a buzz on the headland today.
Oh, man, the headland was rumbling. It was shaking. There was so many Liam lobby heads all over the beach today. And, there were so many kids that got the day off school. They were just like, this is the best thing ever. So unfortunately, Liam couldn't get the job done there. But, even his fight back to get that 9-point ride at the end of the heat, everyone was just sitting there. You could feel the energy and, you just couldn't count him out until literally the buzzer sounded.
I mean, yeah, it's so true. When you have that kind of never give up attitude, that's always going to get people on their feet celebrating Liam's comeback there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he had that incredible heat through the day as well. And the crowd was real fired up, and they went quiet for a little while there when Kanoa got his 2 excellent rides, but then they laid up when he made the comeback.
And he got the jump, he got the jump on him so quickly. Kanoa is so good under pressure with all that crowd.
Are you guys surprised that we had a lot of the older guard win heats today? I mean, there was explosive surfing. We're talking big airs. Sometimes that's led by the youthful movement on tour, but it seemed like, from Jordy to Julian, Alejo Muniz, there's a lot of people in the 30-plus cup that were victorious today.
Yeah, it's great that they're doing it for the older crew. I love this. And that's the sport these days. It's the older crew are getting pushed by the youth that are coming through, and you got to stay in your game. Otherwise, you'll be kicked off this train.
I mean, and it's cool because you think of obviously Jordy, Felipe, and Julian today. All that they came on at the same time, and they all have had a bit of a break, come back. Well, I guess Jordy hasn't really, but they're surfing relaxed, and in all their interviews they're saying how much fun they're having and how it's just feeling different, and they got nothing to prove and they're doing their best surfing.
Well, the story has been sensational for a man named Julian Wilson, coming from Coolum Beach, former runner-up in the world, didn't just get gifted a spot in the event. He came through the trials and woke up this morning going, wow, I've got an early start. And we saw some fireworks in one of the best airs we've seen all season.
This was incredible, just the giant straight slob air, and Jules, he sort of, this is a trademark air that he used to go to when he was a little younger, but he clearly still has it down on lock, and he kind of just went from strength to strength through the whole day, kept building that confidence, the momentum keeps going, and he finds himself into finals day.
This heat was crazy. This was the 9.5. What a read. When you're in this kind of flow and form, he was truly unstoppable.
This wave gave him absolutely everything, and you can just tell he's surfing so freed up, and he actually said it was pretty funny in his interview. He was like, I got down here so late with the kids, thought it was a 7:30 start. He's like, I didn't even have time to look at the waves, so I kind of just went out there and surfed, and it was just it was an absolute banger of a heat.
Marco Mignot went to town, losing with a 14.96 combined total. He had his hands full with Julian Wilson. I hope he's holding his head high because he was ripping today.
Yeah, he had 2 heats today. The first one a little scrappy, and then he actually really manned up against Julian Wilson. He was unfazed by the pressure. There's obviously a bit of a story behind Jules at the moment, and a lot of people buying into it, but Marco just stayed on his game, And man, he is improving with every single event. He keeps you guessing just with these big airs that he's laying down.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of flair. But as you said, Joe, you know, that's a healthy heat total there. 14, almost 15 points. But Jules was just on fire.
It's just his brand of surfing. He was thanking JS today. He was like, I haven't really ridden boards like this since I was on tour 4 years ago. And it just felt like he was putting on his favorite clothes, his extension of his body. And that was evident. 8.5, biggest slob of the season, 9.5 overall performance. And by the way, Laura, he beat world #1 earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Italo Ferreira going down in that first
It's
heat.
all blending together. He's had so many good waves. Hey, what was that stat today that he actually, he's got 18 plus heat totals. That
Wow.
I think he was tying with Owen Wright and in the stat book. And
You're right.
Yeah, and he's broken into 19, 18 points. I'm like, that's just far too many good waves
Huge.
to be one person to be having.
Yeah, and it's after a long break. You know, like
Exactly.
showing no signs of rust. Richie, I've talked to you about this, of this rust you can feel when you just don't have a jersey on. You could be surfing all day.
Yeah.
But just that feeling and the energy a comp gives you, you can't replicate it even in mock heats. And
No.
there's nothing there, no signs of him showing any forms of rust today.
No, he's really picked up the ball really quickly. And, you know, not to mention that, you know, while he's been away from the tour, he hasn't been riding fully, you know, scooped out high performance shortboards. He's been mucking around on 20s and mid lengths even, and just kind of not taking it serious. And to your point, you can lose that edge super quickly, you know, and you can lose that speed. And I reckon if you look at Jules in the trials versus Jules in the heats today, he's actually increased his energy rate and he's increased in the speed that he's approaching the wave, and it's actually serving him perfectly.
Yeah, he was telling you earlier he didn't dream of this. You know, he wanted to get through a tough trials. Now he's in the quarterfinals like he never went anywhere, Laura.
Yeah, well, I guess his sort of goal and plan for this year was get that wild card in the Challenger Series and given it a red hot crack, and now he's into finals day at the Gold Coast Pro, so it's absolutely wild.
What's happening now will actually fuel his Challenger Series campaign even more, because it's like, oh my gosh, I really want to be back there now, you know. So I feel like we're going to see him hit the Challenger Series with a vengeance.
Looking forward to Julian on finals day. Another guy from his generation, Jordy Smith, oldest guy on tour full time these days, was going crazy against Joao Chianca just a couple of heats ago. 2 regular footers battling, 17 plus total when it was all said and done for Jordy Smith. What did you see in this one, Richie?
Oh, this was such a fun heat. You know, it's the real energetic flair of Joao started strong, picked up this little gem here, and you can see just some beautiful surfing. And he bagged an 8-point ride here. And then Jordy just found a couple of gems. This one almost had a bit of kind of a J-Bay line to it. Watch him come out of this move with all this speed. And this is where Jordy really shines, where he just harnesses all this power and then he lets it go of these big explosive moments. And this was the comeback wave, and then he just built from here. Found this little nugget just under priority. Full drainer, just a beautiful little tube there. And then he got some great work done down the line as well. So yeah, Jordy's just another one who's feeling the energy of these events, feeling the energy of where he is on the ratings at the moment. Every time he's looking at that thing, he's seeing himself in the top 5, and that's doing wonders for him.
Oh, all he wants to do is go for barrel with his opponent. And how about this one, just going inside out all over Joao Chianca, Laura?
Oh, this is just so exciting. This was at the very end of the heat. Joao was scratching around, just hoping he could get a chance, and he did. He got an 8-point ride on this. He was, you know, right there, but unfortunately, Jordy was just a bit too good for him today, and it was just all around. I would say that was oh, there's just been so many good heats.
So many good heats. And also just those big barrels, they weren't just every heat. You know, you had to have rhythm with the ocean. You had to be in the right spot on the right time on this gigantic playing field. Talk about big numbers, 917, 810. And Chianca, unfortunately, has been famous for big heats in the loss. So that was how his rookie reputation started. He loves to push the best. Unfortunately, it was against Jordy Smith today, and that 16-point total didn't count for a win.
No, unfortunately, Joao just not getting the win. But I guess, you know, you got to come out of these heats, dissect them, and go, okay, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? How did I lose this heat? But in this one, it's like, you know what? He performed so good on every wave. I guess the only thing he can kind of look at is going, oh, maybe I gave Jordy that wave.
Yeah, that's a big point there. Laura, before you came in to join us on the Stone and Wood Post Show, you were able to catch up with Jordy Smith.
Wow, George, what a way to finish this beautiful Friday afternoon here at Burleigh Heads. I mean, talk us through that wave under priority and just that whole heat. That was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, she said, I'll start at the beginning. I kind of was pushing a little too hard in the beginning, and then, yeah, you know, I had a wave and I went wide. I said, oh, let me just finish one, kind of get in the 5-5 range or something, and then on my way back out, I don't know, my gut was telling me just stay wide here. I haven't surfed down in the middle of the beach all week long, and I said something's coming here, and then sure enough, I got that 8 over there, and I was like, all right, well that's put me back in contention, and then the wave that we were both looking at the barrel. It really started to slurp up on that bank right in that moment. It was like the tide hit it perfectly and it was just enough. And I could see his tactic was to obviously try and sell me on that wave, but the more he was trying to sell, I only needed, I think, like a 6 or something. And so I was like, oh, right where I am is perfect to probably get a 6.5 or like in the barrel. And then he just kept kind of pushing me and paddling me a little deeper. And I was like, oh, you're going to paddle me right into a 9 here, boy. And the next thing, I was like, oh, if I make it, it's going to be a sick wave. And sure enough, came flying out, did a couple turns, and that was it. And then he got a backup too, you know, he got a chance at it. And it was kind of scary at that moment because I think we both knew that if you just got the right wave there, it was going to drain.
So good. I mean, obviously looking at this event, you got, you know, 1 and 2 out. I mean, Ethan and Italo. So, I mean, you know, how are you sort of approaching that? Are you thinking about that at all?
Every now and then it crosses your mind, but not really. I don't like sit and dwell on it. I mean, I've just, you know, their results have got nothing to do with me. But yeah, I just go out there and surf, bro. I'm so lighthearted at the moment. I'm so like free flowing. It feels good. And yeah, I feel like I just got nothing to lose and just go swing and see how we go.
Yeah, you're absolutely on. Everyone's saying that you're looking lighter and like you're just surfing better than ever right now. You know, you've spent a lot of time away from your family, your new son, and obviously Ziggy, Sonny, Lyndall. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, just love you guys, and sorry I can't be home for Mother's Day this weekend, but I love you, and yeah, I'll do my best.
Amazing. Thanks, George.
Thanks.
What a great run for Jordy Smith. Gosh, that was insane. I mean, those are the heats you dream of. You want to see him on a sand bottom point, just getting drained. It reminds me of his parts he'd put together at Mozambique. Well, we just had another great heat come to a close. Kanoa Garashi getting the jump on local hero Liam O'Brien. Kanoa now standing by with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. What a start, Kanoa. It looked like everything went your way in that heat.
Yeah, it did. I mean, when you start with an 8.5, it's a lot of things normally go your way, but yeah, I feel like I just kind of I fell into that one. I didn't even know there was really barrels out there, and I just remember taking off and I wanted to do like an opening turn, and the wave was too steep, so I couldn't really do a turn, and so I kind of just had to like get low, and the wave just started barreling over me, and my eyes were closed the whole time. And yeah, I mean, that was one of those ones where, you know, the wave kind of did everything for me. And luckily I was just in the right place at the right time, and I had a good start.
Best wave you had, best heat of the year?
Yeah, I knew I had to because, I mean, Liam at his home break, I was just thinking when I was paddling out, and I just saw him like in the lineup, and it reminded me of when I surf out at Huntington, and he just had that look on his face where like he did not care where it was in the water, and didn't, you know, he was sitting in his spot, and he looked like he was going to be really hard to beat. Actually, I fully felt that before the heat started, and I just told myself, like, I need 2 8s. And as soon as that first one happened, I was in the barrel, and I just felt it, like, it was super turbulent, and I was on the foam ball, and I said, okay, I just got to, like, just stay low, and just, like, ride it out. And as soon as I came out, I'm like, okay, maybe I got one of my 8s. I just need one more, and I looked at the watch. There was like 29 minutes left. So, you know, my task was simple, but you know, he got that 8, and it made things super interesting, and it was a good heat.
I've seen you at the U.S. Open where the crowd's 100% on your side. You are the opposite here, where the crowd was 100% on lobby. How do you overcome that? What's the feeling with so much energy going towards your competitor?
Yeah, that's it's such a unique one. It's so special. Like I saw lobby after the heat, and I just said, like, hey, it's so cool. Like, just to be able to compete at a CT event at your home break. you know, I remember hearing all the chants, and I was in the water, and I just smiled, and I went, you know, like, that must be a pretty crazy feeling for him. And, you know, like, I didn't have any of those kind of like I kind of like soaked it in too, you know. You know, I can tell that he was as well, and it was kind of this like we're radiating energy out there, and the waves just turned on, the sun came out, there was a rainbow out there, and it was kind of all sort of happening for him, you know. It was all setting up for a perfect finish for him. But, you know, I told myself, hey, like, just get 2 weights. Okay, I got one. Okay, let me get one more. So it was I mean, that's what I needed. You know, he had 14 points, 15 points as well. So you know, the plan went well.
Congratulations. We'll see you at finals day. Back to you, Joe.
Good man, Kaipo. Thanks so much, Kanoa. Kanoa just jumped up to number 5 on the live rankings, and what a heat against the local boy. But he's had these big surges when someone's put as the guy to beat, like at Bells. He takes out Ethan Ewing. He's coming in with some crazy flow and just quietly being maybe one of the front runners for the GWM Aussie Treble. He might be driving away with a tank at the end of this trip to Oz.
Yeah, it could be. You know, I think about where we're going next over in WA, Margaret River, and he is certainly capable of a win there. So, yeah, it's, that little battle within the battle is heating up, definitely.
We had getting past Liam O'Brien. What a statement that was, because the energy's been all around Lobby throughout this event for good reason, being the local boy, which brings us to our Boost Mobile heat of the day. The energy electric out here. Liam O'Brien just was reveling with all this attention on him in such a good way. Some people get rattled with this kind of pressure, Laura, but he was living up to it, especially against Griffin, who he's never beaten before until today.
Yeah, wow, this heat was just from the get-go. It was like the energy was next level, and it's hard to think that this was actually today still. It's been so many good waves, but you know, Liam just took it to these waves. He surfed literally to perfection, got a 9.10, I think, and
exactly.
It was just, this wave just kept giving. His surfing was just absolutely amazing, and you could tell he just was surfing for more than himself, you know. He's surfing for his home crowd, surfing for his Board Riders Club, just wanting to put on an absolute show, and yeah, just love seeing him so connected.
Yeah, one of those moments where everything kind of just all happens, and he was right in the middle of that moment. The one thing that Lobby did in this heat, he changed the way the lineup was used. Everyone was down the point. Lobby went, you know what? I'm seeing amazing waves up the point on the cove. And so the local knowledge really coming into play here. He went up there, he set the tone, and then for several heats after that, all the surfers shifted their energy up there. So, you know, he was basically maneuvering energy with what he was doing out there, and just backed it up with some amazing surfing.
And I feel like even though, you know, this was the performance of his year so far, you know, these 2 heats, it was so incredible to see him get those excellent scores, but this is going to hurt the most, you know, at home, just knows this wave so well. It's going to absolutely sting, but he can hold his head high and know that, you know, he put on an incredible show for his home crowd.
Oh, what a key heat win. Big total, getting the 9, and I think he showed people what was possible at Burleigh Heads today. Some people looked a bit lost. We had some tough heats in between the highlights, and things started kind of switching on once people realized how big and good this lineup is. Liam was right at home. Unfortunately, the run just ended, but he's going to be coming in hot to Margaret River.
Yeah, he definitely is, and just, you know, back to the playing field at Burleigh. You know, this is the interesting thing about Burleigh. There are so many personalities to this wave, and you've got to figure it out, and it's great watching the world's best doing just that in front of our eyes.
Well, think about the playing field. It changes every day. What do we have in store for what could be finals weekend? Thanks to Surfline for all the reports. All the reports I'm getting from the Burleigh Board Riders Club crew is that, hey, it's looking like it's getting even better tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's you know, it hasn't let us down yet, so the Surfline forecast has been really on point. We obviously had a new energy when we woke up this morning. We had a bit of weather with it, but geez, we had a new swell in the water, really coming out of that southeasterly direction. We had waves, you know, head high, and sometimes double overhead. So tomorrow we're looking at 5 to 7 foot faces, and then perhaps a touch bigger on Sunday, and it's going to be a touch bigger because it's going to tick round to the east. So my fear is that maybe it's going to be a little too straight on Sunday, so we might get the bulk of it done tomorrow, but we'll check it out over the weekend. The wind's still going to be fine. You know, we had strong wind out of the southeast today, and it was just beautifully smooth down here on the point. So, yeah, conditions have been great.
Yeah, green colors on both the morning and afternoons heading into the weekend with a few days left to set up what could be a finals day, with the quarterfinals bracket looking really exciting, Laura, as we break this one down. A lot of these guys surfing through multiple heats today. What's popping out to you as the heat to watch?
Oh, wow. No, these are some incredible heats. I mean, obviously, heat one looks amazing. Felipe's been dropping 8s every heat. Yago's been absolutely amazing. Morgan just on an absolute roll with the last couple of events. And, I'm excited for, obviously, to see Jules and Miggy. They've had some great history on tour, but, it's going to be sizzling. What are you thinking, Rich?
I'm just actually thinking Jules Wilson, JS, Miguel Pupo, JS, Jordy Smith, JS,
yes.
Kanagarachi, JS.
Oh, my goodness.
So there's a bit of stuff going on there for the local shaper. Jason Stevenson on JS Industries.
He's going to have someone in the final.
Yeah, he's going to have someone in the final. But quarter number 4 there, Kanara against Jordy, that's going to be amazing because both those guys are right up there in the ratings, and there's going to be a battle in that sort of top 5 moment.
Gosh, so many storylines here. Jordy and Julian's been on so many trips together, on Red Bull boat trips, going air for air. Alejo and Julian in the part of the rookie class, the older guard really stepped up. And then you've got all the Aussie wildcard stories and the momentum of Morgan Siblick. Best he's surfed in his career, and he's already been world number 5. And just being able to get a call up like that to turn into performance, Morgan Siblick still has a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, he does, absolutely. And he's got Nathan Hedge, former CT competitor, in his corner. And he was saying today, he's had to get back on the tools. He's lifeguarding. He had to go do some labouring, but the boards just feel absolutely mint under his feet at the moment. So carrying a lot of confidence, and geez, he is back in sizzling form.
Wow, what a day. It's time for the BioGland Daily Dose, working out the top 5 moments of a phenomenal Friday at Burleigh Heads. Alejo Muniz was under so much pressure with the cut, with trying to make the quarterfinals, and he did it. 6.6 and a 5.57 against the top seed of Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, this was huge for Alejo. He has jumped up 8 spots after this win, and he went from up to 20th position, but he just kept fighting at the end. He was actually so far down the beach. He had to keep paddling to get into the competition zone, and he got the score right on the buzzer. So, oh man, there's his team there. Adrian D'Souza, Miguel Pupo, the emotion, hey, honestly.
He said it was the hardest heat of his life. At number 4 was Felipe Toledo saving himself with a big punt.
Yeah, so Toledo just leaning into what he does best, and that's taking to the air. I had a little chat with Toledo this afternoon after this heat, and just he has such a good energy about him at the moment. He's that real serious edge that he was sort of carrying through the first couple of events. I feel like that's been washed away, and he's really starting to just settle back into the way he likes to compete, and that's really going for it for those big moments.
Number 3 on the BioGland Daily Dose, Morgan Siblick continues to march into the final 8 surfers in the contest.
And this wave was an absolute doozy. Just absolutely tagged, precision, power, time, like everything was just on this wave, and just so stoked to see Morgs. He's just like, what is going on? This is a dream for him too. So crazy that the only 2 Aussies left in the field are wildcards, and they're surfing with so much confidence and with nothing to prove as well. I feel like they're free.
Winning a Kiwi out here recently, so he's had some time here on the point at Burleigh Heads, but he's just bringing it. He knows he belongs. He's had that crazy number 5 finish in the world, but he's bringing out more weapons. Semi-final at Bells. Back-to-back final series showing for Morgan Siblick. This time has a wild card, just taking out Seth Moniz, looking brilliant and enjoying his time here at Burleigh Heads. He was talking about the swell. He's excited for it to increase coming in the next couple of days. And how about number 2 on the BioGland Daily Dose? Jordy and Joao getting drained.
That was such a fun-looking wave. That's one of those little ones that you want at Burleigh. Just a nice, beautiful barrel to start off with. And some open face down the line to do a bit of this incredible rail work, and Jordy just really tidying up, or real tidy I should say, and just completing those manoeuvres. And then Joao found a tunnel of himself. Here we go.
Yeah, this was so exciting. At the very end of the heat, we were thinking, is he going to get another opportunity to tee off a couple of turns, just the one here? And I think that's what you know, essentially kept his score down. Jordy got a few more on his 9, and, you know, Joel was just hoping, praying that that was enough. That was a huge heat for him, but Jordy, he keeps his run alive. And
gosh, winning the day, #1 on the BioGland Daily Dose. Julian Wilson absolutely ruling in all of his heats, taking out world #1, throwing down one of the best punts we've seen all season.
Yeah, it feels like it's, you know, chapter 2 or 3 in the comeback. I'm not going to call it a fairy tale because, I mean, Julian's, he's been there and done that for years and years before. But, you know, this is Jules, you know, making that big mark. And, well, he sent the #1 surfer in the world packing this morning. Idler having a challenging heat with a broken board right at the start. But then Jules started to warm up in his second heat of the day, taking to the air. And really starting to feel free and expressive in these heats. And I just love that air. Really started to get everyone excited. And then he found this little gem, Laura.
yeah, today's highlights are just absolutely next level. I'm losing it. And this was the wave of the day, obviously, for Jules. And just teeing off, had everything to give on it. And he just surfed it to near perfection, honestly. And a wrap here. And he just said how cool it is, you know, come in and just see his 3 kids, his wife on the beach. It's a whole new version, a whole new time for him, and he's feeling it. He's emotional.
Yeah, it's a whole different vibe for Julian Wilson on his comeback. He made a statement clear months back that he really wanted to come back on tour. You know, if you're on social media, you see him on WSL, on Stab Mag. He's typing comments going, I want to come back. He's not shying away from it. He put himself out there very early. And when he was chatting with you earlier, he was like, yeah, I'm manifesting this for next year. I never imagined it would come this early. And we're all benefiting from this performance.
Yeah, it's great. It's easy to buy into Jules now and pick up on the energy. And Jules, at the height of his career, when he was on the tour, you know, he would give us something in the post-heat interviews and stuff, but this is a different Julian Wilson that we're seeing. This is a more mature, a more appreciative man who really knows what he wants to do with his life and knows where he wants to go, knows where he wants to be. And for us, it's lucky because he wants to be here and he wants to get back into it. So we're all stoked.
Easy call for a possible win here for Julian Wilson. A lot of great stories on contenders, but also we got to get updated on stop 2 of the GWM Aussie treble. Kanoa Igarashi just took the lead. Jack Robinson down to 2nd.
Wow, so Jack obviously out of the event quite early, has been pushed down into 2nd, and Kanoa Igarashi just up there in #1 position. But Jordy Smith and Iago Dora still in there, Felipe's still in there as well. So it's not done yet. He doesn't have the keys, he hasn't hit the ignition yet.
And that's right, what a great look at that top picture. Remember, it all closes out after Margaret River. And just to note, Morgan Siblick not in contention as he's not a full-time competitor on the championship tour. So right now, the lead's in Kanoa's hands. And after eliminating the local boy, Liam O'Brien, he's got Jordy Smith, who's, you know, in that top page as well. Coming up potentially tomorrow on finals day, Jordy versus Kanoa. That's a classic.
Wow. Yeah, no, this is going to be, I mean, the most exciting thing is that we're going to have waves like today, maybe even bigger, maybe even cleaner. We're just going to have, you know, opportunity, and we're going to see some incredible waves just getting, you know, blow for blow. That's what I want to see.
I'm getting nervous if it's finals day tomorrow. I haven't heard event picks yet for the win for the men and women. Are we going there? I'm always allowing you guys to have more time if you want to think about it. We can go there real quick. I could give you the rundown. We've got Felipe in form, Siblick, there's the Julian Wilson, Jordy Smith. There's a lot there.
I put Felipe as my pick when I did the fantasy surfers at the start of the event, so I'll run with Felipe.
So he's your power surfer.
Yeah.
Double points.
Yep.
Laura?
Felipe, Julian final.
Holy smokes. That would be iconic.
Okay.
That's actually happened before on the Gold Coast.
Rematch.
And Felipe got the win back in 2015. On the women's side, remember Steph Gilmore still in the mix. That's a huge story.
I'm saying Steph Molly final, Felipe Julian.
Wow,
Look
okay.
at that. Now they're coming out quick.
Because
Rick?
we know, guys, so Steph Gilmore won. Imagine if we had 2 wildcards won this event. Steph Gilmore won as a wildcard 20 years ago at this event.
That would have to be a record, right? 20 years.
Who's Steph surfing against again?
Steph Gilmore. She has Aaron Brooks in
wow.
quarter 3.
Okay, all right. might sit on the fence for the women. I'm gonna see what happens in the
let
quarters.
That play out, yeah.
Yeah, just gonna let it play out.
That's fair enough. Make your choices at home around the world. We're going to be waking up pretty early tomorrow. 6:45 call, maybe 7 o'clock start for the quarterfinals. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll see you bright and early. Take care.
Let's go.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.